#1 window replacement company where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted, full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in a tough spot right now after a 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday. They have now lost 3 straight. Their record has evened out to 500, and nothing seems to be going right. But some help might be on the way, though. Our own John Gambador reported yesterday that Jordan Lawler will be back with the club today as they visit the Reds, and first pitch from Cincinnati will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The United States officially kicks off their World Cup on home soil today. Christian Pulisic will lead the red, white, and blue against Paraguay. Kickoff will be at 3 this afternoon, and the Carolina Hurricanes are now just 1 win away from the Stanley Cup after their 4-2 Game 5 win last night. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Turn that mic on, it might help.
There we go.
First day in the new studio.
This whole setup is whack today.
Dying over there. Vinny's dying.
Look, it's 6:02 and 22 seconds. Jared, I'm just warning you, I may throw something today.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's one of those. This computer is possessed. The board was possessed. I'm just setting the tone early.
Well, the question
Tim,
is,
look out.
Yeah.
well, no, hang on, not Tim. Would it be more impactful to throw something at Sammy or Jarrett or me? I guess.
Well, you don't have a
I-
glass window in front of you.
I don't want to
that's
affect
what I mean.
I don't want to affect anybody else. I
Okay.
just want to make my frustrations known when
Because that
when
coffee,
they've bubbled over.
that coffee mug you're holding there could do some damage through that glass and shatter Jarrett's world or Sammy's.
I don't want to get docked or anything.
Come on, man. Get your money's worth.
Yeah, I'm just setting the tone. You know, when you have those computer latency
set.
issues when you type like 3 words and nothing shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
Until like 2 minutes later.
Yeah. So
I always wondered,
playing sound could be fun today.
how thick is this glass between us? Like, can you hear anything when my mic's not on?
Like
No.
vaguely.
Hold on, I'm gonna take my headphones off.
I'm gonna. Can you hear anything
Hold
now?
on.
Ready? I'm gonna say something without my mic on.
Make fun of him.
Yeah, but you're screaming.
You're screaming.
Well, did you hear that though?
I could hear you screaming.
Okay, well that's not great.
Actually, it raises a great question. Have you ever had a game you were watching that caused you to, at the end of it, throw the remote?
Oh, yeah.
And whip it against the wall.
When I talk about this a lot. When I was young, I was a maniac watching sports when I was younger.
Kicking holes in the wall kind of stuff.
My dad always just, what do you got, money on this game? No, I don't. I just care.
For me, yes.
But I look back and it's embarrassing.
Yeah, mine was more video games. I used to throw my Xbox controller.
Oh, okay, now
at
that's
the
a little
wall.
ridiculous.
I'm older than you, Sammy. You know how many Sega Genesis paddles I broke? You know how many Pong wheels I broke back in my day? Why have you thrown the remote before?
I think the last time I whipped a remote and shattered it was at the end of the 2005 USC Notre Dame game.
Was that the
remember how that ended
when
with the
Matt
Bush
Leinart got pushed in?
Yeah, the Bush push, and we thought we had won it, and the clock hit 0. Then they put more time on the clock, and then
tremendous.
So that shattered it. Yeah.
The two things, both in college, both U of A basketball related. It wasn't me, one of them, but do you remember when Stanford hit a half-court shot versus U of A? Probably not. And they won the game on a walk-off buzzer beater. Tiger Woods is at the game, and he ran on the court and celebrated.
Vaguely remember
that.
Kind of, yeah.
My friend punched a hole into our wall, elbow deep.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
On that one.
We've had a couple.
And
of
then
those.
famously, I probably have told this on this, but when U of A blew that lead versus Illinois in the Elite Eight, 15 points with 3 minutes left. Me and the rest of my friends set off a bunch of fireworks in our house. We filled a giant spaghetti pot with firecrackers, and then we were like, yeah, and then we went, and the run out, people literally diving out of windows because they couldn't breathe.
It was like that scene from Revenge of the Nerds where they're watching their house burn down.
Yes.
And they're singing, our house is burning down.
My roommate threw his old school this thick TV off of our balcony.
Video, you'll appreciate this. I knew I had a problem at a young age. In 1983, the Chicago Blitz and Trumaine Johnson and Greg Landry blew a big lead, and I kicked 3 holes through the back of our kitchen table chairs. And that was the USFL.
I was going to say respectfully.
Best friends? Because I'm passionate about the USFL. I was rooting for those guys the next year when they
because
became Arizona
the entire
Wranglers.
Team got traded to Arizona.
They traded the whole team here. Wow.
True story, Sammy. We just traded. The Blitz and the Wranglers just traded teams. Not a few players, not one player.
Yeah.
They just said team for team. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It was highly confusing as a young
the owner
15-year-old.
of the Chicago Blitz was a heart surgeon who lived in the Valley and wanted he didn't like going to the games in Chicago, so they worked out a deal where they just traded teams.
That's actually unbelievable.
And it worked out really well for the Arizona side. They went to the championship game the next
year. Oh my gosh.
That sounds like an awesome league. Must have taken a real loser businessman to ruin that league.
Jarrett, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs were looking for a bounce-back start from Merrill Kelly and some run support for him, but only one of those things happened. 2-0 loss to the Marlins at Lone Depot Park. Kelly allowed just 2 runs on 4 hits over 6 innings, but the D-backs offense, stop me if you've heard this one before. They could do nothing against Miami starter Tyler Phillips and 4 relievers. They went combined 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They were shut out for the 2nd straight day, 3rd time in their last 8 games, and the 6th time this year. In the immortal words of Bill Belichick.
Stupid thing.
Wrong one, I'm sorry.
We're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati.
There you go.
I don't like coffee.
They're bringing their bats with them. A 3-game series at Great American Ballpark gets underway today. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound against Cincinnati's Nick Lodolo. First pitch, 4:10. It's an Apple TV game tonight, but as always, you can hear the action or the D-backs attempts at action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. We're also going to talk to Ryan Spilborghs, who works in the Rockies broadcast booth, but he does the Apple TV games. He's going to be on the call tonight, so we're going to talk to Ryan at...
Oh, good. Get a little national perspective on why we can't hit the ball here in Arizona yet.
And pitching tonight, as you said, in the immortal words of Luke Lipinski.
Eduardo,
yeah, that guy. Have you heard that Luke Lipinski guy? I know.
Either today or yesterday yesterday, I think, was his birthday.
Oh, it was. He wasn't...
That's why he wasn't here, right?
Yeah, they also only had a very short show yesterday because of the D-backs.
Well, that and plus, I mean, they never do the show together.
They had 2 shows together this week, so give them a break.
Yes, it's in their contract. They never do the show together.
Our own John Gambadoro putting out yesterday that the D-backs will have outfielder Jordan Lawler back today.
To be fair, we do have a fill-in this week as well, and last week.
We've done every show this year together, I think. Even when I couldn't see, we did the show together.
I remember, it was wonderful.
Lawler has been out since April 3rd with a wrist fracture. He went 6 for 18 with a home run earlier this season. Before the injury, 6 for 28 in an 8-game rehab stint with the Arizona Complex League and the Reno Aces of AAA. So we'll have some thoughts on the return of Jordan Lawler coming up. Elsewhere in the big leagues, Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani removed from Thursday night's 8-6 win over the Pirates with left knee inflammation. Dave Roberts says his concern level is not high, and he might be able to play tonight against the White Sox.
Okay.
The surging Chicago White Sox. NBA Finals pick up tomorrow night in San Antonio. Spurs hanging on for dear life after squandering that 29-point lead to the Knicks in Game 4 on Wednesday night. A Spurs win would send the series back to MSG for Game 6 on Tuesday. A Knicks win would give them their first championship since 1973. Tip-off tomorrow just after 5:30 on ABC. You can hear the contest on ESPN 620. World Cup underway in North America, and for the USMNT, their first test tonight. They will face Paraguay in Group D play at SoFi Stadium in L.A. U.S. looking to improve on its round of 16 showing at the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. The squad coached by, is it Mario?
Mario
Pochettino, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Enters the Mario Pochettino.
Yeah, that
He
doesn't get much
enters
better
the
than that.
tournament ranked 17th in the world. Paraguay currently ranked 41st. That match gets started at 6 on Fox, Telemundo, and Peacock. Team Canada will also see its first action as a tri-host today at noon in Toronto against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why do they have to play against 2 countries? That's not fair.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Exactly. The festivities got underway Thursday. Team Mexico beat South Africa 2-0 to kick off the tournament in Mexico City. Carolina Hurricanes 1 win away from the Stanley Cup title after a 4-2 Game 5 win over Vegas at Lenovo Center last night. Andrei Svechnikov scored twice, and Jordan Staal had his 6th goal of the final to open the scoring for Carolina. He tied the game at 1-1 in the first period. Canes will try to wrap up the series on the road in Vegas. Game 6 is Sunday night. Nikita Kucherov of the Tampa Bay Lightning won the Hart Trophy as the NHL's MVP for the 2nd time in his career, narrowly edging out Edmonton's Connor McDavid. Mercury got thumped on the road 85-70 in Dallas by the Wings. Paige Beckers went off for 31 points, 6 boards, 5 assists. Mercury return home for their second-to-last Commissioner's Cup round-robin game against the LA Sparks tomorrow night at Mortgage Matchup Center at 7. And another day, another honor for Arizona State slugger Landon Hairston, named the National Player of the Year by Baseball America. Also announced on MLB Network, he will be back for his junior season, playing for head coach Willie Bloomquist and the Sun Devils.
I got a text from a big ASU baseball fan, and goes without saying, but he said, "This is huge.
It is huge.
This is huge."
Is it as in he's not transferring? I thought
Yes.
I thought it. Okay.
Yes, that's all. He's not draft eligible.
That's what I'm
after
saying.
sophomore
That's why I
year.
was confused about
Yeah.
that. Okay.
But when you have a league, when you have a season like he had,
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
I just don't think the NIL money is flowing as freely
Is
in
it in
college
baseball? Yeah.
But we'll see. Good news, though, for Willie Bloomquist and the Sun Devils. There you go. There is your splash on this Friday, June 12th. Coming up, lifeless, punchless, nearly hitless. We'll talk D-backs Marlins.
Hairless.
What?
I don't know.
Doesn't apply to Jared. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ringin for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Celebrate Father's Day at the D-backs game on Sunday, June 21st. The first 15,000 dads to the game will get a Father's Day polo. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
The 0-2. Got him. Swinging a foul tip. Gruber strikes out. That's your ball game. Marlins sweep the Diamondbacks. Back-to-back shutout defeats for Arizona. Again, your final. It's the Marlins 2 and the Diamondbacks nothing.
They actually got crowd noise in the background there. Chris Garagiola on the final call.
An exasperated Chris Garagiola, it sounds like, on the sign-off there.
Yes, Chris will not hide his exasperation from time to time.
Good, I like that.
That's why we like him.
Show you care.
8,500 fans in the ballpark, more than I thought would be there. But in a word for the D-backs in Miami, ugh, that was gross.
Well,
it's only the 12th time in the team's history that they've been shut out in back-to-back games.
You know, the National Series began with them getting outscored 20-2, and now this Marlins season ends with them getting outscored 10-zip. I mean, 19 scoreless innings now. I'll put the Captain Obvious hat on here. They're not hitting the baseball, and it's becoming more and more of a problem every single day. It's been an issue with runners in scoring position for a while. Now you don't even have runners in scoring position all that much. I mean,
0 for 7 yesterday.
Generate 3 hits in the game.
3 hits, a double from
No traffic.
from Marte to lead off the 4th, then nothing. Barossa had a single, have a parade in the 6th, and Groover singled in the 7th. That was your offense.
I looked it up yesterday because I wanted to see not necessarily how bad, but from a number standpoint, the Diamondbacks are in the bottom third in the MLB in the following categories: batting average, on base, OPS, slugging, hard hit percentage, barrel percentage, expected batting average, and expected slugging. Bottom third.
Well, that would make sense.
Well, and it's not trending upward.
No.
Certainly. Those numbers, if you would have checked them a month ago, probably would have been pretty good ranks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a classic June swoon right now.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost 10 out of 13. They're 2-6 in June. It's still, we're not quite at mid-June yet. The Reds, by the way, they'll open up a series in Cincinnati tonight. The Reds are reeling as well. They've also lost 10 of their last 13. But
Something's got to give,
Something's
Tim Ring.
got to give. But you look at some of the June batting averages. You know, Waldy's down to 226 now. Troy's 226 as well. Marte's 162 in June. Carroll a little better at 243. Ildemiro Vargas right now is 053 in June. This coming off a 227 May after the monster 372 April. The only guy, ironically, who's hitting in June right now is Perdomo, who's hitting 344.
Who wasn't hitting at all. So Jared brought it up in the pre-show meeting and is exactly right. Like you're filtering rookies who show signs early, but as we've seen many, many times over the course of baseball history, rookies can start hot, and then there can be a regression as pitchers and opposing teams figure out what they do well
And they're getting
and what
less,
they do not well.
Each new one they bring up seems to be like dropping off a little bit quicker and quicker. Like they got a full month pretty much of Jose Fernandez. Then they got a few weeks of Ryan Waldschmidt. Then they got about a week of Tommy Troy, and Groover's still trying to figure out his.
Groover's got a hitting streak going though, doesn't he? Hasn't he hit in like 4 straight games?
He had one hit yesterday.
Yeah, that's all you need to keep that streak going.
That's right. He's hitting 211 on the season.
It's
very small sample size.
To rely on multiple rookies in pretty much filling up the entire bottom of your lineup every game is not a recipe to win.
Well, again, we'll say it. Groover, Troy, Garcia, Barossa. That was your last 4 hitters in the lineup yesterday. And Barossa had 33.3% of the hits.
19 straight scoreless innings. I mean, end of story.
Yeah, we don't.
Kind of. The story also yesterday, Merrill Kelly pitched well enough to win. You can't point your finger at Merrill Kelly in a game like
this
unless you guys disagree.
Merrill was really good.
Quality start.
Again, the strikeout numbers for most of the Diamondbacks pitchers are concerning.
1 strikeout in 6 innings.
He had 1 strikeout in 6 innings, and he's never been a huge strikeout guy, but 1.
He just got the job done. I mean, you go six
did.
strong, you give up 2, win the game. Win the game.
Asking your offense for 3 runs is not asking too much. And it is just completely stagnant right now. Derek Hall joined us yesterday, the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, and talked about the current state of the team. This was before the series finale in Miami.
But I do believe in this staff, and I think when you look at Zach Gallen, and I know there's been a lot of focus on him, he is such a thinker, such a smart player. He knows himself better than anybody, and I think he'll figure it out. He did last year, and he turned it around. I can see him doing that again. We'll see how Merrill pitches today. It's always nice to see him on the road stopping, a losing streak. But we hit some teams that are hot. That's not an excuse. I do not like the way we're playing, but for us to play the Nationals when we did, and now Miami. I mean, the Marlins are on fire right now, but we're helping them. I mean, it's not just them, right? We're not doing a great job, and not getting runners over, not getting runners in, and I'm upset with the way we're playing, and I hope that our players are too, and I'm sure they are.
Miami is playing good baseball right now, but I find it doubly frustrating to see when a team like the Diamondbacks are struggling and they go into a stretch like this, and they're playing a team that's largely anonymous to most baseball fans.
Yep.
And I know Miami's got a style of play, and they do have some good players, guys that are having really good years. But when you walk away with 3 straight L's in that ballpark against that team, where every at bat you're like, who's this again?
Well, I mean,
that's doubly frustrating.
When they salvaged a game in the National Series, Corbin Carroll stood on that field and said, "Can't get swept. Can't get swept."
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
You got swept.
It just happened. against they're playing well. We talked about it late in D-backs on deck yesterday. Mm-hmm. You keep Otto Lopez off the base paths. That would be a key to victory.
They did not do that.
They didn't do it all series.
No. 7 hits in 3 games for him.
So it's frustrating now. You hope that at some point, when you play a team like the Reds now, who are also reeling, that they find a little offense. Lawler's coming back. We'll talk about that later.
D-backs are 13-20 on the road, though. Not a good road team.
They don't play it well on the road, and at last check, boy, if you're looking for Jordan Lawler to be the savior,
I need somebody to do it.
Need something.
Yeah, it's a tough.
I don't disagree.
It is a tough watch right now.
It just doesn't. I say this all the time because, and you see it happen all the time, but it doesn't make sense. Baseball is a series of one-on-one matchups. It doesn't make sense that an entire lineup can get cold at the same time.
No, on the surface it doesn't, and I get what you're saying, but there's so much psychology. The psychology of the calendar of baseball, the grind, the everyday nature of it, that's one of the things that makes it great. We talk about it every year, especially with the Diamondbacks. I mean, 2 weeks ago we were on cloud 9. Wow, they're 11-2 in their last 13 games, and you see what the roller coaster does.
Well, yeah, and it's also, they're the Rockies and Giants are bad, but you know what? They've turned it around. They found something. Now the next frontier, we're going to start beating the good teams.
No, they haven't.
And then you come right back down to earth.
They're losing to the mediocre teams.
They're losing to the 500 teams.
And you get outscored in the series 20-6. Some of these numbers I mentioned, the 19 consecutive scoreless innings, 2 for 30 with runners in scoring position in the series. 0 for 16 with RASP in the final 2 games. They left 28 guys on base. This is just, they're not hitting in the clutch. Now they're not hitting at all. Marte's kind of gone back in the tank since that unbelievable torrid streak in the last 2 weeks of May. Mm-hmm. Carroll's doing okay. He's doing his best, but not nearly enough to carry a baseball team. Arenado's kind of coming back down to earth. And, there was a talk yesterday. What do they need to buy at the trade deadline? If this keeps up, they're not going to be buying anything. They're going to be selling.
No, exactly.
If this trend continues.
You know what they need? They need a meeting.
Yes.
Tori,
what is he waiting for?
Do it again.
Do it with the whole team this time.
Get the whole team into the shower, throw the bats in there, and tell them they're lollygagging. 3 games, 3 giveaway nights. Your choice. The Diamondback Summer Weekend Giveaway gives you a shot at tickets to D-backs versus Twins, June 19th, 20th, or 21st at Chase Field. Text the word SUMMER to 620 to enter. Coming up next, we won't see the Cardinals again for over a month, so what are some of the storylines we're keeping an eye on until then? We'll tell you. Coming up, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If I were to say I've got 100 Diamondback fans in the room right now, and I said, you're going to make one significant trade at the deadline.
I would lean towards a bat. But I have a problem with my pitching right now, too, because my number 5 guy can't get anybody out.
You just might have finite resources when it comes to addressing all. You got to hope you're still in it at the deadline.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, in baseball terms, are in a slump. Their 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday finished off a brutal series in Miami. They've lost 10 out of 13, and now heading to Cincinnati, where they will get some reinforcement as Jordan Lawler should be back with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 4:15 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury dropped one last night to Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings, 85-70. Beckers had a season-high 31, and the Mercury will start a 3-game homestand starting on Saturday against the Sparks. And with the NBA draft quickly approaching, what's the Suns' plan? Stay put, trade up? We give you our thoughts over on ArizonaSports.com. And the United States begin their World Cup today against Paraguay as they will look to start group playoff on the right foot. Kickoff will be at 3 this afternoon. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. 2 Jeeps, $50,000, 2 big nights at Casino Arizona. Don't miss your chance to win big on June 24th and July 29th. The details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How has Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the AZ and life in the NFL? We'll chat with the rookie quarterback on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I think that's great. I think having the first-year head coach being in the Hall of Fame game, getting that extra week, I think that is absolutely a net positive for us to be able to, one, get the preparation, get those pads on a little bit earlier. Our acclimation period, like I was just saying, guys are still going to be on vacation around this league, and rightfully so. I mean, that's the way the calendar falls. So, and then be able to get to that Hall of Fame game and like you just said, work that operation. I apologize, guys, but you're not going to see me with headsets and stuff like that on the practice field. I've never seen it. I've never done it. I know other people do. I respect that, but we've been in this long enough to know how to operate, but it is a new staff, and that's what the preseason's for. So to get one extra crack at it, I think is a great thing for all of us, players and coaches.
That's Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, wrapping up his first mini camp as the head coach of the Cardinals, calling things off a little earlier. We were talking to Tyler Drake off the air after Boom Boom came in to talk to us yesterday, and he's like, yeah, all the signs were there. We had so much media access
after day
the
one.
The day before that they flooded everybody, so people kind of thought that last day would be canceled. It's not par for the course. It is pretty common
it's
around
not odd.
The NFL.
Yes.
It's not odd. So
It's odd in the sense to me that they always complain about what limited practice time they have nowadays because of this CBA and all that stuff.
Yes.
To give away one of those days, to me, is a little surprising, especially with the new regime trying to institute stuff.
Well, the news was breaking right as Wolf and Luke were getting going, and so I was in the car after our show, and Wolf was great. He's like, "This seems a little sus." That's the word he used.
Really?
Sus. And Tyler Drake talked about it yesterday too. Yeah. Like, was there any element to the whole Sweat, Brissett, Holden situation, potentially, allegedly, as a reason for potentially canceling day two? Like, that question kind of just floats around out there. I don't know. I don't know.
If that was one of the reasons, they accomplished it because it wasn't talked about. I want to get into this. This is completely superfluous, not important at all. But it's Friday, Tim. We can get a little loose on a Friday, can't we?
Oh, I'm half drunk.
Irish coffee, Tim?
I'm kidding, people.
You got to get that into the montage, Jared. Are you following the story about Mike LaFleur's hair?
I am.
I've been affected by Mike LaFleur's hair. At the introductory press conference, and then you see all the videos coming out, and you're like, that is some kind of head of hair. That is something that's going on. Yesterday,
and now it's becoming a bit of a story.
A bit, yeah.
It's out there, baby.
We're not, again, disclaimer: we're not putting any credence into this. But somebody clipped a Twitter account called the Coach Speak Index, which I was unaware even existed. I might have to check more about this Twitter account because, me and Coach speak. But they put the whole. Mike LaFleur was asked during minicamp, how are you going to handle the running back room? You got so many options now, and he used the basketball analogy. Steph Curry's on fire. He's supposed to get a sub. You're not taking the hot hand out. No, using the example of the other sport, and it fell under this Coach Speak Index. No mention of his hair. It is a video, though. But somebody responded to it and quote tweeted it and said, you can't be a leader of an organization with this haircut, man. You got to have people around you that love you and don't allow this kind of behavior.
So he's blaming his wife for letting him out of the house with his hair spiked up.
Mina Kimes actually chimed in and said, can someone with similar hair explain to me what's going on here? Like, why is it simultaneously brushed in two directions? The physics do not make sense.
So let me maybe try to help answer this question. As someone, I don't think I have
have a crew cut
the same hair as Mike LaFleur, but
it's not even close.
I've messed around with a lot of different hair in terms of moving it around.
Okay.
My answer to this, I really want to say that I don't think he did his hair that day.
Yeah, probably not.
As in, like, I think it's a little bit of bedhead is what I would get at.
He might have been. I don't know if he was. I hope he's not a visor guy. I hope nobody's a visor guy.
I used to be a visor guy.
It doesn't shock me.
Not anymore, though.
But it's like the front of the hair.
You learned.
Yeah, I did learn.
The front of the hair is all business, and the top back is all nightclub.
Oh.
That's what he's got going on.
The sides are
I will say
shaved,
this. I have nothing close to Mike LaFleur's hair.
He's a good-looking guy. He's got great hair.
He's got a great head of hair. My hair on this side of my head, I have like a severe cowlick. It grows in a spiral, basically. It's crazy, and it grows in different direction than the rest of my hair. That could be something.
Watch on YouTube. See if I can get
everyone look at YouTube right now as Tim Ring. Oh, look at this!
Oh, Tim,
pretty good. You're getting
that's some serious product in there, huh? Some pomade. Some pomade.
That is it. Whoa! I love
it. Is that kind of close?
If you were looking on YouTube, you could see.
I just got mine cut a couple days ago, but
your guys' hair.
I got mine cut too.
I was getting a little volume going.
I would say in general, you two have very uninteresting hairstyles.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for.
Have you ever experimented with any kind of different kind of hairstyle in your whole life?
When I was a young man in the 90s, I had the LaFleur height going on. That was also at the height of like Beverly Hills 90210. Okay. So I had the sideburns and everything.
Oh, really? The full Luke Perry.
The full Luke Perry.
No, it was more of the Jason Priestley.
Oh, the Priestley.
Yeah. You had the Priestley?
Yeah.
How about you, Tim?
No, like when I was really younger, I had like that Justin Bieber / Paul McCartney mop top hair, that just kind of just came down.
Really?
But no, I mean, when you work in television for so stinking long, you kind of have to have that classic.
You have to have anchor hair.
Yeah, you got to have anchor hair. Yeah, you can go a little spiky messy for a while. Then Clooney came out with like the Caesar cut on ER back in the mid '90s. That was kind of popular for a while.
David Schwimmer with Friends.
Yeah, Schwimmer with Friends had the same thing. But this LaFleur,
Well,
I think
although to be fair, I think when people went to get that haircut, I'm pretty sure they said, "Give me the Clooney, not give me the Schwimmer."
Give me the annoying Ross.
Yes.
I thought it was interesting. We've had the discussions with when you're in. We've had it with Bickley. There's a lot of plates that are spinning with Mike LaFleur, and this is not one of those major plates, obviously.
He's like, I got to worry about my quarterback, my edge rusher, my new offense, and now I got to worry about my hair. Mike, you keep doing you. You spike that sucker up.
That is something Jonathan Gannon never had to worry about.
Never.
Now Gannon was he just clipped that thing himself in the morning and put a baseball hat on. Now Cliff cared about his hair now,
Cliff never wore I think only a couple times, and it was in rain games.
And in the rain games,
he would wear a hat, but he was one of the nothing on the head.
Sunglasses
and
too.
Had good flow.
Yeah.
Cliff was very aware of his look.
Cliff was one cool dude.
He was. Probably still is. So we're tackling the tough issue.
That should be the poll question. Your thoughts on Mike LaFleur's hair?
But it also then, like, somebody even commented on this whole thread, like, look out, now Colin Cowherd's going to give up his quest to eliminate backwards hats. He's coming after hairdos now.
Look, I wish that this was the biggest thing that Mike LaFleur was dealing with right now.
Yes, no doubt.
As you said, not the smoothest way to enter a new, job here, first-time head coach, to have to immediately deal with all these questions during the offseason so far.
Now, is there, right now, we'll lay this down here, we'll come back to it, because we're going to have an actual serious discussion about the Cardinals and their offseason coming up, but is there a team right now with a more uncertain quarterback situation? I mean, it's Cardinals and Cleveland right now, basically, isn't it?
Super great group right there.
Yeah, and look, the Browns are looking at it. They're looking at each other saying, you're not the company I want to be keeping right now.
Yes.
But at least the Browns, and I don't think he's ever going to be able to resurrect his career, but at least the Browns have a guy in Deshaun Watson that's done it at a really high level in this league. We'll get back into Cardinals a little bit.
I think Mike LaFleur
on.
would rather talk about his hair than the situation right now with the quarterbacks and Josh Sweat.
Maybe.
I'm only taking questions on my hair today, people. I hope you can appreciate it.
If this would have popped up a little earlier in the week, maybe it would have happened. Or maybe if they didn't cancel that one.
Hair and golf swing. Mike LaFleur questions only.
I hurt myself playing golf. Not really. That's a lie. I wasn't playing golf.
How about I'm looking at here on Twitter, Arizona Central Sports. This is an actual tweet. Cardinals Mike LaFleur roasted for hair. Quote, you aren't a teenager. Like, really? We're doing this now? It's one thing to have a little fun on the radio, but come on.
Yeah, I found it
roasted for hair.
Yeah.
So
we should all have a head of hair like that.
Random Twitter users and Mina Kimes generates a story on AZ Central Sports. Okay.
Coming up next, are we about to see a long championship drought end in the NBA? More on the NBA Finals next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in baseball, managers are required to see the entire field, otherwise your team isn't going to be very good. It's exactly the same with your finances, and if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, with a firm that sees the entire field. They can give you a second opinion on your current portfolio and personalized strategies built around you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance. They can secure your financial future, giving you the peace of mind you deserve. Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Schedule your free appointment by calling 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150 work truck or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? As part of our kickoff to summer savings event, we're helping customers get road trip ready for less. Take advantage of $25 off any service, including oil changes.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Looking to Game 5, even though it's back in San Antonio, I don't know what that means because I know the Knicks fans are going to travel. They're going to be there. They're lathered up, man. This is the first time that they're going to have a chance to win a championship in my lifetime, right? I mean, they're right there. They could taste this right now, and I just don't see San Antonio battling back from down 3-1. 3-2, okay, all bets are off. Maybe you have a chance there. I don't know how this young team that we've just been talking about how young they are. I don't know how this young team battles back from that kind of loss because I don't know how a veteran team bounces back from that. I mean, Cleveland, again, they lost a 22-point lead. They never won a game in the series.
That's Q Myers from ESPN Radio wondering how the Spurs bounce back from this. We kind of touched on that subject yesterday, Tim. We saw history in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. A 29-point lead in the second half, a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, melting away right in front of the eyes of the San Antonio Spurs. And it wasn't when you take the enormity of the lead that was squandered, plus the nature of the shot that gave the Knicks ultimately the win, the OG Anunoby tip-in, that in itself was devastating. When you put them all in a mix, I'm of that school, just like Q Myers, just like a lot of other people. There's no way you can come back from that. Now, competition's different. The Spurs might lace up their shoes tomorrow night and actually show up, and you can make an argument they've been the better team throughout this series, that it could be 3-1 easily the other way, but it's not. The youth is a huge factor in this.
I mean, I hearken back to Vin Scully. In the year of the impossible, we've seen the improbable.
Yes.
And we just saw it in Game 4 with the team coming back from being down 29. It's funny, we were in the immediate wake of it yesterday morning at 6 a.m. So we had the numbers, but we didn't have the historical perspective. 24 hours later, I do. They started keeping the play-by-play 30 years ago, so that's why a lot of this stuff goes back 30 years. But in the playoffs, 230 teams trailed by 29 points or more in a game. It's happened 230 times.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks were the second team only in the last 30 years to actually come back and win that game.
In the playoffs.
In the playoffs. Okay. In the regular season, teams have trailed by 29 points or more 4,100 times. And they've come back to win now 12. So historically speaking, in the last 30 years, that just doesn't happen in basketball. And for it to happen in Game 4 of the NBA Finals, on one hand, I agree. And I said it yesterday, that you don't come back from that. The Spurs had their hearts ripped out and trampled on. That is a devastated locker room, especially now, as Q mentioned there, that's a young locker room. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure a veteran locker room comes back from that. Could they win Game 5? Of course they could win Game 5 tomorrow. But then you get into this historical perspective of not many teams come back to win the finals down 3-1 anyway, yes, even when their hearts weren't ripped out and trampled on.
And you also, I wonder about the psychological state of the fan base now, too, going to Game 5. They've already had 2 games in their building. They were very competitive games, could have gone either way. But when you're down 3-1 and you're coming home, I know it's the NBA Finals, and I know it's a special event. And we also know how the Knicks fans behave when it comes to snapping up tickets. There's going to be a lot of blue and orange in there tomorrow. I wonder if there's just a reaction from the Spurs fans like, that we can't come back from that. I wonder what the energy is going to be like. Energy's got to feed the team and vice versa. I get all that, but the psychological ramifications of a game like that, I don't know when the last time we saw anything like this was.
Do you think that the Spurs fan base thinks it's over also? Because you're right, that might have weird energy in
yes,
the arena.
but if the Spurs give them a reason to say, hey, we have life in Game 5,
yes,
not only in that particular game, but maybe in the series, that crowd, even if there's a lot of Knicks fans, will roar to life. But I bet you in the first quarter, there's going to be a lot of people going, oh, God, is it coming? Is the tsunami just going to bowl us over right now?
In terms of starting, the Spurs have swept this series.
Yes.
They've had double-digit leads in every first quarter of this series. That's exactly what they need to do to at least get the ball rolling in the right direction. If they don't do that tomorrow of all games.
That's kind of what I'm saying. If the Knicks go up 14 in the first quarter, I mean,
that thing's over real quick.
Now,
turn out the lights.
Now, vice versa. You're saying like it's really hard to win 3 in a row, come back from 3-1. I think the mindset for the Spurs should be, we just need to win 2 in a row. Because at that point...
It can't even be that, though, Jarrett.
Huh?
It can't even be that.
Well, they have to win 1, obviously, first.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that, like, you want to talk about the entire mindset of everything and the tension completely switching. And if they win the next 2 games and it goes to a game 7 on the road, all of a sudden the entire Knicks fan base, all of a sudden that entire Knicks team with all the history
the pressure goes back on New York,
changes
and the
so
momentum,
much so that I think I would pick the Spurs in Game 7 if it got there.
And you know what? Every team down 3-1
Exactly.
in the NBA
Yes, I
Finals
know.
ever. We
But
just
this-
got to win one in a row 3 times.
But this has the added bonus to it of the history of the Knicks, and that like them thinking they already were thinking that in game 4 when they were down, they were like, "Oh my God, are we going to blow a 2-0 lead?" And here we go again and stuff. Now
if you're Mitch Johnson, you just got to remind your team time and time again that every single game has been winnable. It's been the classic 50-50 game scenario. Yeah, it should have never gotten to that point in Game 4. We understand that. But you let that team know that all we got to do is we just got to win Saturday. We just got to win Saturday and extend this series. And then to Jared's point, hey, we can beat this team on the road. We've done it. And then we get a Game 7 in our building. A little bit like, I'm kind of channeling Paul Westphal in the famous comeback against the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
We just got to win this game. Then we're going to win that game. Then we're going to come home and we're going to win Game 5.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, the problem is it just doesn't happen that way hardly ever.
Well, the Spurs can't lean on this too heavily. They did blow a 29-point lead. But the last 2-minute report came out yesterday. And the play that we talked about.
Vince was right.
The Stephon Castle play where he was ruled out of bounds. It was an incorrect call with 1 minute and 2 left in that game.
That's a pretty big miss at that point.
It's a huge miss, but they miss those calls all the time.
Did the last 2-minute report say anything about the OG Anunoby foul or block on De'Aaron Fox? Because I know a lot of people on social, they were slowing it down and saying OG fouled him. And,
in real time,
12 seconds left. Anunoby makes a legal attempt to block Fox's shot and dislodges the ball from his control before making incidental arm contact.
Okay.
Correct, no call is how it was ruled.
In real time, I'm like, oh, that's a foul. And then in the replay, you're like, nope, that's clean. Just like Alvarado, in real time, I'm like, oh, that's over and back.
Right.
Over and back. Oh, okay, wait, replay? Nope, it's not.
Yeah.
So that was a while. I mean, the refs had to be hanging on to their shorts as well in those last 5 minutes of the game. I mean, caught up in the emotion of Madison Square Garden, that comeback. And it sucks and it shouldn't happen. But I wonder if the moment influenced that bad call on the out of bounds by Castle that wasn't out of bounds.
I'll say no, and because I've been monitoring this, and I even at Suns games in the regular season, you're like, that wasn't out of bounds, or how did they blow that? Somebody talked about it on a broadcast recently. Referees will say the hardest one to call is the out of bounds call, whether it's off a hand, whether it's foot placement, the ball being dribbled, but it is routinely missed. And Adam Silver talked about it. They're going to implement some sort of technology now to where it's an immediate call and it will be out of the purview of the officials. It's missed so often.
When I questioned the home crowd in the moment, if you watch the replay, even though Castle clearly didn't step out of bounds, at one point, 75 Knicks fans down there jumped up and pointed.
Absolutely.
Including that he was out.
Starks.
and you wonder the human emotion of the moment.
Yeah.
Caused the referee to blow that whistle.
Game 5 tomorrow night back in San Antonio. Coming up next, we hit the 7 o'clock hour. Is Brendan Sorsby a sleazy rule breaker or an addicted victim? We'll hear Texas Tech defend its decision to bring back the troubled QB. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday with Tim Ring and for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes out there are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that is exactly why Refi exists. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially, and they build a low fixed-rate payment plan around your situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. Refi will work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've had loans in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. They do it without judgment. There's no shame. They're not going to grill you with questions about how you got into your situation. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what is possible. So give Refi a call today at 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs right now are in a tough spot after a 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday. They've now lost 3 straight. Their record has evened out to 500, and nothing seems to be going right, but some help might be on the way. Our own John Gambadoro reported yesterday that Jordan Lawler will be back with the club today as they visit the Reds, and first pitch from Cincinnati will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The United States officially kicks off their World Cup on home soil today. Christian Pulisic will lead the red, white, and blue against Paraguay Kickoff will be at 3 this afternoon. And the Carolina Hurricanes are now 1 win away from the Stanley Cup after their 4-2 Game 5 win last night. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks get their offense going in Cincinnati this weekend? We'll be previewing D-backs Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Brendan Sorsby is recovering from an addiction. He's recovering. I've sat down with this young man multiple times, and the things that he is going through and what he's been through is serious. As a society, we've been okay with other things that happens and allowing players to play, and this has been the one thing that has united people that we're against, and it's crazy because it's not murder, it's not beating somebody, so there's a lot of things that we're working through.
Have you no shame, Texas Tech University? Have you no shame, Joey McGuire? Oh my God, the story gets grosser and grosser by the day.
Imagine them trying to make it better yesterday by having the Justice League statement put out on video. Not a press conference. Let's not call it that.
Do they not have an audio-video department, by the way, at Texas
Can we
Tech?
get them each a mic?
You can't have a microphone?
That cut was from that was from like a speech that he was given.
Oh, okay.
The other cuts that you have there are all from that round table.
But they had a round table.
I guess that's what you call it, a round table.
Yeah, a 20-minute video that Texas Tech's athletic department and university released, basically in support of all the reasons why Brendan Sorsby should be able to play, and basically why, if you are not for him playing for Texas Tech this season, you're a monster and you've got no empathy for a human being.
Nobody's saying, let's discard Brendan Sorsby and throw him away for the rest of his life and not let him try to accomplish anything as an adult in this world. I mean, my God. I mean, if he were not the quarterback of a team that thinks it can win a national championship,
right,
who they presumably paid millions of dollars to play,
and by the way,
for them in 2026.
We weren't this late into the offseason also where they can't find somebody else. I think that's part of it.
We wouldn't be sitting here.
They don't have any other option. Their best option to have their best quarterback on the field is to do this.
You can support him. You can help him with his addiction, and his medical condition. You can support him, make sure he gets his education and has a chance to play in the National Football League and be a productive member of society. You can still do that.
But this whole argument, it's not like he murdered somebody. Yeah, there's laws in society that will take care of a murderer, that will pretty much wipe out all of your other employment opportunities. Gambling is legal. Yes, it's a slippery subject right now.
The NCAA should have a right to enforce its own rules.
Yes.
And that is as clear, even before legalized gambling. If you were ever in a locker room at a university, men's, women's, or weight room, whatever, the signs
and
for 50 years have been up there.
They are everywhere. When you go in to get sound after a game,
it is the third
or to go interview somebody,
rail.
They're there.
The man bet not only bet, but bet on his own team.
Well, I'm not calling into question any legitimacy of this, but even at the time we said PR-wise, the smartest thing he ever did was go into rehab, because now all the Texas Tech people are milking that whole, he's an addict, we're just trying to help him. Like you were saying, how dare you criticize this guy? He was not even in control of what he did, and now we're trying to help. Doesn't he deserve a second chance? That's the way they're framing this.
Yeah, they're trying to make others from the outside feel guilty for wanting rules that have been on the books for years and years and years and are completely black and white in their nature. Everybody who's ever broken that rule knows. Okay.
They keep pointing to he's an addict. He's an addict. That's why he deserves a second chance. He's reformed.
Here's Texas Tech athletic director Kirby Hocutt, and going back to the judge in Texas that basically said, no, he's fine to play.
Crooked judge, by the way.
2-game suspension. That's not the case, according to Kirby Hocutt.
This was a legitimate legal process. It was a judge that is not from Lubbock, Texas. It was a judge that actually lives 300 miles away from Texas Tech University. The judge heard the arguments, and ultimately made a ruling. A lot of people don't agree with that ruling, and that's their right. But it was a legitimate legal process that he received an injunction. So at that point in time, we welcomed Brendan back to our football program.
Of course you did. Again, there's
of course
money
you
tied
did.
up. There's competitive. The juice is flowing.
The guy doesn't live in Lubbock, Vince. How could he be a Texas Tech fan?
Yes, the first judge recused himself because he was a Texas Tech grad. Where the basically where this has been appealed now, all the judges in that circuit are all Texas Tech grads. It's really legitimate. But I was driving in today and I had ESPN radio on, and they asked a great question that I hadn't even thought of. Why did the judge even issue a 2-game suspension? Why can't he play against Abilene Christian?
That's
in
a great
Oregon
point.
State? If he did nothing wrong, and he's in the grip of this addiction, which has been force-fed to student athletes because gambling is legal now, he's completely in the clear. They're admitting he did something wrong by suspending him for 2 games and abiding by that 2-game suspension.
It's just optics. And Cody Campbell's throwing money at this thing, and they're hiding behind that. You talk to anybody that covers this team or you follow them on social media, Cody Campbell is running the show.
Yes.
He's paying for all this.
Why was
He's
he not,
funny.
Why was he not sitting at the round table
That's a
last
very
night?
good question. I was actually surprised that he wasn't. They all answer to him.
Here's Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, kind of with a defeatist attitude.
I think I view it in some respects as kind of a new low with respect to our ability to enforce rules that are deemed by most people as pretty reasonable. And this one in particular is sort of an unbreakable one that's been around sports generally, in college and professional sports in particular, for probably, close to 60 or 70 years. And I think it illustrates maybe more than anything that's happened before that the folks in D.C. who've been talking about trying to create some sort of framework around rulemaking that involves the NCAA and college sports are heading down the right track.
Yeah, and the part that I still can't get past is nobody is saying kick Brendan Sorsby to the curb as a human being.
And yeah, that's what I said earlier in this segment. Like, yeah.
You're ineligible to play football. You've got 2 options. You can take your talents to the NFL because you know there would be some sort of buyer in the NFL. He's got that option. That's not an option, apparently. Irreparable damage will be done if he doesn't get to play college football for Texas Tech. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me.
It's also just not accurate. Stuart Mandel brought up a great point the other day, too. Like, they're dying on the hill of Brendan Sorsby, a quarterback who's been 0-8 in his last 2 Novembers. I mean, we're not exactly talking about Stanford John Elway here.
No.
And for them to go to the mat like this, partially to protect their $1 million investment, and they know he's the best option to help them get back to the college football playoff. Hey, maybe this year they can score a point if they make the playoffs.
Baby stuff.
Texas Tech. Get the hell out of here.
And if it was a Texas Tech rival that was doing the same thing, they would be beating the drum louder than anybody else. Why is he eligible to play? He snubbed us.
I mean, we'll see what other schools can do legally. I mean, you hear the all ends of the spectrum. We're not going to play him. We're not going to schedule him. Jay Billis is on the Rich Eisen show saying, their NCAA is going to appeal this and it'll be overturned. It's like, that appeals process might not happen until February.
It might not. Tonight is the night. USA versus Paraguay kicks off at 6 p.m. in Arizona Sports. Going to be watching it live at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get there to cheer on Team USA. Text CUP to 620-620 for info and grab your table. It's all powered by Michelob Ultra. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks offense needs help. A player's coming off the injured list. Will he be the help they need? And Jordan Lawler will get into it. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you imagine going through your whole life and your
team doesn't win a championship?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can, yeah.
Look at who you're talking to. I'm sitting right here, Gambo.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how tough it would be to root for a team that never wins a No, I can't imagine what that's like. It must suck.
Yeah.
It must be awful.
Sorry. No, I get it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know it's great to be number one, and that's what you'll get from Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience. From Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, everything they do is elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. So pick a location, take a test drive, then make sure you ask for their GM, Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
And Reynaldo Lopez, first pitch swung on, that is hit high and deep to left field. It took a long time, but there's the first major league home run for Jordan Lawler.
Going back to April 2nd for that one. Chris Garagiola on the call on the D-backs radio network. That was the first career home run for Jordan Lawler. He got hurt very soon after that and has been on the shelf since, working his way back. And Gambo put it out there yesterday, Tim, that Jordan Lawler expected back with the Arizona Diamondbacks today as they start their series with the Cincinnati Reds. There's one of two ways to look at this.
All right, let's have at it.
We talked earlier about the Diamondbacks' offensive struggles. They are just stuck in the mud with their bats in their hands right now. They can't do anything, whether it's bases empty, runners in scoring position. You name the split, they are struggling at it. They've been shut out in back-to-back games by the Miami Marlins. Any help is good help at this point. But I also wonder about a player like Jordan Lawler, highly touted, has been a top prospect for quite some time. He's fallen down those prospect lists because it has taken that much time. Even though for the first time in his brief major league career in April before the injury, when he fractured the wrist, he looked like he was comfortable at the plate as a major leaguer. But when you're counting on a guy with the track record that he has, savior is a strong word. To be a big booster for this offense right now, surrounded by other hitters that are struggling as mightily, the timing might not be great on this right now.
Well,
I would much rather have Jordan Lawler come back to a team that could actually hit the ball.
Right. I mean, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I mean, it's great that he's back. He was supposed to be a starter in a very limited sample size at the plate in this season. You're right. He looked the part, looked like he was starting to figure things out. But again, that's a real small sample size. To be fair, 2023 and 2025 were real small sample sizes too. But he couldn't do anything.
But he was clearly overmatched.
Couldn't hit for power, couldn't hit for average. 2025, 66 at-bats. He hit 182. 6 games this year, 18 at-bats. He hit 333. So I'm talking real small sample sizes there. But I kind of agree with you that could he help? Absolutely. Is it good that he's back because he is a starter on the baseball team in the outfield? That's also good. But man, if you're looking at Jordan Lawler as the riding on the white horse to save the day offensively, like, is that where we're at now?
Yeah.
Like, oh, great, Jordan Lawler's back. Like, really? That's what we're doing. I mean, I hope he tears the cover off the ball, Vince. I hope he hits 355 in the month of June and July.
Yeah.
But man, we're in a dark spot now. If we're hoping Jordan Lawler is the answer to the prayers of putting runs on the board.
Yeah, and to be clear, like, we're talking about a guy who's got 115 major league at-bats on the back of his baseball card right now. I would be saying that if those 115 at-bats were brilliant. If he came, he's a career 320 hitter in those 115 at-bats. It's a lot of pressure on a young player right now with the timing, with everything else going on. Now, it does give Torey Lovullo some options on how he wants to configure the outfield. Corbin Carroll's going to be a fixture in right, but center and left become kind of a game-to-game thing. There's a lot of right-handed bats, Lawler being one of them. You can use Lawler in center. You can use Lawler in left. I'm not ready necessarily to give up on the Waldschmidt experiment. As an everyday player, I know he's cooled off a little bit.
He's cooled off a lot.
He wasn't like hitting for power either.
Right. Waldschmidt's hitting 226 in June. So is Troy, by the way.
Until Gurriel comes back, your options are still not ideal.
From what we've seen out of Waldschmidt and Troy, and I think at times they've done a remarkable job. They've had big plays and big hits, big defensive plays to help this team win baseball games since they've been here. But I mentioned in June, they're starting to kind of come back to that rookie mean a little bit as other pitchers and opposing teams kind of figure out what they do and what they don't do well. You just wonder now, and Gurriel maybe came back too early, but he was struggling as well. But the way this is going right now offensively, 19 straight scoreless innings, as soon as Lawler's ready to go, he's back. Okay, that's going to happen this weekend. As soon as Gurriel's ready to go, okay, he's back. Let's get him in there and put Lawler back at the center. But put Troy and Waldy back down in Reno. Yeah. I mean, because they've got to play. They're not going to sit on the bench at the major league level.
The bigger or the biggest concern is what's going on at first base, though, right? Like, they're getting
that's also part of it.
Virtually no production from that position.
No, it's true, and Groover's getting a lot of playing time at first base, which not really his natural position.
He's a natural third.
He's a natural third baseman. The other option right now, the other options, Pavin Smith's not hitting the ball.
Nope.
Ildemaro Vargas has gone completely ice cold and is still apparently not 100%. I'm gathering from the collision against the Dodgers.
Yeah, possibly.
It feels like...
But, his June has been brutal.
Where's Carlos Santana on
he's
his...
in AAA.
Carlos Santana hasn't been able to play in a couple of years.
Yeah, I know.
That's
what I'm saying, these are the options they went into the season with, though. It's like they kind of knew this might be a problem at first base.
Look, there's another option. It's not the sexiest option either, but Tyler Locklear is back from his injuries, and he's actually producing at a pretty good clip down in AAA.
When they acquired him, this was the first baseman of the future.
I was just going to say that. There was a lot of fanfare and a lot of when he arrived. A lot of fanfare and a lot of opportunity and a lot of talk about him being the guy there long term. I remember we had Lovello on the show. I was in that day, and is he going to get a 60-game audition to be the first baseman of the future? Yes, absolutely. Maybe not all 60 games, but absolutely.
And if you're Torrey over there, there's still weeks before the deadline if they want to go down that route. But whether it's Locklear, whether it's again Santana or whoever, you have to figure that position out. You have to just keep throwing something at the wall to see if something sticks there.
Yeah, but I think they owe it to Carlos Santana
I
to
agree.
find out if he's got anything left in the tank, especially after the injuries. But
before
the injury,
give him 2 weeks.
It wasn't promising. Regardless, we talked about a bunch of candidates at first base. None of them are the everyday option. None of them is going to be a Christian Walker or a Paul Goldschmidt type. It's going to be a platoon situation, a field kind of situation, a matchup kind of situation. I always feel better about putting your team out there when you can count on a Josh Naylor every day. You can count on a Christian Walker every day, offensively and defensively, and they just don't have that guy right now.
It was flawed coming in. To not have a everyday first baseman is not necessarily a great recipe for success in the MLB, but because of Perdomo, Cattell, and Corbin, we all kind of got on board with, okay, they can platoon it because those guys are going to be great.
Well, Arenado was in decline, so that signing was a little dicey. I think he's been all right, though. He certainly will be, if he keeps this up, he'll be the apple of a few teams' eyes at the trade deadline.
Also part of the swoon, though, in June.
And to be fair, when the team comes out in August and talks about, hey, maybe trimming some payroll, and then you sign a guy like Carlos Santana to play first base, and when that signing happened, a lot of people said, okay, all right, this guy's on the wrong side of 35, but by a lot, and hasn't played well lately. Now we're sitting here in almost mid-June, and they're a 500 baseball team. That's kind of when you put those ingredients in the pie, a lot of times you're going to get a record like that.
Yep. D-backs start their series in Cincinnati against the Reds today. Of course, you'll hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big Friday morning stories in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and the extreme desert heat. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about their great summer special.
Thank
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Bam" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Bam" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
Michelob Ultra is brewed here. So is the grit that takes U.S. soccer players to the world's biggest stages. The excitement fills the stadium before a single ball is kicked. The feeling when we rally together behind one team. From the pitch to the bore, Superior is brewed here. Michelob Ultra, proud sponsors of the U.S. men's national soccer team. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch. Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, in baseball terms, are in a slump. Their 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday finished off a brutal series in Miami. They've lost 10 out of 13 and now head to Cincinnati, where they will get some reinforcement, as Jordan Lawler should be back with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Snakes today, and first pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury dropped one last night to Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings, 85-70. Beckers had a season-high 31, and the Mercury will start a 3-game homestand starting on Saturday against the LA Sparks. And with the NBA draft quickly approaching, what's the Suns' plan? Stay put, trade up? We've got our thoughts over on ArizonaSports.com. And the United States begin their World Cup today against Paraguay, as they will look to start group playoff on the right foot. Kickoff will be at 6 tonight. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just doors? More than just windows. We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sepulka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And we just had a discussion about the Diamondbacks when it came to the offense, the hitting, Jordan Lawler potentially coming back. And ESPN just did a piece on what each team should do as the deadline approaches. And they said for the Diamondbacks, starting pitching. Do you essentially agree with that?
If they have one
option in that starting
I completely disagree.
Right now, no. I mean, that was probably written a while ago.
It was written 2 days ago.
By the time the deadline rolls around, it might be the bigger need. But right now, that's not the biggest need for this team.
No, they need somebody who can hit the ball out of the park and drive in runs. Yeah. I mean, it's abundantly clear.
Right. And talking about this team, they're 500 right now. If they stay in and around that 500 range, do they owe it to themselves to try to make a big trade, or do you think they might just ride out what they have?
I think you got to look at the landscape in mid-July and see exactly where they're at. I mean, they're in a nosedive right now. It's no longer a tailspin; it's a nosedive, and they got to pull themselves out of it. And if they do, go ahead and go for it. My question, Vinny, we'll give your thoughts, but my other question to you would be: does the fact there may not be baseball in 2027 impact what you do at the trade deadline?
I think that is certainly a factor, not only for the Diamondbacks, for other teams. Something to keep in mind. We went through this last year, too, like riding the wave. What do you do? Are you buyers or you sellers? Well, a lot of it depends on what you do and going into the deadline. And last year, the Diamondbacks were playing terrible baseball going into the deadline. They became sellers. And then another weird thing happened after that. After they sold their highly coveted veterans away, who worked out for their new teams, by the way, they started to play better baseball. Help doesn't always mean help, which complicates the whole thing. Like we just kind of had that discussion with Jordan Lawler. It looks like help. Will it be help? We don't know. Right now, again, based on just what we've seen, a 500 team at this point, with all the dips and all the peaks, no, it doesn't make sense for them to go all in right now. I don't think this is a championship caliber team.
Fair. Okay, so the NBA Finals, before the series started, I think Victor Wembanyama was, pronounced as, I know people hate this, but the face of the league, one of the NBA's best players, if not the best. Are we not giving Wemby enough criticism for what happened 2 nights ago?
I think some tend to maybe back off because they'll say, oh, he's young. This is his first time here. Now, when he had the 41 point, 22 rebound game with 6 block shots earlier, nobody said, wow, he's young. He is the next big thing. He is the most dominant force on both ends of the floor. It's the hyperbolic nature of current sports media and sports fans.
He's getting a reputation early on in his career as a volatile guy, the villain, if you will. We all know he's incredibly gifted. We've never seen a player this big and this tall and this talented all in one package. There's no question he's going to be the best player in the league at some point. I don't know if he is there yet, but I just don't know if it's going to serve him and the Spurs in the best possible capacity to be the guy who elbows Naz Reid in the face, who sends Mason Plumlee and Biz Biyombo out to hurt guys or foul guys hard. The guy who's throwing Brunson around. I don't know if that's. We've seen LeBron kind of play heel a little bit in Miami. It didn't work for him. It didn't work for the league. No. Everybody likes a villain, like if it's Dylan Brooks, but when it's the face of the league, I don't think that's good. I think Wemby will probably have some people around him. Popovich is still around him. Like that's probably not the lane or the avenue he wants to go going forward. Vinny, when
we'll get into more of this next segment.
I know you don't want to excuse him because he's 22, but it is a factor in terms of just because he's on that path now doesn't mean he's going to be on that path for the next decade.
Yep. And so what we kind of get lost with the NBA Finals, the NBA draft is quickly approaching. And for the Phoenix Suns right now, they have 1 second-round pick. There's been some rumors about maybe trading back into the first round. Like, in your mind, what do you think the Suns will do around draft time? And if they do get into the first round, do any guys pique your interest?
On that, the NBA draft is in 11 days.
Yeah.
Is that great? Compare that to like the hype
of the NFL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do it right.
They do it right.
Sammy,
I know a lot of people will disagree with me flatly and say the NFL does it right because they pump it up and they've generated I mean, the NFL draft has become a cottage industry unto itself, and again, credit to them for that. But I much prefer it the way the NBA does it. When you're like, oh, the NBA drafts today? Cool. I don't have to, read mock drafts for 8 months.
Right. Rick Bucher's put out his 9th mock draft, 9.0.
I don't know what they're going to do. Look, there's been rumblings that they want to get back into the first round. If they can, it might shock you. I wouldn't be against a guy like Koa Pete.
That's why I asked this question.
If he's around, absolutely.
Yeah, he fits a lot of what I think they're looking for in terms of body type, in terms of skill set. I know he's got his faults right now, like he can't shoot from the outside. You can learn to shoot. Mm-hmm. Do they want to go down that road again after the Ryan Dunn experiment? There hasn't been so much progress made there, but I regardless of if they stay at 47, they have to find. It's about time for them to find a real diamond in the rough.
Yes,
it's like an Oklahoma City style diamont in the rough,
like a Tumani Kamara in the second round.
Yeah, man.
That'd be great.
Why can't they ever draft guys like
all right, my last question. It's the World Cup started yesterday, but the United States play today. And I'm not asking for you guys to go in depth on your soccer knowledge, but what's your overall interest in this year's World Cup, given that it's in North America?
It's increased because of that. I think that's cool. I think the fact that it is here and there's not really many time constraints.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the time zone thing is big.
It's a very convenient viewing for American, even fringe fans, which I like. The patriotism factor ramps it up.
Yep.
I am curious. I mean, I've been watching a little bit of the documentary on HBO about the path that these guys have taken. I was just telling Tim off the air, I think it's funny at this time. There's so much hype going into it.
Yes, so much.
And the United States, as a men's soccer entity, they don't have much in terms of accomplishments.
Nope.
Yet, if they lose this game tonight to Paraguay, who's ranked 41st in the world, all the fringe fans will be like, this is unacceptable.
Yep.
Wait, what are we going to do to improve soccer in the United States? It happens every 4 years in this country. So hopefully we don't deal with that until the knockout round.
I was listening to an analyst on ESPN this morning driving in, and he was saying along those same lines, he's like, it's actually, first of all, the Team USA has not won 2 games in a World Cup. I think it's been over 20 years. But he was talking about the criticism. He goes, it's actually, we feel good about that as a soccer entity, that we've reached the point where people criticize.
Fair.
Whether or not it's fair or not, but the fact that more is expected now instead of being a nice little story.
Yeah.
Right. That's actually, we're in a good place if people care enough to criticize us for not winning enough, and maybe that'll evoke change in how much they spend on developing Team USA.
History tells me they'll go 1-1-1 in group play. They'll make the knockout round and lose. Kind of seems like the path, doesn't it?
But this is the largest World Cup in history, so
48 teams.
So they might be able to win a knockout stage game and lose in the round of 16. That's my kind of ceiling.
I
say
they make it to the round of 8.
So
it's soccer. Just kick the ball.
Quarterfinals.
Look how big
You think
the
they
goal
make it to the
is.
quarterfinals, Jarrett?
Wait.
Yes.
Forgive my ignorance.
They've gotten
on
that
this.
far before.
I know the number of teams changed. Knockout round is now 32
So
teams.
there's a round of 32,
Okay.
and then there's a round of 16.
Okay.
And then it's
So they're playing group play to eliminate 16 teams.
pretty much.
What are we doing?
I know, man. Don't even get me started. I'm a little bit of a soccer nerd, and it frustrates me. But there you guys go. Happy Friday. And Vinny, I hope your computer's still working.
It's
Still not working.
Ooh.
As long as I don't try to pull up any email attachments.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Then
fine.
I guess that's fine.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah.
We're all rebooted here on this Friday. Coming up next is the future face of the league entering his villain era in the NBA. We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives, allowing people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, and it saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in really handy, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that's because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. That means you have the freedom, the flexibility, and more importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home. And should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you have that access to your equity. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Celebrate Father's Day at the D-backs game on Sunday, June 21st. The first 15,000 dads to the game will get a Father's Day polo. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will the Knicks close the Spurs out in 5 games, or will San Antonio extend the series? We'll be previewing Game 5 of the NBA Finals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You obviously got Knicks fans very riled up throughout the game. At one point, there was a colorful chant directed towards you. It seems as though you may be New York's newest villain. Is that kind of the ultimate compliment?
I guess. I'm nowhere near Trae Young level, though.
That was Victor Wembanyama of the Spurs. That was before Game 4, where we saw obviously a reaction to Wemby after the game, which was one thing that's like ruining the joy real quick before we move on, Tim. Okay. Ruining the joy for a lot of New York fans in this whole process is the behavior of some of their fans. The video that came out of the Spurs fan walking back to their hotel, basically,
and got jumped
in Manhattan, got jumped. That was incredibly disturbing. To see Wembanyama walking into his hotel after Game 4 and getting pelted with eggs, what you do, what you say, what you chant, the hell you give a player, by most standards, is within the realm of competition is fine. That stuff is bull crap. And a lot of Knicks fans are having problems reconciling that because there are idiots in every fan base. That being said, Wemby seems to be embracing this. He was doing a lot of trash talking. He was enjoying the trash talk.
Gesturing, egging on the fans.
The physical play, he's already picked up a flagrant 2 in this playoffs for a vicious elbow, which he should have been suspended for. We saw the missed call on Brunson. He's seemingly leaning into this role, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't think it's a good thing for a player as talented as he is, that the league wants to promote ultimately as said face of the league. I have no problem with guys playing with an edge, and there are certain players that need to play with that edge. You go back to Dennis Rodman, I think of Draymond Green, and I think of our own Dylan Brooks. Like, that's what makes them great. Okay, Wembanyama doesn't need that element to make him great. So what concerns you, I think, if you're the league, yeah, the vicious elbows, the physical play, but man, that image of him whispering to Plumlee and Biyombo to go out there and take their shots, like that's like, to me, that's kind of crossing a line that he don't want to cross. I'm going to guess he has good people around him. It's also not good for his brand, if you will.
No.
Right? It's great for a guy like Draymond Green's brand.
That is, yeah,
that
is his brand.
That is his brand.
Yeah. But I agree with you. The talent level and the potential of him to be, and I don't necessarily like this term, but it exists whether I like it or not, the face of the league. I don't think it's good for that. It's got reaction from the media. There's a lot of people in the media that aren't holding their tongues anymore. And I know this is a New York perspective on a New York radio station, but Tiki Barber is one of the hosts on WFAN in New York. He said this after Game 4 about Wemby.
Makes Wemby start going, I'm in your head, Mitch. I got you, Mitch. I'm in your head. He's a cocky ass, Wemby is. Yes. He really is. He is. There's no humility in his game. And the problem, just like Jeremy Shockey pointing to the scoreboard against the San Francisco 49ers in 2002, is that when it comes back to get you, nobody feels sorry for you. Everybody says you deserved it. Wemby, you deserved to miss 2 free throws at the end. You deserved to get punked and shoot 2 for 11, whatever it was in the fourth quarter. You deserved everything you got because you put it way out there before against a team and the Knicks who were committed to winning every moment. Every moment. And the Spurs weren't. And they started taking ill-advised, hey, man, I made 6 of these in the first half. I can make another one. I can make another one. I can make another one. Right? Yeah. You can't keep shooting threes when you don't make them.
Well, let's go back to what happened in Game 4, because there was a lot of trash talking on 2 different occasions. What Tiki Barber said, Victor Wembanyama did to Mitchell Robinson, did the whole I'm in your head thing, and Mitchell Robinson took matters into his own hands, and he took a shot at Wemby, and it was right on the line. It could have gone either way. That might have been disastrous for the Knicks had he been found. I thought they were going to call a flagrant 2. On Mitchell Robinson, because that was a legitimate shot to the face.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that particular action by Mitchell Robinson affected what we saw from Wemby the rest of the game, because he was very full of bravado at that stage of the game when you're building that lead and cruising and every shot's going in. But at the end of the game, he turtled at the free throw line. He just did.
I think
he turtled at the end of the game earlier when he had an open shot to win a game.
I think that was the pressure of the moment. That was a tsunami of emotions coming over that entire arena, with both good and bad. And I mean bad for the Spurs. And you could see it in his eyes. It's like he didn't even want to. A guy who just knocks down free throw after free throw, he looked like he didn't want to be out there. Now, you bring up an interesting point. Like, is there a line, though, between good old-fashioned basketball trash talk, which has existed at every level from the playground to the NBA for a very, very long time, and then the dirty play. Like, to me, like, that's like there's two different conversations there. If Wemby wants to be a guy who talks trash, okay, you back it up. You better be able to take it.
Yeah, some of the greatest players in the history of the game have been great trash talkers.
Michael Jordan,
Larry Bird.
When Jordan got into the league, he reflected on this years after the fact and said that Larry Bird and McHale talked more trash than any players he had ever seen, or in this case heard. So this has been a part of the culture of basketball for a very long time.
But why I don't think it's good for the league moving forward if he continues to wear this particular hat is look at the landscape of the Western Conference. San Antonio is likely going to get ousted in the next 2 games. The Knicks are going to be the champions. San Antonio is going to be really good for a really long time. Oklahoma City is going to be really good for a really long time. I think San Antonio got a lot of fringe support from fans around the league.
Even people in
not
Phoenix.
Oklahoma City. But if you have 2 teams sitting atop the Western Conference that are, vying for a conference championship every year, and they're both hateable to the fringes, that's not a good place to be.
Well, especially if the fringes don't want to watch.
Yes. Now they're watching this because this is kind of the New York thing is outweighing.
I would say
counterbalancing at least.
Yeah.
I would say there's a lot of people that work at the league and a lot of people that work for the San Antonio Spurs, and this is a 22-year-old kid. I mean, he is young, he is brash, he is obviously embracing a certain role. He's obviously got a little gangster in him. We talked about that last week. But I think the people that are around him, whether his own personal, crew, if you will, like his managers, his agents and whatnot, PR people, the people that work for the Spurs, and ultimately those people that work for the league will probably be in his ear about how he wants to cultivate his image going forward. Because he doesn't need to be that guy.
Let's call it like it is, too. The typical Americans don't like the typical French.
True.
And vice versa. Am I wrong here?
But there is a way that this could work, though. There is value in having the big bad, having the villain that you want to root against. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the villain because he's good and he's big and he's unstoppable. Not the villain because he takes people out into the temple with elbows.
Yes, that's good.
Did you hear what David Jacoby said on the Zach Lowe podcast?
Took someone to the temple? I didn't even know he was Jewish.
David Jacoby used to work for ESPN. On a podcast
for The Ringer, right?
For The Ringer, yeah. He talked about his bubbling feelings for Wembanyama. My blood is still boiling about this Brunson thing because I've seen it a million times. Like, what is he responding to? What is that a retaliation for? I think emotionally he can't control himself, honestly, and I really started drumming up a dislike for him this summer, and now it's just at 1 million. I cannot stand this guy. I hate his outfits. I hate his face. I hate his hair. I hate everything about him. I just think he's such a try-hard and curated.
Okay, that's a little much.
He says he's very kind of like a sarcastic person when you listen to his podcast, and I've heard him go on a rant about Wemby before. He does have a disdain for him, but he tends to go in the he exaggerates it a little bit.
Also, if Wemby proves he's a guy that can lose his cool and you can get in his head and maybe get a tee or get him thrown out, other teams are going to try to get in his head and they're going to agitate him.
Guess what? You can get in his head right now. If he corrects that, look out.
And that's where I think he's going to grow up and out of that.
Yep. Coming up next on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, what are the biggest questions facing the Cardinals that don't involve Jacoby Brissett or Josh Sweat? We'll tell you some of ours next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Mack Wilson Sr. is a really, really good football player. And what I love about Mack Wilson Sr. is he also is a guy that understands the game. Communication is so critical, especially on the defensive side of the ball, being able to communicate with your teammates. He understood the defense so well. He's a bad man on the football field. If you don't know what to do, it don't matter. Mack Wilson Sr. knows what to do and helps other guys know what to do.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Summer is here. Pool parties, family get-togethers, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and system, like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
We know what's coming, the world's biggest soccer tournament. Yep, Paul Calvi's here, and from the opening stage to the final or the NBA Finals, you can trade it all on Kalshi. Kalshi, it's the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau, heck, the U.S. Open is coming. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Speaking of, USA or Mexico, which host nation will advance further? Both trading around 40%, which means $100 pays out $250. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app, use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, and get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller. Hey, Wayne, what's going on today? Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks are in a tough spot right now after a 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday. They have now lost 3 straight. Their record has evened out to 500, and nothing seems to be going right. Some help is on the way, though. Our own John Gambadoro reported yesterday that Jordan Lawler will be back with the club today as they visit the Reds, and first pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The United States officially kicks off their World Cup on home soil today. The red, white, and blue gets Paraguay in Game 1. Kickoff will be at 6 this evening. The Carolina Hurricanes are now 1 win away from the Stanley Cup after their 4-2 Game 5 win last night. And this report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How has Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the AZ and life in the NFL? We'll chat with the rookie quarterback on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You sit there and you study these guys, right? And again, being in this division, you knew some of these guys a little bit more than you'd say if you're with Buffalo or something like that, because obviously they're in the division. You see the crossovers and all that kind of stuff. So you felt like you had a pretty good idea, but you don't really know until you get on the grass with these guys, how they think, how they're interpreting the information you're giving them. So when you give them the foundational aspects, you're trying to spread the wealth a little bit. Hey, can he do this? Can he not? Like, I don't know if he can, so let's give him an opportunity. And us as coaches, that's part of our job, is to say he can or cannot do this. And that's okay. Like, not every guy is Superman out there that's able to do every single aspect, and that's why you build the plans as such.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, talking during minicamp this week. Of course, the last day called off. We will not see the Cardinals together again, all 90 on the roster, until July 22nd when they report for camp. As Mike LaFleur said, there's no rules for rookies. Everybody else is going their own ways. Rookies are still here.
You will stay and learn, yes.
You got to whip them into shape. We've spent so much time, and I think rightfully so, in our Cardinals discussions during OTAs, during minicamp, is wondering about the quarterback situation, wondering about the relationship between the team and Jacoby Brissett, wondering about Josh Sweat's happiness. And I think those things we can put kind of in their own categories, and we'll eliminate them for the purposes of this discussion, because those are not the only questions or concerns people have about the Arizona Cardinals going into 2026. What I want to know, Tim, is what are the ones at or near the top of your list that aren't related to the quarterback position or Josh Sweat?
Okay, so we don't talk quarterback? Okay. Well, I've broken it down this way. I'm worried about the wide receivers, specifically Marvin Harrison's development. I'm worried about the offensive line quite a bit in terms of the new pieces there. Are they going to work? I'm worried about the defensive line, Vince. I'm worried about the linebackers as well. I'm also got some concerns about the secondary in terms of some growth there, especially with Garrett Williams being hurt.
How about
so pretty much, that's pretty much everything, in case you didn't notice.
All right, let's start.
But in all seriousness, there are elements of every position group for varying reasons that are concerns, and that's why the Cardinals are not picked by many to win a lot of football games this year. But we can go through those individually. I mean, I was kind of having fun a little bit there, sure. but there's validity to what I'm saying. I do have concerns with every single position group outside of tight end and running back.
You said wide receiver. Let's start there. Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously is, if we asked that, it presented this the same way to 100 hardcore Cardinal fans, that might be the number one item on the list too. What does Marvin Harrison's year 3 development look like? What type of player are we going to see? Are we going to see a new player unlocked in a new offense with a new offensive system with Mike LaFleur's system and Nathaniel Hackett's influence? I think those are very fair questions.
And I want to believe that. We just heard all these things last year. Now, I know that's a different offensive coordinator. I know it's a different quarterback than we had at this time a year ago. A different quarterback than for the first 5 games of last year, obviously talking about Kyler Murray. So it was highly disappointing that Marvin Harrison did not make that massive leap from year 1 to year 2. And that causes concern now with every passing year. Is Marvin Harrison ever going to be a high-end Pro Bowl / all-pro caliber wide receiver in this league? And let's be very clear. He was drafted with those sort of expectations.
Absolutely.
Abso-freaking-lutely. And he hasn't come close. Not only did he not take a jump in year 2, thanks to the injury, his statistics were worse in year 2.
Injuries.
So I want to believe in him. I still do believe in him, but he's running out of opportunities because now you got the new offensive coordinator, you got the new head coach, you're playing with Jacoby Brissett or whoever for a full season. We have to, if we don't see it this year, it ain't ever going to happen.
With what we saw from Michael Wilson last year, though, I will say this. While I have questions, I think the receiver room is better than it was last year.
I think Kendrick Bourne will be the best third wide receiver they've had in quite some time.
I would agree with that. They got another veteran, Devin Duvernay, to bring him in, a guy with experience. They drafted a wide receiver, and Reggie Virgil is probably going to be the 5th or 6th, in the battle for the 5th or 6th spot. I think there's 7 receivers when you count those guys and Weaver and Simi Fehoko who have a chance to make this team. I think that room is better. You mentioned offensive line. You look at the right side of that line with a rookie and Chase Basantis at right guard and Elijah Wilkinson, who was here, left, was in Atlanta for a couple years. Now he's back and apparently is a better player than when he left. But all due respect to those guys, that is an area that people are going to look at and wonder if they have enough at those positions.
It's a gigantic question mark until we see Basantis play. We've seen Wilkinson play. Yeah, he improved.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a younger version of Kelvin Beachum? Serviceable?
Yeah.
Not great. Quality guy to have in your room?
Yeah, because you don't have Beach to lean on anymore.
You don't have Beach to lean on anymore. Basantis could be first-team All-Pro. I don't know. He's got a world of talent. That's great. Verhoeven took a step back last year. Okay, got to take a step back up this year. Paris Johnson Jr., another guy who's been good, but you hope will take another step. There's a lot of guys that fall into that category in the Austin Fort regime, right? Yeah. A lot of talent, picked to play, picked to be a very good football player. Haven't seen it yet. Some for different reasons than others, but you're relying on a lot of these guys to take that proverbial leap in 2026. And that's a dangerous game to play because not everybody does.
With respect to timing here, you had a couple of other questions. I'll combine a couple of them because you did mention the secondary. You did mention the linebacking core. One of my big questions is sometimes when things go horribly south for a team, there's future benefits. And one of the future benefits is throwing guys into the fire that necessarily weren't ready to be in that fire. And they got burned a little bit in that first fire. That happened to a couple guys last year. That happened to Cody Simon at linebacker. That happened to Denzel Burke at cornerback. And there were glimpses. And they're going to be counted on a lot more heavily this year. Are those burns that they got from being in the fire as rookies on a bad football team going to pay dividends this year?
We could say that.
Both of those things are very possible.
Possible, but we said the same thing about Cottrell Clark when he was thrown into the fire as a rookie. Like, true. Oh my God, if he's this good as a rookie, as a 6th-round pick, think of how good he's going to be in 3 years. Well, now he's third on the depth chart. And doesn't play unless he needs to, or has to, I should say. Yeah. Everything I said about Marvin Harrison Jr., you can say about Darius Robinson. Like, it's now or never, man. Like, come on. This is a first-round pick who's made very little impact as a professional football player. We talk about the calf his rookie year, but the time is now. The time is, again, if it doesn't happen in year 3, I question whether it'll ever happen. They're out of excuses. Walter Nolan Jr.'s got to get back on the field. I think Roy Lopez is going to help. So, again, this is why they're predicted to win so few games. Far too many question marks.
There's some people suggesting a 0 in the win column. I don't think that happens.
Some of these guys will be better. some of them won't.
Yeah.
And the guys that will be better might contribute to a few wins in 2026.
Coming up next, the sports world still buzzing about Game 4 of the NBA Finals, the massive comeback by the New York Knicks. It got us to thinking, and we're in the mood to reminisce. We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring. In for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, it's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There are no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and that's the next best thing for people in this situation. Vince Marotta here to tell you about Y-Refi and what they specialize in. They help people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed rate payment that they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about your situation. They don't grill you about how you got into the situation. They meet you where you are and work with you to build a plan that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that is where Y-Refi does its best work. Y-Refi was built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take it back with Y-Refi. Give them a call. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Diamondbacks offense find life in their series in Cincinnati? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I don't even have the words. I blacked out. Craziest night of my life. This is one of the happiest days of my life. It's been crazy. I just watched a 30-point comeback. I mean, I still can't believe this is real life. Yo, I have never experienced anything like this in the history of me being alive. I've been alive for 21 years. The most amazing sporting events I've ever seen. And I was in the Garden when Willis came out in Game 7 in 1970.
That was a sampling of fans after Game 4. That was put together by The Athletic.
The guy's been alive for 21 years and he never saw anything like it. My God.
I mean, what a letdown the next 55
No doubt,
years or
man.
so are going to be for that guy. But we talked about it. It was one of those games that resonated with so many people. And you could, I know you didn't see the video. That was a video reaction. You didn't get to see the joy and jubilation on these fans' faces. It was one of those games that, there's no other way to say it, makes you feel that feeling. Like, what I just witnessed was absolutely special.
I would agree. Like, it'll go down as the Ananobi game or the OG game or the OG tip game.
The tip game,
or the comeback. I mean, but
Right.
you'll always know what people are talking about when it's referenced.
Now, before we get into the angle that we're doing this segment, because of all that, isn't there, as a fan, part of you that hopes that the Spurs do win Saturday and that the Knicks, if they win the championship, it is in New York?
I'm kind of torn on it. On the surface, I say yes for good Knicks fans that have suffered for a long time.
Even as a viewer,
that
wouldn't
would be
that
really
be
cool.
Yeah,
Because even the reaction after Game 4, just from a viewing standpoint, to see the joy in that building was special.
If that comeback happens on the road in San Antonio, it's a totally different feeling.
It probably doesn't happen.
But I'm just saying, as a viewer of the
Yes.
game, being at MSG was part of the thing that made that feel so magical.
But I also, the flip side of that is I worry about the well-being of the city, quite honestly.
Oh,
because
people, more
because
people,
of the criminal element.
More people will die if they win that game at home.
Yeah.
I think people will die if they win the game on the road. I mean, from what we've seen,
Bluntly, yeah.
yeah. I mean, those are sheer animals out there. Mike Greenberg took him to task.
What an animal! Oh,
yeah. Keep an eye on Greeny.
I saw he tried to bite Wemby's ankle when he was getting into his hotel. So the way we're attacking this and this reminiscing part is it doesn't have to be local. It can be whatever made you feel that feeling as a sports viewer. We talked about it. It was one of those games that just reminds you why you love sports. Cam Cox from 12 News did a whole piece on his afternoon hit yesterday about I love sports. This is why, and he went through a lot of those.
All those moments.
Yeah, and we've had a bunch of them. I'm curious to see what people came up with on their list.
Well, I can go first, and I'll rip right through it because I want to make sure everybody has their time. Like and I kind of broke these down into real categories. I'm not going to talk about each one, but like personally speaking, growing up where I grew up, my dad worked at DePaul. He was a dean there. When DePaul beat UCLA in 1979 to go to the Final Four, that was really, really big to me. I'll never forget the Bears Super Bowl 20. I know Bickley's talked about that. I was actually at the famous Notre Dame-Miami game in 1988. I talked about it the other day.
Do you have a T-shirt?
The Catholics versus Convicts T-shirt?
Yeah.
I did at the time. It didn't quite make it. Through 100 moves. I was brought to tears when the Cubs won the World Series in 2016. Some moments or games from my childhood that I'll never forget. Jordan 63 against the Celtics. I watched that on my couch. Couldn't believe it. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that before. Professional moments. The covering the Packers on the field when they won the 96 Super Bowl down in New Orleans, bringing the Lombardi Trophy back. And one that Suns fans will remember, and this is the one I did want to speak about real quick. It was 2010, and it wasn't for a championship. It wasn't even in the Western Conference Finals. But it was what I will always call the Dragic game. Game 3, San Antonio, Phoenix, Spurs. Okay, Suns won the first 2 games of the series. It was a very evenly matched series. It was the Spurs. We're in their building. Everybody kind of assumed they were going to win Game 3. They were leading after 3 quarters. And in the last 13 minutes of that basketball game, Goran Dragic literally became a combination of Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain. I've never seen a performance like that. He scored 26 points in the final 13 minutes. But when I say professionally speaking, I was in the building.
Yeah.
And because I was a sportscaster at Channel 3, we had a 9 o'clock news. So the sportscaster, like 9:45, lined up perfectly about a half hour after the game. And Julie Fye, bless her heart, Julie, if you're listening, I will never forget this. She brought Dragic out onto the court for me. And I think I was more excited than he was. I don't think he grasped as a young player what in the hell.
And he got to talk to Tim Ring.
He just did. And I'll never forget that moment. And then I want to also throw in Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the '96 Olympics in Atlanta was an emotional moment for me personally. I think a lot of people feel the same.
I just kind of tapped into my similar experience of just stuff I happen to see on TV during my life that didn't even affect necessarily the teams that for me, the pinnacle emotionally and all that was the Cardinals winning the NFC Championship. I got to watch it with my dad. It was the last game I ever got to watch with my dad. But just from the viewing standpoint, where I didn't really have a rooting interest, Christian Laettner's turnaround shot in '92 to beat Kentucky was unbelievable. Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. That whole postseason was magical baseball, regardless of what team you were rooting for, even if you didn't have a team. It was just great game after great game after great game. I've talked about this one. It was such an impactful moment. Game 1 of the '88 World Series with Kirk Gibson. Couldn't stand the Dodgers. Didn't really like that iteration of the A's.
That was the same night as the Notre Dame-Miami game. I was driving back from South Bend when he hit the home run. Those were the same freaking day.
My funny story was, it was a Saturday night. I was going out for the evening. My friend came to, I was my senior year in high school. My friend came to pick me up, and he was waiting in the car, and I said, I can't, it's the ninth inning. I got to see how this game ends. And that at-bat took forever from Gibson, and I finally got upset. And I was frustrated, and I shut the TV off, got in the car, and it was pre-internet. We didn't
mid-at-bat.
I didn't know until the next day what had happened, that I missed out on watching history, at least on television. The other one for me was when teenager, Flutie's pass.
Oh, to Phelan?
Boston College to Gerard Phelan.
Greatest college football game maybe ever.
It was
amazing.
The game is in its entirety on YouTube. I found yesterday.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Melvin Bratton, Flutie, Phelan.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, oh my God, what a game.
Flutie. What do you guys got real quick?
Real quickly, wide right, the first Super Bowl I ever can remember watching. I was 8 years old. Giants beat the Bills on a missed extra point. I was in New York when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup that whole season. Just everyone, opposing crowds chanting 1940.
Yeah. Were you a Rangers fan?
I was an Islanders fan, but I lived on Long Island also, but I remember how much that swept up the city. 2 Orioles moments, Cal Ripken breaking the consecutive game streak the year after the strike. Then the Jeffrey Mayer. Do you remember that?
Of course. 96.
If you go back and watch that, like even I was a Yankees fan at the time. That was pre-Diamondbacks. It will infuriate you as a baseball fan that was allowed to stand.
The Orioles, for that part of the 90s, the Orioles were the best team in the AL East with Mike Mussina and Ripken and all those teams. That started the Yankees dynasty, essentially.
It did.
96. They won that game. They won that series. They won the World Series.
That kid's 42 years old now.
And then I mentioned it earlier, U of A, Illinois.
Yeah.
Elite Eight.
Sammy?
Yeah, I have a couple quick ones that we didn't mention. As a huge LeBron fan, him coming back 3-1. No. Him coming back 3-1 and winning Game 7.
That was an unbelievable moment.
Unreal.
I almost put it on my list, even though I dislike LeBron so much. But that moment, that game, that series was ridiculous.
Lionel Messi winning the World Cup last year, the greatest soccer player ever. No ifs, ands, and buts. The only thing he needed left was a World Cup, and it was an all-time game. So Lionel Messi's on that. Being at and seeing John Rahm win the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. Tiger Woods winning the 2019 Masters after everything that he had gone through.
Yep.
And then 2 quick ones. They're not games, but they're moments that like make me realize and know that I love sports. Working for the Diamondbacks, I got to take BP on Chase Field, which was like so sick. And then I had a key card to the McHale Center back when I used to work for like the daily sports thing back there. So I used to go at nights and get shots up like weekly, and with the lights on and everything. And as a basketball savant and nerd and love all that. That was probably
Very cool.
one of the coolest things.
Cool.
So there we go.
I took on Devin Booker in a 3-point shooting contest.
Yeah, and we'll leave it at that.
What do you think happened?
Yeah, no, I know.
Well, was he shooting like 2026 Devin Booker from 3?
You know what? I hung tough for a couple of 2 racks.
Bickley played Diana Taurasi in horse.
That blanked.
Yeah,
and he lost, right?
He got torched.
HORSE to nothing.
No, it's just it's one of those games that it just makes you start thinking that way. Coming up next,
100%.
Diamondbacks in Cincinnati, a game that's on Apple TV. Tonight, Ryan Spilborghs will be on the call. He'll join us to talk D-backs baseball. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jordan Alvarez to the Diamondbacks. Arizona sends Ryan Waldschmidt, Kason Cunningham, Daniel Egan, and Cole Drake to Houston. I don't know.
So would you do it? Would you do it as it's proposed?
I think I would, honestly. I like Waldschmidt a lot. I'm not going to pretend to have this attachment to the way Kason Cunningham and Daniel Egan play baseball because they're in the minors. I wouldn't do it for a rental. I wouldn't do that for most players. Jordan Alvarez he's like one of the best hitters in baseball every year. He just doesn't get talked about as much as like a Shohei or Aaron Judge or whatever. And you've got him for a couple more years.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey friends, Dan Bickley here, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it's the worst time to be dealing with nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, talking about cellular treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, the pain backs off, and suddenly you're feeling like your old self again. And folks, this stuff really works. They've helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions, and the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%. Get your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right, fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Grand price and possession.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks in baseball terms are in a slump. Their 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday finished off a brutal series in Miami. They've lost 10 out of 13 and now head to Cincinnati, where they will get some reinforcement, as Jordan Lawler should be back with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the NBA draft quickly approaching, what's the Suns' plan? Stay put, trade up? We give our thoughts over on ArizonaSports.com. And the United States begin their World Cup today against Paraguay, as they will look to start group playoff on the right foot. Kickoff will be at 6 o'clock tonight. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks get their offense going in Cincinnati this weekend? We'll be previewing D-backs Reds at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, D-backs Reds tonight to start that series in Cincinnati. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7. If you want to see it, it's an Apple TV game. And joining us now, part of the broadcast, along with Alex Faust and Tricia Whitaker, Ryan Spilborgs will be the analyst on that game, and Ryan joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Ryan, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Vincent. Tim, how are you guys?
Good, buddy. Doing well. In preparation for this telecast, at least the Diamondbacks didn't weigh you down with all kinds of offensive highlights that you had to pour through, Ryan.
Well, I mean, look, there's been a lot of teams that go to Miami and they get shut out. I mean, I'm not making excuses for any teams that go there, but those guys can pitch. That environment stinks as a player. I mean, there's no energy, and they just got to figure out what's going on in Miami as far as getting fans to the games. It's just, again, no excuse for the Diamondbacks not being able to score many runs there, but still, Miami's a good team, but that environment is not very fun to play in.
You know, Spilly, we're trying to make sense of just how good this ball club is. They've lost 10 out of 13, but it came on the heels of a streak where they won 11 out of 13, but all those wins were against the Rockies and the Giants, so you're just kind of wondering where this team is at. As a national guy, your outside perspective, are the D-backs basically a 500 team and we'll probably see that the rest of the way here? Or is there the potential and the ceiling potentially here to make a run at a playoff spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question because the National League is stronger than the American League this year. But how the fundamentals and the principles of Diamondbacks baseball, hard base running, contact, good defense, it feels like it's there. But at the same time, like, for example, like Ketel Marte, who I think is one of the most underrated players in the sport, is not running the bases like he has been. And, like, those extra bases taken, the first and thirds, like, he's just not on the leaderboard like we're accustomed to seeing. And then you have a guy like Gerardo Perdomo, who last year was, top 5 in the MVP voting. This version of him is not the version that we saw a year ago, but he's still walking more than he strikes out. So, I don't know. Like, I think the pieces are there for them to be above 500. It stinks to lose Corbin Burns because I thought he was going to be a big boost for them from, like, a pitching standpoint, because we know the starters, they've been challenged by Torey Lovello. It's just it's hard to tell, because when I see the Diamondbacks, because it's always against the Rockies, they look like one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, Ryan, we were actually, I was kicking this around. I raised the question. I really don't know the answer, but what the heck, you may have a pretty good answer from your days playing actually in a clubhouse for the Rockies all those years. When news like Corbin Burns hits, obviously it deflated the fan base. The front office was probably devastated. Can it impact the clubhouse, though? I kind of wonder if that could have an impact on them, but they have not won a lot of baseball games since that news broke.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just coincidental as far as the record and the news. Like, Corbin's been hurt for majority of the time he's been with the Diamondbacks, so it's not like he's been there the whole time. And giving you 32 starts a season and then you just lose a horse. I mean, you haven't had him. So I don't think that really impacts the overall, thought process of the team. But it would have been nice to get him because you know how important he can be and how good he can be. So I think there was probably some disappointment, but also probably not a lot just because these guys are professionals and you just go by your day to day.
Ryan Spielborg's part of the D-backs Reds broadcast tonight on Apple TV. He's our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. You talked about the setting in Miami and getting shut out is not something that is uncommon these days. But to get shut out 2 games in a row, and the offensive struggles really predate that series in Miami, especially with runners in scoring position. My question is, when a team goes through a slump like that, just team-wide 1 through 9 in the lineup, Ryan, how much of that is just negative feelings, negative psychology? How much does that bleed into it in your experience?
Yeah, another good question because you're talking about psychology of players, which it's really hard to tell because you don't know. I mean, in general, when players are starting to press a little bit with runners in scoring position, there is you can see if the chase rate is up, the swing and miss is up. You can see the overall effort level of the swing. Also, hitting with runners in scoring position is a little bit of a talent. I know people always talk about, RBIs shouldn't matter. It's just a byproduct of being where you are in the lineup. I was like, that is a bunch of baloney.
Yes.
Because it's like the last 3 outs of a big league game, the last 3 outs are the hardest outs to get. Hitting with runners in scoring position is more pressure than not hitting with any sort of runner on base. So, you do have some young players in the lineup. Sometimes it's just luck of the draw. Like Ketel Marte hit a laser yesterday to center field, and Jacob Marcy makes a diving catch. So is that the team is pressing, or is that, hey, good swing, bad result?
Yeah.
So that's where you have to just, if there is pressure, you got to find out which players are having the pressure and see if you can take it off. And the only way you can take it off is just having them just relax and go, hey, we don't need you to come through with a big hit every time. We just need you to take a quality at bat.
Yeah, and Spilly, go ahead, finish up. I was going to say,
I was just going to say that just happens overnight.
In your experience, when a team is going through this, how much impact can a hitting coach or even a manager have on trying to pull this team out of a tailspin? Zero. Okay.
Literally, none. Because they're not in the box for you. It just takes the guys just relaxing. And sometimes it's, maybe it's a guy like Nolan just going, hey, relax, we got this. And the guy's like, it doesn't happen overnight when it comes to hitting with pressure. It just kind of happens. And then once it happens, it's like a snowball effect and vice versa. Hitting, just because you hit 400 with runners in scoring position for 2 weeks doesn't mean that it translates for the rest of the year, because we just see it. This game is a game of chance. It's a game of chaos, and that's why we love it, because there's no rhyme or reason to sometimes the results that you see.
True. Ryan Spielborgs will be on the call for Apple TV, D-backs Reds tonight. He joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were talking earlier in the week, Ryan, too, about the bunched up nature of baseball right now, and I know you work with the Rockies, and the Rockies aren't that far under a 400 winning percentage. Everybody's seemingly bunched up right now, which means the trade deadline's going to be convoluted. The Diamondbacks are certainly in the middle of that race in the National League. If this were to continue and it stays bunched up, when you look at this team, what is the biggest glaring weakness in terms of what they need to get to that next level?
For the Diamondbacks, I'd always say bullpen. I mean, the bullpen and just continuing to add. I think from an offensive standpoint, the pieces are there. I mean, you just got to, if you're gonna run with some of these young kids, you just gotta let them play. You don't want to block anybody by bringing in somebody for a second. I mean, if there was a position player spot on the Diamondbacks that I would be curious about, probably be first base.
Yeah.
That's probably the one that's glaring, but I think there's enough there that you don't really have to worry about that. But I'd always say bullpen. I mean, across the league, everybody can add to the pen.
Ryan, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much for coming on the show, and have a great call tonight.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah. See you guys.
All right, see you, Spilly.
Ryan Spielborg's Major League Baseball commentator for Apple TV. He's going to be on the D-backs Reds broadcast tonight. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it seems like now that he's out of Arizona, the gloves are off for a lot of people when it comes to Kyler Murray. We'll give you the latest example of that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on your opposition you will be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. At Sweet James, they've got a full in-house trial team, and their 98% winning record and experience in over 500 trials gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. They know they cannot play games when dealing with Sweet James. This is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in America. They're exactly the kind of attorney you need on your side. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP, Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol. Distinctly smooth taste. And just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
Tawny, people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I think the toughest part is, again, I was there for 7 years. I know I had two different, offensive systems, but at the same time, you're getting all those reps. Now having to split reps, it's me already being behind, not getting the amount of reps that, you would typically want a guy to get learning an offense. That's probably the toughest part, just, again, going back to the past, being in control of everything, understanding what we were already doing because I was comfortable within the system. Now coming into the new system, learning on the fly, trying to play fast, efficient, and let it loose while learning. That's the toughest part.
We talked about that cut earlier in the week. Kyler Murray of the Minnesota Vikings talking about what's the biggest challenge so far, and he immediately pointed to splitting reps, and that is happening during minicamp.
What's he doing here?
Vikings.
What is that other quarterback doing here? What's he doing here?
Don't you know who I am?
I don't like him.
I'm not going to pick up this offense as quickly as I can if I don't get all the reps.
Make him leave. Make him go to the B team.
Well, there was certainly a reaction to that. There was certainly a reaction to that in Minnesota, where this quarterback competition is happening. But around the country, there was a lot of reaction to it as well. Sean Salisbury at one time played for the Minnesota Vikings, longtime quarterback, longtime broadcaster, doing a podcast, a show now called Unpaved. He did not hold his tongue on what he thought of those comments from Kyler Murray. Listen to this.
Here's what entitlement looks like. It's the first time since Allen High School, even then, going on to Texas A&M, you got it, and then a guy brought in. The first time he was a coaching change and or some competition he didn't like at Oklahoma, Texas A&M, where'd he go? He left. He goes to Arizona's handed the job. They run Josh Rosen out. This is such a ass non-competitive comment. You get us all excited about, is Kyler Murray a changed guy when he talked about JJ and being a good guy in the quarterback room? Well, I know in Arizona, the word was he didn't prepare there. Hence why he's now playing in Minnesota. The job was handed to him, entitled. He didn't have to compete for it ever. In 7 years, didn't have to compete one time for a starting quarterback job in Arizona. Well, here you go. Hence, now he's on his way to Minnesota. So you got to compete and win a job. Welcome to the rest of the football world that's not first pick of the draft. After you've been basically told you're not good enough for us in Arizona, we're not signing you.
The name of that show should be Scorched Earth.
Well, tell him how you really feel. Goodness.
They're still paying him. They might not be signing him anymore, but
I'm looking at Sean Salisbury's Twitter account, and it's got the logo for the Unpaved show on the bottom. It says, real talk, no filter, no BS, no hot takes. There's certainly no filter on that part.
There's no filter. That's my reaction. That's an old school quarterback who found himself in many a quarterback battle and was often the underdog trying to make it in a league that I would say, actually did, in fact, make it in. Some younger fans might say, oh, another old head boomer yelling about Kyler Murray. But that's the mentality of a quarterback who played a long time in this league. Like, don't shy away from competition. It's interesting he brought up the Texas A&M thing because he was supposed to be the savior there. In fact, I think he made his debut against ASU.
He did.
But Kyle Allen came in.
They were the top. Kyle Allen was the top pro-style quarterback in that class, and Kyler Murray was the top dual-threat quarterback in that class, and they got both of them. They both played in that game, but he didn't beat out Kyle Allen for that job.
He didn't.
No, and he did leave.
He did leave,
and he did go to Oklahoma.
Kyle Allen, by the way.
Under the he did go to Oklahoma under the premise that Baker Mayfield was leaving, and Baker Mayfield didn't leave. He stuck around for another year and won a Heisman.
Do you guys think it is truly a quarterback competition in Minnesota?
Well, I defended.
And should it be?
I actually defended Kyler Murray the other day. I mean, we're kind of having fun now, but I defended him the other day. There is a chance that he's been told upon signing there that you will be our starting quarterback, but to appease J.J. McCarthy, they're publicly stating it's a competition. So if Kyler Murray is like, look, man, this is a new system, a new head coach, I got to learn KOC's system, I'm going to be the starting quarterback, why am I splitting reps? And he was very candid and obviously honest with the media. And I can't strike him for that. I think it's refreshing when a player gives an honest answer. We could use more of that.
Yes.
So I don't want to kill the guy. Now, if it's a real competition and he hasn't been given the job behind closed doors, and you're complaining about the other guy getting an opportunity to win the job, that's a different story. But if they told him upon signing, you're the guy, I could see why he'd be a bit rank.
Not even upon signing, before signing. Sign here, you'll be the guy.
Before signing, obviously, that's what I mean.
They still have more money invested in J.J. McCarthy at this point. And the more I examine this and you hear comments like that, I do think it is a legitimate. They want to win football games. To hand it to Kyler Murray, sight unseen, I think would be irresponsible by a pretty responsible organization. But I will say this. Let's go back to the weirdness of last year in Arizona for Kyler Murray, stemming from what Sean Salisbury just said. I think it's fishy. I think the whole situation was fishy. Nobody can identify exactly where the foot was hurt. He was coming back. He was rumored to be ready to play against Dallas and then didn't play. And then it was radio silence. Kyler Murray wasn't talked about. He went on the injured list. He wasn't around. It was Jacoby Brissett's show. Was that all to protect Kyler Murray because he didn't want to sit behind Jacoby Brissett? Because that would have been viewed as losing a competition? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Also, it hurts your trade leverage if you bench the guy. I think we all know what happened last year.
I mean, look, I'm still subscribing to that, but from the Cardinal standpoint, I absolutely subscribe to that. They didn't want to damage what they thought was an asset, which they ended up getting nothing for, by the way. But from the Murray standpoint, I don't think there was any chance on God's green earth he was going to come back and put a uniform on.
That wasn't going to happen.
And pick up a clipboard and a headset.
That was never going to happen. You're exactly right. Now maybe the motivation was more for the Cardinals protecting that asset, but Kyler Murray wasn't going to play that game either. There's no way.
Now imagine
there's no way.
If this is a true competition and J.J. McCarthy beats him out, you are going to see a level of grumpy cat with Kyler Murray that you may have never seen before. Like, could you imagine him starting the year as the backup Kyler?
No way.
The demeanor he's going to have? You're shaking your head like it's not even a possibility.
McCarthy would have to really beat him out between now and week one. Really beat him out.
I think the scenario that Jared just painted could happen would be 4 or 5 weeks into the season. That if, all right, we're going with Kyler with a short leash.
Starts off 1-3 or something like that.
And then they hand the reins to McCarthy, and he actually played well. That would be new grumpy cat level.
That would be.
I always laugh. I mean, the game that Kyler hurt the foot, he came back actually that game.
I know he
came
back in the game.
I mean, all of a sudden he's out for the season. I mean, God.
He warmed up before that Cowboys game.
He was
all
a game
week
time
long.
decision, and that went from up.
Oh, my foot!
Oh, my foot! It's broken.
Oh, my face mask. I just thought those comments were
wow.
You don't even on podcast form. You don't normally.
We're not even
strong.
We're not even at training camp.
No, it's June.
Like it's June. The competition, like we talk about Brissett versus Beck versus Minshew, like that realistically might be a competition come training camp, but McCarthy versus K1 before training camp even started is wild.
Those comments Murray made about having to share reps they're not going to sit well with former players. They're just not. They're not, and they're not going to. And they didn't sit well with a lot of Vikings fans either.
No,
I mean they were split. I joked about it. Like, imagine a fan base split on Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
can't believe it.
It's almost like, we praised him for his earlier comments about like wanting to be a mentor. Yeah. But now that you look back at it with hindsight, it comes across as he was saying that sort of thinking that he was given the starting quarterback job. It's my job now to be the mentor to the young guy who is now my backup and stuff like that. Yeah. Whereas McCarthy from day one was looking at it as a competition.
Well, Kyler's comments about being there for McCarthy and their great relationship look worse because J.J. McCarthy came out 15 minutes later and said it basically was all bull.
We've never actually met.
Kyler, who?
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour is here. Means Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Friday. Tim Ring in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television or looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor, forget about the big box stores, forget about shopping online, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns Walt's. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you are going to get the best price you are going to find in the valley. For instance, head into Walt's today, drop my name, you can get a 98-inch TCL television for $17.99, which is $400 off the normal price. And this is what you'll get from Walt's: competitive pricing and 10 times the service, where you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. They're a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. So head to Walt's right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or online at waltz.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery guests crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com It's spelled A-R-I-A, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks are in a tough spot right now after a 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday. They've now lost 3 straight. Their record has evened out to 500, and nothing seems to be going right, but some help is on the way. Our own John Gambadoro reported yesterday that Jordan Lawler will be back with the club today as they visit the Reds. First pitch from Cincinnati will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the United States officially kicks off their World Cup today on home soil. Christian Pulisic will lead the red, white, and blue against Paraguay. Kickoff will be at 6 o'clock this evening. And the Carolina Hurricanes are now 1 win away from the Stanley Cup after their 4-2 Game 5 win last night. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit WGU.edu and enroll today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch the show live every single day on YouTube over at Arizona Sports there. And our first question is for Diamondback fans, right? There's been some problems. They lost 10 out of their last 13. So the question is, what is the best way to fix the team's problems right now, and why?
I think right now it's just find a way to, I'm not even going to say win a game, which sounds silly. Find a way to cash in with runners in scoring position. Put some runs on the board.
I think this is going the wrong direction. I think it's time for the Gurriels and the Lawlers and the Santanas. You infuse the lineup again with veterans and see if they can get something going. I'm not saying that would work, but for me, like that, those are your options right now.
Yeah.
Is to kind of get these experienced bats in the lineup and hope they can kind of put some runs on the board and get a clutch hit now and again.
Yeah, PCA said, can we just play the Giants and Rockies again?
There you go.
That's a good answer.
That's a correct answer.
That's a correct answer. Tom Foss, he said, they need a bat for the designated hitter spot and possibly one more. Getting 2 bats at the deadline is exactly what they need. Their lack of offense and getting players across home plate is downright pathetic over the last 2.5 weeks, and it needs to change for this team to win games. Makes a good point. Darryl Lee, he was listening earlier. He said, pull a blitz and regulars USFL style and trade with the Dodgers.
Yes.
That is fantastic.
I love the cross early show reference from earlier today.
Imagine Shohei Ohtani holding up a Sedona Red Diamondbacks jersey.
Man, he would look good in a Diamondbacks jersey. Let's just say that. Okay. This next question is based on a conversation we had at the beginning, or pre-show, of when you're watching that Knicks-Spurs game, you kind of just felt yourself rooting for the Knicks to come back in that comeback.
Most people, yes.
So what non-Arizona sports team did you love the most? Was there a specific non-local team that you rooted for, and why?
I would say this Knicks team is certainly on the mix. I grew up a Yankee fan. I didn't care one iota about the Mets ever. Mm-hmm. That 1986 team, it wasn't well known just what a despicable bunch of human beings they were
Just yet.
But that was such a fun run. I really got by. I actually had a Mets t-shirt at one point. I liked that team so much.
There was a little inkling during, I forget which game of the World Series it was, but when Strawberry and Gooden tried to snort the third baseline, I believe it was.
The 84 San Diego Padres, also a team that was found out to be a bunch of weirdos and wackos.
Alan Wiggins.
I loved that team. And my ultimate one was the 83 NC State Wolfpack.
Oh.
That won the national championship. That team was so much fun.
It wasn't a specific team, but it's probably blasphemy around here, but I didn't live here at the time. I loved Magic Johnson's Lakers. I absolutely love watching Magic Johnson play.
When's Bickley getting back?
Jarrett, was there?
I appreciate it now, but in
I
real time
appreciated
when they
it
were
then. No, because we were here.
They were inflicting so much damage.
I saw him twice a year. I mean,
For me, I think I've told this. Growing up, I wanted to go to the University of North Carolina, and so from about like 5th grade to senior year in high school, I was a pretty much diehard Carolina basketball fan. When they won the title here, I was there. I went to Carolina to a game. That's the only real team, I guess, like aside from Arizona, where I was like, I love this team, these teams. Let's see. We got a pretty variety-based response here. Robert Mason said, grew up in the Chicago suburbs before moving to Arizona. Die-hard Bears fan till I die. And he hashtag the Bears. Stephen Ruiz said, I was a huge Atlanta Braves fan when I was a kid because I could watch them on TV every day. And my dad taught me to appreciate great pitching like Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz. I think that's an interesting angle of when the team is on TV all the time and growing up, like we can watch any game we want now pretty much.
Yeah, but that was, I mean, I resented those teams because I couldn't see my teams. I got sick of those teams, but that made there's Braves fans and Cubs fans all over the country for that very reason.
And DePaul basketball back in the day, this is one of our greatest recruiting tools was the fact that we were on WGN. We were on all over the country every game.
That's a big. That would have been a big pull for me if I can watch. If I couldn't watch all the games and I could see the team, I would be naturally drawn to it. Okay. Also, something we talked about at the beginning of the show of the angriest you've kind of been at a sports team or moment. So, what is the angriest you've ever gotten from watching a sporting event? What did you do and how did you react to it?
I'm not proud of what I did. I think the statute of limitations has been. When the Cardinals first got to
nobody
town,
knew that hobo.
Oh, God.
The second year, I believe it was 1989. I'm trying to look it up, but Pro Football Reference literally has been opening the site for 10 minutes.
Ooh, Vinny.
The Broncos were in town late in the season. The Broncos were really good. I think they went on to go to the Super Bowl that year. The Cardinals were not very good. They were new in town. It was a cloudy day late in the season. The stadium was packed, 74,000 people. It was all Broncos fans. And the Broncos just destroyed the Cardinals, 37-0. And I still remember there was one kickoff where Tyrone Braxton of the Broncos was standing before the kickoff, and he was
oh my gosh,
calling for the crowd, and it was loud. There was no Cardinals fans anywhere. I was so mad. I was chewing a piece of gum at the time. I was so mad. I took the piece of gum out. I threw it at the Broncos fan that was pissing me off.
No way.
Oh my God.
I had no idea it was me. Not proud, but it was so frustrating. And that was kind of your real entrance into Cardinal fandom, because it's been like that, not that extreme, but it's been like that for 37 years.
I remember shattering the remote after that Notre Dame USC game. We talked about that in 2005. I mean, just shattered it, right? But I remember the Bartman game for a Cubs fan.
Oh my
God! The anger. I mean, like the devastation. It was just awful. And that was Game 5.
Yep.
And you knew it was over. And something that lately that I was almost, I don't know, irrationally, maybe rationally upset about. I was furious that the officials didn't call targeting on Texas against Arizona State.
That was a bad one.
I mean, that
Bunch of Peach Bowl
I don't do the whole
responses.
grab the phone and do the walk and talk video.
Yeah.
You know, lighting up the officiating crew. I went out to the backyard and I did exactly that and posted it.
For me,
I mean, I was furious they let that slide.
This is Tim Ring broadcasting. That's T-Ring 42069. Follow me on. Smash that like button.
So like and hit that bell.
Smash that like button.
Smash that follow button.
Mine's a really weird one, but when Karis LeVert missed that game-winning jumper when he was on the Nets against the Blazers
during COVID
in the bubble to just not let the Suns 8-0 bubble team into the playoffs, I get mad at a lot of games, but that might be the most.
That was the hardest I've ever rooted for a non.
No
team that
doubt
I didn't
in
like.
my mind.
Yeah.
I was so pissed. Oh, man. And then there's a lot of Peach Bowl ones. And then Daryl Lee's, I'll read this and then we got to go. I wasn't watching a sporting event, so this may not count, but the angriest I remember getting was this morning when Jarrett Carlin said yesterday was Luke Lipinski's birthday, and I found out I share a birthday with Luke Lipinski. So I threw my phone across the room and instantly felt more boring.
Happy birthday, Daryl.
Yeah, there you go. At Bickley_Murata and Bickley and Murata elsewhere.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, can the Knicks wrap it up? Can the Spurs bounce back? We'll talk NBA. Rick Bucher will join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader with Tim Ring in for Bick.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also very proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will the Knicks close the Spurs out in 5 games, or will San Antonio extend the series? We'll be previewing Game 5 of the NBA Finals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, is it over? Knicks Spurs resume tomorrow night back in San Antonio after the historic Game 4 comeback by the Knicks. Here to talk NBA with us, FS1 NBA analyst, host of a bunch of podcasts, Full Court Passport, On the Ball, Pacific Rims, Finding the Seams, Rick Bucher.
Where do you find the time, Rick?
On the Arizona Sports Line. Rick, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, don't forget the book that just came out, Coachable.
Of course.
I ran out of room on my notes.
I had a little extra time. I figured I'd write a book.
There you go. You're a man of many skills, Rick Bucher. Is this over in your mind? A lot of people are wondering about the psychological effects of blowing a game like that for San Antonio mixed with the youth. Are you ready to call this thing over?
No, I'm not. And normally I would. I've been doing this for a minute, and there are certain things that happen, and you look at and you say, well, this is historically, this is the way it goes. This is what happens. This is the reaction. And certainly with a team that blows the biggest lead in NBA history, you would think that that's going to leave a mark. But the Spurs, this particular Spurs team, has defied all of the things that I had previously learned and thought about how the NBA playoffs in general and the NBA Finals in particular work. And so, no, I would fully expect that they are going to win in San Antonio, and they'll go back to New York. I believe that will be a competitive game. I certainly believe my feeling is that the Knicks will close it out in 6. All bets are off if this ends up ultimately going 7 games, and I still believe there's the realm of possibility where it might.
Wow.
You know, Rick, we had a lengthy conversation about Wembanyama and the role he's played, both the good and the bad in this series, and really in the entire playoff run for the Spurs. He's a young kid. I mean, man, his future's obviously well ahead of him. But from what you're seeing out of him right now, the flagrants, the villain role, the ability to do things we've never seen before, how do you kind of put it all into perspective where you're at right now with this kid?
We're watching him grow up before our very eyes, and we would never expect a guy to play the role that he's playing at this age. I just look, and also that we are so microscopically aware of every single thing. The flagrants, I'm not looking at him as a dirty player. What I actually appreciate, and even goes to the mush of Jalen Brunson. I feel as if it's been a while before we've seen, or it's been some time since we've seen a superstar player or a player that we put on that level who plays with the kind of edge that I remember Kobe Bryant playing with and Michael Jordan playing with. Those guys weren't nice guys. And there were, like, if you go back, there were things that they did at times where I think in today's NBA, you'd look and say, oh, well, that, like, he's a dirty player, or he's a bully, or whatever phrase you want to use to identify it. I think if I look at the superstars that we've had of late, Steph Curry, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, like they were assassins in their way, but they didn't play with a meanness or a toughness. And Victor Wembanyama does. And he wants to win now, and he has sort of the same cutthroat mentality that I felt that Kobe and Michael had. And I feel like we have a generation of fans who are not conditioned to seeing that. I personally, having been around this for a minute, I welcome seeing somebody who we consider a great player playing with that sort of edge again.
Rick Bucher, FS1 analyst, NBA analyst, joining us. Also has a new book out called Coachable, How the Greatest Performers Reach Their Highest Potential. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. We were also having a discussion earlier today, Rick, about the future of the Western Conference. Obviously, San Antonio is a big part of it. Oklahoma City is a big part of it. I think the Thunder have some challenges, coming up, salary-wise that the Spurs aren't going to deal with for a while. But do you just see this as like a 5-year window where it's going to be those two teams and then everybody else in the Western Conference?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to see it that way just because they not only have the talent that they have right now that is very young, but they also have resources to be mobile and front offices that have the capability of pivoting and making really good decisions. And so, yeah, but then again, it only takes one injury. It takes, one player being compromised and not quite being the same. Or are the Oklahoma City Thunder who they are without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Are the San Antonio Spurs who they are without Victor Wembanyama? And not that I'm by any means wishing anything negative with those guys, but if either one of them, and we saw it with Wembanyama and the shoulder blood clot, weird stuff happens. And so as of right now, it looks like it's the next few years are going to be decided by those two teams. And it's not like as if there's another Victor Wembanyama that I'm seeing that is on the horizon. But again, strange things happen. And this is the one thing I will say is that, for every champion that we've had over the last 3-4 years, we've projected, this is the next dynasty, or they'll win at least, 2 or 3 more. And it simply hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Denver Nuggets, this salary cap does have real implications as far as your ability to keep your championship team together and ability to pivot. But the Oklahoma City Thunder and San Antonio are unique in that they have the front offices and the stockhold of resources, of draft picks, of young talent that they can move. That I don't think they're going to be prey to this salary cap the way some of the previous teams, the Denver Nuggets, Toronto Raptors, Milwaukee Bucks, Golden State Warriors, Boston Celtics, like all of them have had to get rid of talent that I think that they would have preferred not to, but the salary cap sort of forced them to.
True.
Hey, Rick, while we got you, what are you hearing on LeBron and his future? Is this Warriors thing bubbling up? Is there any validity or truth to that?
Look, I think they're kicking the tires from what I understand. It's certainly in Joe. It's part of Joe Lacob's profile that this is the direction he would want to go, and so I could see it as but the difficulty is what's he going to take as far as a salary? That's the number one thing. LeBron, whether he stays in LA or whether he goes to Golden State, it will really be a matter of, is he willing to play for relative peanuts? Because that's the only way it's going to work.
Yeah.
If they've got to move, if he wants to get paid, I don't even know that for certain the Warriors are not going to pay him a max contract. That's not going to happen, or whatever the biggest number is. He's not worth that at this point. Financially, it makes no sense for them. So I'll be honest. At this point, Where LeBron ends up is just, I feel like we've turned the page as far as the league is concerned. I'll be curious to see how he finishes up his career, but it's more curious as opposed to previously.
Impact, yeah.
Exactly. Whether he stays in LA or whether he goes to the Golden State, it's not going to move the needle as far as their ability to be contenders. Yeah, and if the price is wrong, it's going to undermine both of those teams trying to get closer to being contenders in the future.
Rick, thanks so much for the time. As always, we really appreciate you coming on today.
Yeah. Hey, one last thing. I mentioned the thing about enjoying the way Wemby is playing because he's playing with that edge. You guys have a guy in Dylan Brooks who, 10, 15 years ago, well, maybe 20 years ago, nobody would have noticed the way that he played.
It's true.
It would have been the way pretty much everybody played. Now it's a thing, and I think that underscores what I was saying about the perspective on Wemby.
No, it's a great point. It was very, very much more common back 20 years ago.
Google Robert Parrish and Bill Laimbeer, and then keep this in mind. Yeah. He wasn't called for a foul.
Yep. There you go.
Rick, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rick.
My pleasure.
Good luck on the book.
Rick Bucher, FS1 NBA analyst, podcast host, and yes, author of the book Coachable: How the Greatest Performers Reach Their Highest Potential. You can pre-order it now at rickbucher.com. RICBUCHER.com. Coming up next, 9:30 on a Friday morning means one thing only, and that is the Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin. Hopefully it's done. We'll find out.
I have a great joke I don't know if I can do.
Ask for forgiveness.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, in baseball terms, are in a slump. Their 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday finished off a brutal series in Miami. They've now lost 10 out of 13 and head to Cincinnati, where they will get some reinforcement as Jordan Lawler should be back with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez will get the start for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the NBA draft quickly approaching, what's the Phoenix Suns' plan? Stay put, trade up? We give you our thoughts over on ArizonaSports.com. And the United States begin their World Cup today against Paraguay as they will look to start group playoff on the right foot. Kickoff will be at 6 tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Just call 602-2REPAIR.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question. Which Diamondbacks youngster do you feel best about for the rest of the season? Is it Ryan Waldschmidt, Jordan Lawler, Tommy Troy, Jose Fernandez, or Lou James Groover?
Oh, wow. There's a lot to pick from.
Yes, there are.
I'm going to go on the optimistic part of it because they're really welcoming him back with open arms, and that is Jordan Lawler, who's a little bit more experienced than the others.
Yes.
Pulling for all of them, and I've liked what I've seen at different times from all of them.
All of them, yeah.
We'll go Jordan Lawler.
I'll go Lawler.
Okay, yeah. Ryan Waldschmidt, 45% of the vote. Jordan Lawler,
Ryan Waldsmith,
36%
Waldsmith
for Jordan Lawler, 13 for Tommy Troy, then Jose Fernandez and Groover. Again,
James
ideally all of
Groover,
them.
baby.
Let's go.
What a great name.
Lou James Groover.
Thank goodness he's not a pitcher with a name like Groover. He grooved another one. That's today's poll question. You can vote on it on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
I'm from the 1900s. And I just think you got to say it. Like, the world is so future now. And I feel in the way of it.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
I got to peel back the curtain real quick before this. Jarrett came in with a gigantic smile on his face and a thumbs up. He was giving a thumbs up to just anybody who would want to see it. I think you got approval on something.
I got approval on a joke but not from the normal person that approves it's not here right now. The backup person.
I thought the old rule was if you have to ask, the answer is no.
We'll find out.
Well, stay tuned. We'll see how the second to last joke gets received, if I could walk off on that or not. But this is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered, and it's Friday, guys. But everyone is still talking about what happened earlier in the week when you-know-who attended a big sporting event, and his mere presence alone changed the entire mood and vibes of a franchise that night, angering the fan base, booed by some people on the big screen, many of whom were disgusted by his mere presence at the game. But enough about me going to the D-backs game on Sunday. Yes. I must again say thank you to the Diamondbacks for everything they did for me and my family at the game on Sunday, sending me so much food. It was wonderful.
How much
what a
was it?
crazy indulgent spread. Pastrami, chicken parm, nachos, barbecue, ice cream. What a combination. I mean, I think I was the first person to eat that combo of food since DeAndre Ayton on 420. Because seriously, this was proper craving stuff. I must have looked like I had the munchies and was ordering every wacky thing off the menu. People around the stadium must have thought I was higher than Mike LaFleur's hair. But in that moment, there was no drugs. The only thing I was high on was life and pork. But by the third inning, I was getting stuffed. By the fifth inning, I was completely full, but I trudged on. By the seventh inning, I couldn't move, and my dad was concerned because I was just sitting there perspiring. Seriously, I haven't seen someone that worried about a seated sweat since Cardinals OTAs. My God,
yes.
I ate a lot of
a seated sweat.
A seated sweat. I ate a lot though, and look, I'm no youngster anymore. It affected me. I mean, my colon was more congested than the turnstiles at a Knicks game. How about those Knicks, by the way, man? What a story. What a game this week. The Knicks came back from down 29 points to win Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Now, this game was in New York, and it was a tale of two halves. The first half was dominated by the Spurs and quieted the crowd at Madison Square Garden. And I haven't seen MSG get rejected like that since ordering Chinese food in the 90s. Remember every time you would go, no MSG?
No MSG.
Whatever. They just stopped using it, or people stopped caring. But the comeback then happens, and the Garden comes alive. What a scene, especially from the celebrities in the front row. Kylie Jenner was there looking at the game and cheering the team. Kylie Jenner's boyfriend, Timothée Chalamet, was there looking at the game and going crazy. Kylie Jenner's sister, Kendall Jenner, was there looking at the game and recruiting her next boyfriend. Taylor Swift was at Madison Square Garden, which also, did you see, will be the venue for her wedding to Travis Kelce.
I did not see that.
Did you see that?
Is that true, or is this a setup?
It is.
It's true.
I think it's true.
Okay.
They're getting married at
Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
No way.
Yeah, it's true. And she was in front row for the final play where the Spurs inbounded the ball. You see her like pressed against there. She was in the play when they inbounded the ball, and the Knicks stripped the shot away before the buzzer, which means that her wedding will be the second time she'll be at MSG watching someone get their balls taken away.
My goodness.
Ben Stiller.
Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh.
Because I assume because he's a football player, I'm sure he'll give his football, away.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
He's not a puppy.
Ben Stiller. I love being married, by the way. Ben Stiller.
Do you, though?
Ben Stiller was out the game. I do. Ben Stiller was actually, he's been at every game.
Those two words started the whole thing. Sorry.
Ben Stiller has been at every game of Knicks versus Spurs and is even filming a movie during it. It's about Wemby, and it's a sequel to Meet the Parents called Check Out This French Fucker. How How about?
Okay, I like that one. That's good.
How about Wemby, by the way? He has gone from beloved phenom to dirty, hateable villain. He's swinging elbows. He's getting flagrants. He threw down Jalen Brunson to the ground. And on that play, he didn't even get a technical, which is crazy because I haven't seen a tech that shady since Texas.
Tech.
Long road to get to that punchline.
Well, on a side note to that, how about that Brendan Sorsby story? The guy bets on football, bets on his own team, and isn't getting punished for it. He is apparently getting away with it, and the only thing that is getting blamed is addiction, society, and out of habit, Shohei Ohtani's translator. Guy can't catch a break. But back to Victor Wembanyama, because he played a part in the Spurs collapse, committing turnovers and missing 2 huge turnovers. I mean, I haven't seen a Frenchman lose that embarrassingly since Waterloo, babe. So I find myself rooting for the Knicks to win it all because I like this team and I love this roster. I mean, think about it. Usually the only way to see something with bridges, heart, and a mischievous cat is in a Hallmark movie. What do you think? Did that one do it well enough to end on, or should I go for the...
Go for it.
All right.
At this point. We already had Kelsey losing his balls.
Okay,
How much worse could it be?
You misinterpreted the joke.
Of course, yes.
It would be cool if they won the championship at home because that Knicks crowd is awesome. Even the celebrities. Like when the Knicks were making their comeback, I will give them credit. They were into it early. I mean, Taylor Swift was celebrating when they cut it to 25. Ben Stiller was going crazy when it got down to 20. Now, to be fair, Jerry Seinfeld wasn't interested until he got under 18. But still.
See, you went for it. It was great.
It was great. There you go. That's the sports kebab.
I'm glad you ended on that one, Jerry.
Man.
You got to be careful, though, going back to earlier in the kebab.
Yeah.
Pork. Don't mess. It's a gateway meat, Jared.
That's right.
Be very careful. High on pork. You should get a shirt that says
high on pork. That is a good, yeah.
The sports kebab every
I actually
Friday.
think my relatives, my Orthodox Jewish relatives, are in town. That's probably the most offensive thing they heard me say was that it was...
Follow Jared on social media at JarrettGC, JarrettGC. Coming up, some final thoughts on this Friday, heading off into the weekend. Tim Ring in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Your home would already be paid off if you had reached out to Life Changer Loan the first time you heard these ads. Instead, you pretend to love your low rate, even though you have 25 years left of mortgage payments. Stop the insanity. Take the time to learn about a Life Changer Loan and why we have all 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows. built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Will it work?
Here we go.
I hit it. Oh, it started. It only spun for like 10 seconds.
It's been 4 months since you left me, but it's been 2 minutes since you called.
Full disclosure on Song of the Day today. We went to commercial break. I asked Tim Ring, who's put in a great week of service here on the
thanks,
show.
Biddy.
Tim, what do you want to hear today? What's your request? And you didn't even acknowledge that I spoke to you. You were so wrapped up in your phone, I didn't even know.
I literally thought you were talking to Jarrett.
So I picked the Song of the Day.
Shows you how much I cared. I think I vaguely remember hearing that, thinking that you were just talking to Jarrett. I'm wrapped up. I'm trying to find out what's going on at Millennium High School. Big basketball tournament going on out there.
There's a band called Friday Pilots Club. It's Friday. I figured, what the heck? A band I just stumbled upon that I really, really like.
How do you just stumble upon like bands? Do you just go to like New Music Fridays and just listen to it, or?
Well, it's sometimes, but Apple Music will put together your personalized station.
Yeah.
Based on what you listen to, and just a bunch of new stuff pops up that way.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I highly recommend it. It's called Life Support. Friday Pilots Club. Today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
So this week I got a big family weekend. Family in town for a big family function. So my sister from Texas is actually staying at my house. And
yes.
You think I'm good at trivia. She's off the charts. Like, she's actually passed the Jeopardy test. She's that good.
Wow.
But she told me something yesterday that is right in my purview that I had no idea existed. And I don't even know how we stumbled upon the subject. There was a movie in 1974. You know who Joseph Bologna is, right?
Yeah.
Joey Baloney.
Joey Baloney. Very, very distinct actor. In 1974, there was a movie called Mixed Company in which he plays the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. The plot of the movie is he's married, he's got 3 kids, and they end up adopting kids of different racial backgrounds. And he's like closed off. It's 1974. He's closed off to racially, and he learns how to love all these kids. But I was like, how did I not know that there was a movie where the Phoenix Suns were featured? And it just so happens that it's on Amazon Prime. So I fired it up. I mean, there's old television highlights. Al McCoy's voice is in it. Hot Rod Hundley is one of the announcers before he moved on to be an announcer for different teams. There's all kinds of footage from the 74.
So it's actual footage.
It's actual footage. Now, the players don't act in it, but they're more background players. Like they used fake players for the scenes that required acting. I had no idea this existed. Shot at the Madhouse on McDowell.
And how was it?
I didn't watch the whole thing.
Oh.
I'm going to try to carve out some time.
And say what it was called again?
Mixed Company. Never heard of it.
But it's not a basketball movie, I'm guessing.
It's more a movie about family dynamics with basketball as the background. But there's a scene where Joseph Bologna is like fighting with his star player on the bench, the Suns bench, and he's telling him that he's worthless and the only thing he cares about is cashing checks. The movie begins with him having a nightmare because the Suns are on a losing streak, that they lose a game and the crowd comes out of the stands and hangs him from the rim.
Okay.
Oh, my, wow.
I wonder if Al McCoy got paid for that little gig.
I'm sure he's in you can look it up on IMDb. Al McCoy, voice of the Suns, right on the credits. There's my recommendation for weekend viewing. Tim, thank you so much for being here.
Guys, my pleasure. Had a blast. Anytime.
Thanks to Kellen Olson for doing it last week. Always love working with those guys. Dan Bickley is back.
We got 4 shows of all of us together this summer coming up.
Right in a row, but only 4. Thanks to Ryan Spielborg for joining us, Rick Bucher. Have a great and safe weekend. We are back in full Monday morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next, and we leave you with this.
You can't be gun shy moving forward in the future. When it comes to the Suns, are guys like John Morant, players that you would pull the trigger for?
Like, you can't be gun shy. I've always been a big fan.
Gun shy, pull the trigger. What are we doing here, people? Got to empty the clip, I think.
Shoot your shot.
Right. You only have so many bullets in the chamber.
I apologize for opening this. Yeah.
No,
so put that in your
Never
holster.
apologize for letting us make more puns.
It's Friday, Tim. We can get a little loose on a Friday, can't we?
Oh, I'm half drunk.
First thing in the morning, I grabbed my pill holder today.
Oh, boy. Is that what you call it nowadays? Woke up, grabbed your pill holder.
We have an athlete who went on record saying he bet on his own team. What's the line?
The line, I think, was minus 14 points that he bet. Is that what you're? 2:30 is a bad time to watch a game. Now, 2:30 is a great time to go to the dentist.
My name is Zach, damn it. I'm Gumby, damn it.
Not gum? Why not that Joe Boy? I get old teeth.
This is not part of your jurisdiction. That's the dumbest basketball I ever saw. Tim Ring, athleisure advocate.
Speed, what are you talking about? They got Vince Coleman.
That escalated quickly.
Outstanding.
I remember when Babe Ruth was paid more than the president. My nefarious plan. I'm going to make Cattell Marte look bad. Anybody want the peanut?
Of course it matters. That's why they call it a hit.
You seen my stapler?
It hasn't helped the Raiders.
Well, perhaps you city slickers there at the NCAA don't know how we do things down here. Mr. Sorsby will be playing in that game.
Call Russia. Call Russia.
Come on down to the Cork and Pork.
Ole, 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 ole.
In Junction, what's your function?
Alvarado.
I am not.
Bing, bang, boom, bop, beep, bop, boop. Classic non-chotch mentality.
What is the opposite of chotch?
Well, steak.
I just got off the toilet.
You know he was in Menudo.
Vince is wearing leather pants as we speak.
Look at you, Rain Man.
Thanks, Uncle Jared.
They call that pulling the full Sandler. Ariel Huckporty. 23 and hairless.
That was an idiotic answer by me.
2 words, my friends. Explosive diarrhea.
This is the lamest thing I've ever heard.
The French need
deodorant.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of, and fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulko with what's trending now, brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, in baseball terms, are in a slump. Their 2-0 loss to the Marlins yesterday finished off a brutal series in Miami. They've lost 10 out of 13 and now head to Cincinnati, where they will get some reinforcement as Jordan Lawler should be back with the team. Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the NBA draft quickly approaching, what's the Suns' plan? Stay put, trade up? We give our thoughts over on ArizonaSports.com. And the United States begin their World Cup today against Paraguay as they will look to start their group playoff on the right foot. Kickoff will be tonight at 6. And this report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Friday, June 19th Diamondbacks home game versus the Minnesota Twins, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Good. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. I am not Wolf or Luke. I'm Kellen Olson. Guess what, folks? Those two guys aren't in the other chair either. It's John Lund. John, great to be back with you on the air. We did a few of these on Wolf and Luke last year. Great to be back with you. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing great. It is Friday. My family's out of town, and they're not listening, so I can say it's wonderful. 2 kids and a wife just gone for 2 weeks. It's amazing. Dishes are in the sink. I'm eating pizza every night. I'm leaving things everywhere. The dog's looking at me like, would you feed me a little bit of water? I'm like, yeah, optional. I'm not sure. It's amazing. Things are great. I'm in a great mood.
We've got a great show coming up for you guys. A plenty to get into. We've got our baseball team reeling at the moment. As always on Wolf and Luke, we're going to talk about the Arizona Cardinals. Plenty of basketball talk to go around. Then throughout the show, we're definitely going to bounce this whole thing around. It's not going to be just me and John involved. We're going to get Jesse involved. Jamal involved as soon as he freaking gets here, Jesse. Back-to-back flat tires?
Yeah, he's had a lot of flat tires. I keep telling him to stop.
Do we believe him?
Yeah, we believe him.
Not to throw accusations around, but
do you know why we
Sammy's
believe him?
giving me the, it's like using back-to-back excuses. What's
do
he
you know
doing?
why we believe him?
Why do we
because
believe
he
him?
keeps buying used tires.
Yeah, we got to have that conversation. Maybe not the minute he gets in, but at a convenient point, you can't do used tires. You cannot. You
end up spending more money.
Do used
I'm gonna do the Gambo thing and do the shtick a little bit here on the air and like try and sell something, but for a friend. Like if we have any tire people listening, like get Jamal a deal on like a fresh tire because this guy keeps going the used route.
I mean, don't we have a sponsor? I mean, I'm not gonna give out free. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking about tire companies and I don't know who advertises.
Gambo will just mention an item and it'll be here in like a half an hour. Like he says RC Cola and then RC Cola just shows up at the door. Can we just get a fresh tire?
Like wait, so he's actually had back-to-back flat tires?
Not back-to-back days.
Well, I know
but
last time I was here, it happened. It happened.
Yeah,
didn't he hit a pothole or something?
Last week?
It was a couple weeks ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. You know who else needs to stop buying used tires is the Arizona Diamondbacks. They need a fresh patch as well. Jordan Lawler expected to get called up today. Not official yet, Jesse. Sammy, we're still waiting, I believe, on the official move. But John Gambadoro reporting yesterday that Jordan Lawler is going to join the team for the start of their series today in Cincinnati. And this is, I talk about these all the time, John, over the course of any season when we're talking about football, baseball, basketball, whatever kind of sport. We're even going to get into some World Cup today. As you can see, if you're on the YouTube stream, you might see a little Bournemouth Tyler Adams jersey kit that I'm rocking right now. We're up at 6 o'clock. I am absolutely fired up to talk about it a little bit later. For now, with this baseball team, line in the sand moment. They've lost 10 of their last 13. They've had a similar stretch earlier in the year. You might remember when they were swept by the Cubs, lost 2 out of 3 to Pittsburgh, lost in extra innings against the Mets. That's when it kind of felt like we were going backwards a bit. But this is one of those moments where, especially with the opponents coming up, John, They got to start to stabilize right now, or this thing is going to spiral out of control.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 9 games that are coming up. I mean, the Reds, we'll get into the Reds in just a second, but then right after that, maybe the worst team in baseball, and the Angels. Please trade Mike Trout at some point. The Twins are in a tailspin. And the thing is, if you look at the Reds, they're 3-10 as well. These two teams mirror each other. Over the 13, the Diamondbacks have been outscored 72-34. The Reds have been outscored 73-43. Ellie De La Cruz is not here. Hunter Green is not here. You miss Chase Burns. It's like it's on a platter for you. And this is one thing the Diamondbacks have done. They have feasted on under 500 teams. They feasted on really bad teams like the Giants, the Rockies. It's the perfect time to play the Reds, and it's the perfect time to get well.
Yeah, I'm with you on that entire rundown here as well. As you mentioned, 10 of 13 lost for the Diamondbacks, but also the Reds as well. The Angels, 15 games under 500. The Twins have dropped 11 of their last 15. So while you are away for home for some of this stretch, for the start of this stretch, and then you'll go back home for those next 2 series, this is the time to do the Giants and Rockies thing. Now, the Giants and Rockies thing was winning 11 of 13. I'm not asking to that degree, but one part of your team needs to get back on track right now. Like if there was ever a time for Torey Lovullo to just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was broken, so he tried to fix it with his little pep-up speech to the starting pitching. It worked again. Does he just do the same thing? Because it worked really well, and then it wore off. So can you just do it again maybe? I don't know what he needs to do with this rotation and get them back on track. The good news for this series specifically with the starting pitching against Cincinnati, 1, you've got your 2 best starting pitchers going in at Erod and Soroka. And 2, you're avoiding the only starting pitcher that has been good for Cincinnati this year, which has been Chase Burns. You might be confused because going into the year, you were told the Reds have one of the best rotations in baseball. They certainly do. Hunter Green's a big part of it. He's been out injured the entire year. Andrew Abbott is their other guy alongside the phenom Chase Burns, who is up to that level. Abbott has underachieved. These other 2 guys who we're going to see here in the first 2 games have been to that level, but Burns has been absolutely sensational for them. And the Diamondbacks have that fortunate thing that happens in baseball where they get that 3 or 4 game series and they miss the pitcher that they want to. The Cincinnati team, John, they were supposed to be seen as like a pitching heavy team because that's what they've been for the last 2 years. Right now in baseball, amongst starting pitchers, 22nd in ERA, 26th in WHIP as well. They have an even worse bullpen, and their offense, as usual, has been uninspiring. This is a really bad baseball team. They're 32-35. That record does not do it justice. They're one of the worst teams in the National League.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. If you had to, other than playing the Giants or the Rockies, but if you had to draw something up perfectly, you would play the Reds. Like you said, they're playing terrible baseball. They're not scoring runs. They're even worse than the Diamondbacks as far as scoring runs, and yet they play in the Great American Small Park. They've got the first 2 pitchers that they're pitching have a 5.51 and a 5.01, and like you said, the bullpen's got a 5.29, which is 29th in baseball. You want to fix your offense? Play in this park. You want to fix your offense? Play against its pitching staff. And like you said, the injuries that they have, you're missing Chase Burns. Gino Suarez is hitting .211 with 5 home runs and has an oblique. So everything lines up in this 3-game series for the Diamondbacks to get back on track. But how much confidence do you have after watching them against Miami not score any runs in the last 2 games?
It's really hard to get there even when I go through Cincinnati's lineup as well, because if you go through their offensive season so far, what was happening for them before they went on this tailspin offensively the last couple of weeks is that Ellie De La Cruz was putting up a near MVP season. He's out injured right now. Sal Stewart was looking like a front runner for National League Rookie of the Year along with Weatherholt in St. Louis. He has really tailed off over the last couple of weeks. J.J. Bleday has finally put us together for them, an outfielder that they've had their eyes on here for a few years, who with the Athletics, in Oakland previously, now in Vegas now, or in Sacramento, wherever you want to put the Athletics these days. He was someone who was looked upon with some potential there, didn't fulfill it. He's starting to this year, but Bleday this month, in the month of June, is hitting 179. Nathaniel Lau was someone who was putting things together for them, but he's 4 for 22 this month too. So all of that is to say this is like a talented baseball team that the Diamondbacks are facing, but one that is reeling right now in all phases, just like them. So this is, again, we live in a stage of like hyperbole and things like that, something I always talk about. But this is truly the series where if I come in here with Wolf and do the show with him on Monday, and we're talking about a team that's dropped 2 of 3, let alone has been swept, that I'm breaking all glasses of break in case of emergency. I'm smashing everything around me.
Well, and here's the thing, too. They're never going to say this publicly. No team ever says this publicly. I don't care how many games the Cardinals lose this year. they're not going to say we're rebuilding. They're not going to use certain words. You don't use certain terms, but they've got to be realistic. If they go through these next number of games, like you said, Cincinnati's the perfect time to play them. The Angels absolutely stink. The Twins are reeling. If you, in this 9 games, do something like a 3-6 or even a 4-5, something like that, they've got to be honest with themselves. And I know that the trade deadline is a long way away still, but you got to start thinking to yourself, if we can't beat these teams at this time, because a lot of times in every single professional sport, it's about when you play teams a lot of times. This is the perfect scenario to play the Reds. It's always the perfect time to play the Angels, and the Twins stink. You've got to be realistic if you don't come out of this. Like you said, I think we were going into the Giants and the Rockies saying, I think I said 9-4, they went 11-2. I mean, that's the kind of stretch they need to have here, and if they don't, then they need to look in the mirror and be realistic.
Marvin Harrison Jr. sure looks like the X factor for the Arizona Cardinals, but not only are local people here are saying that as well. Prominent national voices are talking about it as well. We'll let you know who and what they had to say about Marv next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley
and Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Gambo. Let's chat for a second. If you're over 40, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I hit that point myself where your energy drops and weight doesn't come off like it used to. I was still working, still active, but it wasn't the same. That's because your body changes. It's biology. But it doesn't mean you have to accept it. You can fight back. That's why I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Not because it's hype, because it helps me stay energized and lean. It's built for men over 40 to support steady energy and metabolism. So when you're active, you get results. No extremes, just a daily supplement you take every day. If you're feeling that shift, don't wait. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. You could go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. You could also go to Sprouts. M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. Or again, online, go to mdriveformen.com, put GAMBO in the promo code, and get 20% off your first order. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bic. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Diamondbacks offense find life in their series in Cincinnati? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
If Harrison Jr. shows something this year, you feel better about next year, the receiver or the quarterback walking into, not feeling like, gosh, we got to really fix this receiving group. Because Michael Wilson's a nice player. You got Trey McBride, who's one of the best young tight ends in football.
That is, of course, the voice of ESPN's preeminent NFL analyst, Mina Kimes, on the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny. And Mina went through every NFL team and identified the X factor for every team in the National Football League. And the easy answer is Marvin Harrison Jr., John, but that's just because it is the right answer, correct? Like there isn't really, there are other people that come to mind, don't get me wrong, and let me know if you feel differently, of course. But you can go through and be like, oh, yeah, sure, this guy, maybe a quarterback. You can talk about the running backs or some specific member of the defense that are other X factors on the team. But Marv is just so, from like what we've seen so far, which Mina will talk about here in a second, to what we could potentially see, that gap on the spectrum is so much larger than anyone else on the team in the way we define what an X factor is for a team.
I just wonder if he'll get the opportunity, because what's going to happen here, look, this is dictated on if you're ahead, if you're behind. So just this isn't kind of a vacuum, but the Cardinals ran it 366 times last year, which was the least in the NFL. I got breaking news, that they're going to run it more than that. And that the Rams last year ran it about 100 more times. I don't know if Mike LaFleur is going to adapt some of the things that Sean McVay did, but they ran 13 personnel, which means 3 tight ends, more than anybody else in the league last year. That's not conducive to opening up the offense. And if you're the Cardinals, just logic tells me you're not going to be very good. So what do you want to do? You want to shorten up the game. You want to run the football. So with all the mouths to feed on the offensive side, I'll throw it back to you. Is it likely that, because what do we call a Marvin Harrison breakout? Because she just mentioned this. You have a great tight end. You have another good receiver in Michael Wilson. Jeremiah Love wasn't taken where he was taken in the draft, so he could just hang out. And he's going to catch the ball out of the backfield. So there's so many mouths to feed. What would a Marvin Harrison Jr. breakout actually be?
Well, I think we can define it a few different ways. I think the easiest thing to do, which is what I'm doing right now, is pulling up his stats and looking at his 17-game averages and saying, okay, 875 yards and 7 touchdowns, his 17-game averages with 60 catches through his first 2 seasons. Getting those numbers up, to say the least. Like, the touchdowns are okay, but the number of catches, the number of yards, it's got to go way up. Honestly, with the way that this guy was talked about, John, there was a non-zero chance where we were going to see him have 103 catches for 1,493 yards and 12 touchdowns in his, not rookie year, but by the end of his second year, he's going to have, in one of those 2 years, have that type of hyper-explosive season. Those are the numbers for his 2 seasons combined so far. So we can do it statistically, and then you can just watch the game. And it really stood out like a sore thumb, because when he was contributing in this game-changing kind of way, you noticed it. Like, we all remember all of these little flurries, like the game in Miami or the first quarter at home against the Rams in week 2. We can all rattle these off the top of our head pretty easily. Here's Mina on MHA's inconsistency.
But Harrison Jr. has just been woefully inconsistent. That's how I would describe him since he came into the NFL as the 4th overall pick. I was as high on him as any prospect, honestly. I'm not ashamed to admit it, because his college tape was freaking incredible. And it's been very up and down. And I think there's questions, Dan, about why is he up and down? Like, how much of it is him versus quarterback versus chemistry.
Mina, being as good as she is, went into detail on what she means by why.
I do think his particular skill set, and maybe we didn't know this coming into the league, is not something that they totally leaned into, which is watching him. I felt he was the best on like in-breakers, digs, slants, and there weren't a ton of those in the offense with Kyler. And so I do think that maybe this could have been a little bit of like a quarterback receiver, not quite the same skill set. I'm not sure if the quarterback situation this year is going to lend itself towards answering these questions, but I do think it's possible that we could see more out of Marvin Harrison Jr. if he is used in a slightly different fashion.
And if we see more out of him, John, now the shape of the offense is entirely complete, in my opinion. Now, would it be nice to have like someone in the slot who's like a legitimate threat and not just like a placeholder, which it's felt like since like Steve Preston, like a decade ago? Maybe the last time like they had someone really useful in the slot. They can go back to Smokey Brown, J.J. Nelson, whoever you want to rattle off, the other Brown as well, Jerron Brown. They haven't had that type of guy there, but even if we go outside of that, you look at what Michael Wilson did last year. I'm not expecting him to hold that pace. It's a really high pace, but if he can do just wide receiver 2 things, Marv can do wide receiver 1 things. We know the running back already. We hope that this is not a repeat of the Marv situation. He is as dynamite as he's supposed to be. You have the best tight end in football, in my opinion. The offensive line is starting to piece itself together. You're a right tackle away from having a formidable offensive line there. That's a real good offense outside of the quarterback, and that's all you need to spend this season figuring out before you go get that quarterback next year.
Yeah, look, what I think is, and we're going to talk a little bit more about LaFleur, but his main job this year, I know this is going to sound weird, is not to win games, it's to develop talent. And so offensively, because he's an offensive mind, I think that's what he's going to be largely graded on. So like you said, what's Love going to be? What's Wilson going to be? It's not conducive. She said this in the cut. It's not conducive to think that Marv's going to go out and catch 100 balls because, number one, the offense isn't going to be like that. And number two, I look at him and say there's a lot of mouths to feed. So how I'm going to define it is, because you know what's not fair to him? I mean, I know we jump on him all the time, but the quarterback situation, what the Cardinals are, they're not blameless in this whole thing. I don't think he's a bust at all. Sometimes it takes guys a little bit longer. I think he's felt the pressure. He's had some drops that were so easy. I think there's a combination of things, but to think that, okay, he's going to make a JSN jump. Like Seattle, when they got JSN, he's running a bunch of smoke screens, all this dumb stuff, and you bring in a new offensive guy that's like, why are we doing it with this guy? So there's that as well. And that's how I'm going to look at him, and that's how I'm going to look at LaFleur. Like, how did you get this talent? Because he's still got the talent. How did you get this talent, and how did you break it out?
And in his rookie year, I remember in the first couple of games when the Cardinals were in close games, they were trailing and they were driving the ball down late. Everyone was doing the Fitz mentality, which is just throw Marv the ball.
Yep.
Just throw Marv the ball. The fun thing now is that they will have just throw Marv the ball, just throw Trey the ball, just get Jeremiah the ball, just get Michael the ball. Like, they'll have 4 of those types of guys to turn to if this year goes that way. And you might be hearing that and saying, are you predicting them to win like 11 games? And if that's the case, no, not necessarily, because I think this offense is still going to have massive ineptitudes that come down to more the quarterback and the offensive line than anything. And then the whole other questions with the defense as well. But I still think we can come away from this year looking at it and saying they have 4 dynamic weapons now that are fully established in the league, and that the quarterback coming in next year, or if it does turn out to be Carson Beck for whatever reason, they're going to be in a really good place. I want to ask both of you, Jesse, to start with you. Like, Marv comes to mind as an X factor as well, but who else were the names that came into your head when the concept of like what an X factor is to a team? Who comes to mind?
Walter Nolan III. I think a big season from him could open up some things for the Cardinals, especially, maybe you could trade Josh Sweat at the trade deadline if Walter Nolan becomes somebody that can get after the quarterback.
John, what about you?
I think the corners. I think because what's going to happen is, like you said, maybe they'll be able to stop the run a little bit better, but they've got a bunch of young corners on this team, and whether it's health related, whether it's youth related, whatever the case may be, in the league that we are, and like you said, Sweat, are they going to get a ton of pressure on the quarterback outside of him? Probably not. So to me, it's how these young corners stay healthy and develop.
For me, it's not even a person, it's a role, which is secondary pass rusher. We got a lot of candidates who can do it, But last year, the jaw-dropping stat among many for the Cardinals last season is that they only had 2 players with more than 2 sacks. And it was Calais Campbell, who's gone, and Josh Sweat, who honestly, in my opinion, can't be expected to play at the level that he did again, given how little support that he had in the pass rushing game as well. I was a big Baron Browning guy last year. I was wrong about that. I think a lot of us have spent time thinking Zaven Collins could be that guy as a pass rusher. I think those days are gone. If you still have B.J. Ojolari stock, he's someone that comes to mind as well. And then if it comes from the interior of the line or the exterior of the line, that's where you get into Darius Robinson. That's where you get into Walter Nolan as well. But I think there are angles there where there are a lot of swing guys on this team, and it's always a dangerous thing because you talk about building like this is something you talked about last year and is always in my head, is like the Tower of Ifs. And it's like, this is the easiest Tower of Ifs team in the world. Like, you can talk yourself into 9 to 11 wins, no problem. You're just building 15 towers, 15 placeholders of, well, if this happens and if this guy and if that, and that's where it starts to get really dangerous. After the horrors of Game 4 in the NBA Finals for the San Antonio Spurs, do they have any more resolve left in them for Game 5 tomorrow? We'll discuss next. It's Kellen and John in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If I were to say I've got 100 Diamondback fans in the room right now, and I said, you're going to make one significant trade at the deadline.
I would lean towards a bat. But I have a problem with my pitching right now, too, because my number 5 guy can't get anybody out.
You just might have finite resources when it comes to addressing all. You got to hope you're still in it at the deadline.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We know what's coming. The world's biggest soccer tournament. Yep, Paul Calvise here. And from the opening stage to the final or the NBA Finals, you can trade it all on Kalshi. Kalshi, it's the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Heck, the U.S. Open is coming. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Speaking of, USA or Mexico, which host nation will advance further? Both trading around 40%, which means $100 pays out $250. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app, use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, and get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th, so grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15 with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his 14th start of the season for the D-backs, and Nick Lodolo will make his 7th start of the year for the Reds. According to our John Gambadoro, D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler will return from the 60-day injured list tonight. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here they come.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll get into the Diamondbacks weekend in Cincinnati. And, oh, by the way, Fix Back, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Holding each other accountable, communicating, not pointing fingers, and after that, we either got it or we don't. But, we've proven that we can surpass these difficulties, and even though we haven't been there before, I'm convinced we're built this way, and we're going to use the better of this, and it's going to tighten us up.
John, there's this interesting moment happening, I think, with Victor Wembanyama now, which happens with every single star/superstar, which is the point where the public perception or the fan perception begins to turn. We eventually loathe all these guys. You know what was fun 6 years ago is when Joel Embiid was doing all his dances and his antics, and then a year later we were like, okay, that's enough, Joel. Like, this isn't really that fun to watch anymore. And then he just keeps doing it, and then we grow tired of him. And this inevitably happens with every single star and superstar. And I think for Wemby specifically, there has been like the physicality spotlighted, right? And like people saying he's a dirty player and all that kind of stuff. That's not actually what I'm here to talk about. It's him saying things like that, and he is a very thoughtful and open person to his process mentally and shares it, and it's just a lot of like confidence that he has. He's extremely confident. Anyone at his level has to be that level of confidence. But to that point that I'm kind of getting to, and the inevitable conclusion that you can tell my point is getting to is, it is going to become tiring, man, to listen to if we keep hearing this guy speak to that level of like, we'll get it done, we'll happen, we'll refocus, we have no choice but to, all this kind of stuff in just such a concrete, conclusive way that he speaks about himself, if you can get what I'm saying, and he just comes out and lays an egg tomorrow and they lose in 5. It's like, okay, man, like, are these just empty words coming from you now? It sounded awesome when you were like the chosen one, and he still is the chosen one, but when he was doing chosen one things like he did to close out the Oklahoma City series, like he did at the start of that series, but in other moments when he's speaking like that, it's like, all right, man, like, let's start to see it from you. And tomorrow is the ultimate, in my opinion, like, let's see this from you. Show us you're this guy.
Yeah, and look, he's 22.
And what he sounds like is, I have children and they know how to talk, but they don't know how to walk the walk. They say all these nice things. He's a really smart guy. And at one point in his career, I do believe that he's going to be able to say these things. But I think he's watched, a really young guy. So he's probably watched Kobe Bryant press conferences and all these things. And he knows what to say. And he does have the fire. But the problem with him so far is, A, he's not a consistent player. But that's a lot about youth. Also, he needs to get back in the lab in the offseason. He's got to develop some sort of a low post. Like, I don't think he doesn't need to be Kareem and develop a hook shot. But as I'm watching this series and watching him, set the screens 25 feet from the basket, and then he'll roll sometimes, but a lot of times he'll pop out. It's just that, look, they're a really young team, and I love Harper, and I love Castle, and I love all these guys, but we forget, A, this is their first time in the playoffs. B, they're extremely young, and they can talk it because you know who said it to him a bunch of times? Greg Popovich has had all these meetings with these guys, and here's what you need to do. Well, he's absorbing all that, but then he physically can't do it right now because I'm not blaming all this on him, but sometimes it's like hockey, you need your goaltender. Sometimes in the NFL, you need your quarterback. Like, you just look to them, to the great players sometimes, and say, you got to go win this for us. We need a couple of key hoops. We need to break the momentum. And he hasn't been able to do it at the key times. So is he going to be able to do it later in his career? I do believe that, but he hasn't been through it, and this is their first run in the playoffs, and I think everybody forgets that.
Tomorrow won't be an indictment of it either. To your point, what did we watch Jordan go through his first couple of postseasons? Right. What did we watch LeBron go through his first couple of postseasons?
Kobe threw up a bunch of air balls in 98. That's part of the process.
Nearly everyone goes through that. And it takes a really special player to not have that happen, and we thought that might have been happening with him. It might not be the case indeed. It's not some grand indictment, but it is like the first step of that journey, and then this story now becomes, can he overcome it? Like, we remember watching LeBron against Dallas specifically, where we were pretty long into the process already and still not watching him overcome it. And then a couple of runs later, we were like, wait, is this guy just ever going to do it? Like, this might be the best player we've ever seen, but is he going to win a championship? Like, and that's the interesting part of his journey that keeps concluding. Before I switch points, I want to pull our two younger NBA fans in the booth over there with what I'm talking about with like the Wemby approval rating right now. Jesse, Jamal, where do you guys lie in terms of like your Wemby approval rating? Now, Jamal is a Suns fan. I think as a Spurs hater might be leaning a certain way already. Do you still like enjoy Wemby, or are you getting tired of his shtick?
No, I like him. And I've said this before. I think I even said this on the air. I think in 10, 15 years, I think we'll be having the conversation of, is Wemby the greatest player of all time? I think he's that good. But right now, you guys mentioned, he's young, and he's still supremely skilled and talented right now. But it does terrify me how good I think he's going to be.
And it's the shtick, too. The other part that I didn't mention is it just happened in Game 4, right? He's pointing at Mitchell Robinson in his head. It seems like he's got the entire crowd at his command, and then all of a sudden he's the guy that goes 3 of 14.
Yep.
When everything is collapsing, and it quickly catches up to him. Jesse, where do you stand? You're a hater of many things. Do you hate this guy?
No, I love Wemby. I think he's like my favorite player, honestly. I love watching him, but I think he needs to lose before he wins.
Would you rather have him or Bol for the next 10 years?
Wemby is Bol if Bol cared a lot.
There you go. John, if you're not familiar, Jesse once compared Bol to Giannis Antetokounmpo.
We all have our moments.
Okay,
we all have
so
are you going to defend this now?
You can defend yourself.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Bol is a supremely talented player. He is a unicorn. He is one of these guys kind of sort of in the same ilk as a Wemby, maybe, an Embiid, a Jokic a little bit there. However, I don't think he has the drive and desire, and I also don't think that somebody's really believed in him to the point that he needs to be believed in. And so that's why Bol's career has not gone the way that I thought it would when he first went to Oregon and had so much hype.
I get where you're coming from. I do think the talent is a couple levels lower than what you're talking about. I understand what you're saying from a physical standpoint, where he's a physical freak and like he can handle the ball and stuff, but still from a talent perspective, he was a little bit low. But it's the age old, like, if you put Jordan Goodwin and DeAndre Ayton, then DeAndre Ayton would have been Hakeem or Tim Duncan, right? Or David Robinson.
Exactly. If you put Wemby into Bol, are you getting the same thing?
That's just not how it really works. The fascinating part of this game for me, John, is what the environment is going to be like in the crowd, because I have, unfortunately for Suns fans, from their perspective, attended a couple of these playoff games where you can feel the angst of the crowd. And this San Antonio crowd is going to have a little bit of that. Meanwhile, I think Knicks fans are going to take that building over again. And how does what is happening on the floor match or not match what is happening outside of the floor with the crowd? Because all of us for Game 3 were like, oh, the Spurs are screwed. How are they going to be able to handle this environment? Like all of the pressure that it brings. Instead, the Knicks were the team that were thrown off by the environment. So I don't know how it's going to go tomorrow from that perspective. We'll see if the Knicks are able to benefit from what is going to be like one of the best traveling crowds for a finals game we've probably ever seen.
Yeah, we're seeing ticket sales, and it looks like 50%. But here's the problem with the Spurs is now their confidence, and there is a difference between just playing and then playing down the stretch. And so the Spurs, even in the Oklahoma City series, they're getting off to these big starts, and then they're letting it back in. And what people aren't realizing or are forgetting, I think, through this whole process is if you've got a 20-point lead in the NBA with a three-point shot, it's really not that big of a deal. But yet, from a human nature standpoint, especially for a young team, the coach can say all the time, pedal to the metal, keep it going. It's 0-0. No, it's not. You're up 25. You're up 30. You're up 29 at one point. So San Antonio is thinking as a young team, it's 0-0. It's 0-0. No, it's not. Because you're jacking up threes, you're being irresponsible, you're doing stupid stuff with the ball. They constantly did it. Then when it started to happen to them, because this has happened to San Antonio a number of times in the playoffs, they just can't get the mojo back, and that becomes the issue. They could get up 15 or 20. The crowd could be behind them in San Antonio, but they know in the back of their mind, when is this run going to happen? Every team, just about every game, there's a run. So are you going to be able to – is Wemby, and this is where I put it on him, even though he's young. I can't put a caveat because he's young because you may never get back. You're the guy. The rest of these guys are really good players, but they're looking at you. You have to stem the tide. You have to hit a big shot. You've got to get the tip in that Anunoby got. You've got to – okay, it's down to 10. Okay, Wemby takes over, hits a couple of shots, blocks a shot. They get out, and now, okay, everything's good again. San Antonio hasn't proven they can do that.
To your point, which I totally agree with, Mitch Johnson took a lot of flack for what he said after Game 4, which was basically that, like, we've kind of decided how these 4 games have gone. And it's not the right thing to say after you have the worst blown loss in the history of the entire playoff format of the NBA, probably. But he has a point, and I believe that this season and what has gone on for the Spurs, this series, has been defined by what the Spurs do wrong more than what the Knicks do right.
Good
necessarily. I think that if you look back on the crunch time execution specifically, it has been the Spurs falling apart, not the Knicks exceeding everything that they do. And I think, again, that is what Game 5 is going to come down to as well. 3 games, 3 giveaway nights, your choice. The Diamondbacks Summer Weekend Giveaway gives you a shot at tickets to D-backs versus Twins on June 19th, 20th or 21st at Chase Field. Text SUMMER to 620-620 to enter. Again, text SUMMER to 620-620 to enter. What were Tyler Drake's biggest takeaways from Arizona Cardinals minicamp? We'll ask him ourselves here in person in studio. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great-paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
A little bit of magic, a little bit of smoke up in these lungs, running from the devil with my guitar.
Hey, it's Tim in for Bick all week on the Bickley and Murata Morning Show. Graham Friday beginning at 6 a.m. Can the Spurs pick up the pieces and respond in Game 5? We'll talk all about it coming up Friday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's the Wolf and Luke Show, except it's not Wolf and Luke. It's Kellen and John, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in. Our next guest is the guy to talk to about Arizona Cardinals football. It is Tyler Drake, our ArizonaSports.com Cardinals reporter, also co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, which is going to be having a pretty significant guest today. Tell us all about it, bud.
Yeah. We're actually going to be talking to Carson Beck here later on today. So going to get a lot of questions in there, hopefully get a lot of good answers, and just kind of see where he's at in his development of being the NFL quarterback and what kind of competition he can go into.
In studio, too, right?
Yeah, in studio. You guys are going to be talking to him in studio, right?
Yep.
Oh, very cool.
That was Jesse asking that question as well. So that'll be on the Arizona Sports YouTube page. We'll have it everywhere on our website. You'll be able to see it. You would agree with me. Top of the call sheet for the people Arizona Cardinals fans want to hear from, the person that they want to hear from the most is Carson Beck. So again, the Cardinals Corner podcast, you co-hosted with Lauren Colville. You'll be talking to rookie quarterback Carson Beck later today, who will also be joining Burns and Gambo as well. Super general, super broad. We go into minicamp. We have all these thoughts about the football team. We exit minicamp. We have all these thoughts about the football team. What has changed the most for you since getting to minicamp and leaving minicamp about the team, if anything, and just why?
I think it's just more so about the quarterback situation. I think we're going into training camp, and I think it's much more of an open situation than what we originally thought it was going to be. Obviously, when Gardner Minshew got signed, there was the report from Gambo that said, hey, he's coming to back up Jacoby Brissett. Obviously, you get into the draft, you take Carson Beck. I thought that was a message being sent to Brissett, who obviously wants to be paid as a starter. Now you look at all the work that's been done. You see Gardner Minshew really taking steps. He has really taken over the leadership role that I think Jacoby Brissett was last year for this team, and has gotten that through OTAs and minicamp. Then you have Beck kind of coming in and learning his way. I think Marvin Harrison had a really good quote on him about how he already sees him as a baller. His confidence and swagger is already standing out. So those little things there just makes me think we are going to continue to be talking about quarterback through training camp, even if Jacoby gets that pay raise. I still we're going to be into next year seeing multiple starters on this team, I believe.
All right, at 11:15 we're going to do this, but you're the super genius here, so I'm sorry to make you do math.
Oh no!
But to equal 100%, okay. And here's what we're going to ask. We're going to ask this question: if you had to put a percentage on who was going to start for the Cardinals quarterback, so like just for the sake of conversation, Brissett 50%, Minshew 20%, whatever. Make it equal 100% and back. What would you kind of put the percentages as we sit right now?
Are we going week one?
Yeah, week one.
Okay.
And as we sit right now, you can always change your mind. We're not going to hold you to this, but as we sit and you just watched all the mini camp stuff before training camp, where would you kind of?
This is just to me. 20% seems high for Beck. Why would you go that high for week one? This is just to me. 20% seems high for Beck. Why would you go that high for week one?
I mean, if you see enough, and let's say the Jacoby Brissett situation does not work out. Let's say, hey, they have to go a separate way. They've got to get off of that. They've just got to move forward. You look at Gardner. Yeah, you want to see Gardner come in there. I would love to see him start. But at the same time, if you see enough from Beck and you've got enough guys that really rally behind this guy and you think that this guy could really be the future, just go with it. I think everybody understands what the expectations are of this team. More tape is better when you're coming with a rookie guy. So at that point, that's why I leave it open. Because if you have enough guys backing this dude and he's really starting to take the locker room over, then why wouldn't you? So I'm going to leave that up there. Yes, it's a little bit high, but I just think between Gardner and Beck, like, it's a little redundant with Brissett and Gardner, I should say, and then you move over to Beck. So it's just I just see a little bit more percentage than I did entering OTAs, entering minicamp.
This is just me guessing and speculating. So this is just me, Kellen Olson, saying this out loud. That's it. I think the Jacoby Brissett situation has been going on a while. Yeah. I think this has not just been going on since we heard about it, and I think when we heard about it and when we heard that him and the Cardinals were struggling to agree on a restructured deal, whatever the phrasing exactly was at the time of the reporting, that was when the dam broke and that the negotiations were at an impasse. And then this thing kind of became public. And now we're doing the whole, like, will he show up? Will he hold in? Will he hold out? So with that in mind, we've got line in the sand. The trenches are built for both sides. Who do you think is going to ultimately buckle on that end to make this deal happen or not? And why? Do you think it'll be Brissett's side, which, as we've learned, is just Jacoby Brissett negotiating for himself? Or do you think the Cardinals will buckle first?
I don't think the Cardinals are going to buckle. I don't think they have to. Because the thing is we just talked about it, there's redundancy at the starting position of the projected starters. You got Jacoby, you've got Gardner. There's not a huge difference there. Gardner brings a little bit better vibes, I would say. Jacoby obviously is the incumbent leader of that team. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all goes out. But I think at the end of the day, you've got to start Beck at some point this year, and that's going to be the deciding factor. Is like, we can't pay you this full amount of the starter if you're playing 6 games, if you're playing 5 games, and we're turning it over. So I think it's much more Jacoby's either going to have to say, okay, I'm going to play on this deal, maybe get half of what he wants and kind of call it good. I think it's more on that side than it is the Cardinals. I don't think the Cardinals are budging.
Yeah, plus I think people are forgetting they owe Kyler Murray a ton of money. That's not a cheap quarterback room. It's an expensive quarterback room, and then you want to give more into it. I don't see it. Just as a broad question, though, and I know that you can't learn a ton in shorts, but you've done this for a long time, and you've covered this team for a long time. What is the difference between what you've seen from like a Gannon minicamp type stuff and LaFleur? What has he brought to the table that you've seen that's different?
Yeah, I think for me it's just more so the offensive approach to it. I think just obviously Michael LaFleur having that mindset, you see him really operating a lot with those guys and really fine-tuning things, talking to guys. So I think that's just the bigger side. Is obviously I felt like JG was more of kind of the CEO type of coach where, yeah, I'm going to go check the defense. I'm going to go over here check special teams. I'm going to go check offense. Like, I'm going to work my way around. Michael LaFleur does that too, but you can tell he's got a concerted effort because he is the guy running the show offensively, that he's over there working with guys like Trey, working with other dudes to get them to the spot that they want that formation, how they want the scheme and everything else. So especially during the open portion when we can see some of the offense kind of come together as a team, that's where you can really see like, oh yeah, he is getting in there. He's in the weeds. He's figuring out the little details. Like that's easily the biggest thing, is just the fact of how much he's hovering over that offense. And you can see, I think guys really appreciate it.
That's a great sign. That's a really great sign, because I covered the Niners for years, and that's what Kyle does, Kyle Shanahan. Yep. And then what he does is he hires the right people, and then he trusts those people. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't know Jonathan Gannon, and I don't know the team like you know the team, but I think you can spread yourself too thin that way, and I think a lot of young coaches do that. Kyle says, look, this is what I do, and I'm an offensive guy, and then I'm going to trust my guys, my special teams guys, my defensive guys. He hires veterans to do that, and he trusts them, and then he gets out of their way.
Yeah, and then that's the other thing too, is like when LaFleur gets out of the offensive side of it, he's got Nathaniel Hackett there to bounce stuff off of guys, like another trusted guy in the league who you can really go that route with. So yeah, he's got that base covered very well, I think.
Okay. He did entry-level math. I'm going to step it up here. We're going to go to like some real
I'm glad I'm
serious
not
math,
you.
Okay? This is because I believe in you and I've known you for a decade, okay? And I love you and I care about you and your family.
The fact that he's prefacing this makes me so scared for the math you're going to have to do.
What Cardinals fans want to see for Jeremiah Love is what happened for Ashton Jeanty last year. I guarantee this is how they feel. They want to see 266 carries and 55 catches. Yeah. We know that it is not going to be that type of number. So the math equation is like that's over 300 combined touches.
Yep.
Essentially for Ashton Jeanty. You scroll down a couple of lines and you look at Travion Henderson in New England, and he had 180 carries, and 35 catches. So he was over like that 200 threshold. Between like 150 and 300, like where do you land for the amount of touches that you think Jeremiah is going to get this year and why? This is tough because you come in here and you've thought about these types of things like a lot that we're going to talk about. This is one that I can tell you haven't put like a number on it. You have an idea for what his role is going to be.
235.
That's pretty healthy. Why do you think that many?
I think that there's going to be a lot of run game on this team. So I don't think I think there's going to be a healthy dose of Tyler Algier too, but I do think with everything put together, the run game by itself, then you throw in the receiving game, like he is going to get a lot of looks. And that's I think a lot more than what we've seen at Notre Dame from the receiving side of it. So that's where I go. And really from a split standpoint, I'm actually working on something for Arizona Sports right now, going through running back splits and what might be the perfect world for this team. And you look at what the Rams did with LaFleur operating the show. Obviously, Sean McVay was there too. It went from like a 55% split last year with Kyron Williams compared with all of the snaps, 55%, and Blake Corum right after that, about 31%. And what they put together was his best rushing attack that he's had as a coordinator, 7th in the league. So you look at that, and that's the blueprint. You've got two guys who could be that. You could have Jeremiah Love be that guy coming out week one, be the starter, have Tyler Algier come and compliment him like he did with Bijan, which if you look at that, there was a closer split in Atlanta between Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson until finally Bijan took more on. So I see that, yes, there could be more of a split there, but I still think you've got to put the load on the rookie right away, number 3 pick. You can't just have him sit in the back. You've got to get him out there right away. So I'm looking over 200. Like that's kind of maybe not 230, but at least over 200 because I think that's a good starting point, and it'll slowly increase like this. If you can get him up to like 65% split, that's the dream, I think, right there.
Well, he hit it right on the head in 2023 when Robinson was a rookie and Algier was the backup. It was 216 to 185. Yep. And then the difference was catches, which he had 50. So I think it was like 255 for Robinson, but a lot of it was through the air.
Yeah, and if you look at the seasons that followed, it was more and more. Bijan was getting more of the rushing attempts. So it could be the same type of thing. You've got Algier, who's been in this kind of situation before. So that's just kind of where I'm sitting at.
It's going to be really interesting to watch over the course of the year. Again, the Cardinals Corner podcast at some point this afternoon, this evening, a conversation with Carson Beck, and I'll go as far as saying one of the first, if not the first, like extended combo that an interview that he is going to have in the video format in that type of way. You and Lauren Koval on the Cardinals Corner podcast be able to check it out. Tyler, I'm giving you A+ on the math. You did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for joining.
My brain's spinning, but thanks.
Put it on the fridge. Get the magnet handy. What are our expectations for Jordan Lawler when he returns to the Arizona Diamondbacks lineup, which sounds like could happen later today? We'll discuss next. It's Kellen and John filling in on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less, but don't do that. This is your home we're talking about. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. Get settled in. Do it without waiting around for other people. No showings, no double moves, none of that. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent will help you sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. Look, with Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
2 Jeeps, $50,000. 2 big nights. Only at Casino Arizona this June and July. Earn entry starting June 1st. Then join us on Wednesday, June 24th and July 29th for the grand prize drawings. You could drive away in one of 2 Jeep Wranglers or win your share of up to $50,000 cash. Don't miss your chance to win big. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
2 different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15 with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to our John Gambadoro, D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler will return from the 60-day injured list tonight. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and they're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How has Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the AZ and life in the NFL? We'll chat with the rookie quarterback on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hour 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in. Wolf will be back on Monday. I'll be with him on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Me and John, for now, this is all you got.
Very nice.
I hope you're having as much fun as we are through the show. John, this is a radio segment that always fascinates me because there is a phenomenon in sports and like what we do as a daily discussers of this. Sometimes people just do it around the water cooler without microphones. Sometimes they do that version of the conversation with the microphone in front of them like we are about to do right now, where I'm going to be honest, if Jordan Lawler was getting called up today like we expected him to and the D-backs were playing okay to great baseball, we would not be having this segment. We just would not be. We'd be excited for Jordan Lawler to be here, and we'd be looking forward to seeing what comes of him in the future. But with the team absolutely reeling right now, especially offensively, especially with runners in scoring position, some abhorrent numbers across the board, Lawler now turns into this guy where he's the de facto, like, can you turn this around for us? Can you get a 2-hit day today to spark the offense? And in my head, I'm sure a lot of Diamondbacks fans feel the same way. They're thinking about the start of the season like, oh, Jordan got off to such a good start. Like, he was really rolling. And then I look up at his baseball reference page, and I'm like, wow, it was really just 20 plate appearances and 6 games. Amazing? It felt like 25 games and like 100 plate appearances, and he had like fully established himself as a major leaguer. And you remind yourself, like Tommy Troy did that at the start of the year. Ryan Waldschmidt did that at the start of the year. This is a ton to put on the kids. So I just want to start the segment by saying, like, we're talking about expectations for Jordan Lawler. That in of itself is putting too much pressure on what he is as a baseball player. I think you would agree with me. We just want to see him certify himself as a major leaguer before talking about him to that degree.
Well, and here's the thing. By the way, we have to save 60 seconds for donut talk at the end of this conversation. We don't have to do it now. I'm just saying at the end. Okay. So remind us. Okay.
Yes.
So, because you had something great.
This was,
But, that aside.
I did what I always do when I do the shows, which is scoff down a
but
large
you
food
came up with
item in,
something
like,
that I can't believe that I've never thought of. But anyway, let's stay on track for now.
Yep.
What the Diamondbacks have done throughout this whole year, whether they're going good or bad, is they're trying to find some sort of a spark. So, as you said, Waldy came up. He gave it to him for a while. Baseball adjusts. Okay, we'll see what happens. Tommy Troy came up. Woo! Oh, it's my God. It's another first-round pick. He comes up.
Jose Fernandez earlier in the
Jose
year.
Fernandez, right at the gate, hits 2 home runs, right? Oh, my God, he's a savior.
He doesn't even come to mind anymore because we've done this 3 times now and we're at the 4th guy.
So it's this constant thing where it's like maybe this, maybe this, maybe this, maybe this. And Jordan Lawler is kind of the latest. Like you said, was it 18 at-bats, whatever it was, and we thought, well, he's established. So he's the latest and hopefully the greatest opportunity to get these guys going, because the only thing, and even I was going to say there's only 2 guys in the lineup, but Marte hasn't even been consistent. There's been 1 guy, and it's been Corbin Carroll for the most part who's been consistent. Outside of that, they just haven't gotten anything. And you mentioned like left field where he'll probably play. First base has been terrible. Their home runs are way down, obviously, from a year ago. They just are constantly grasping at straws to say, please give us some sort of a spark until we can get our bats going. And he's just the latest in the line of it. And I have some bad news. I just don't think it's going to work. You've got to get consistent players throughout the lineup, and they just haven't been able to do it. So this big spark that they think they're going to get, you hope for it, but it's got to be more consistent than just one guy getting hot for a minute.
You look at the last 15 days in terms of where Lawler will get slotted and who goes down. Again, we don't have an official roster move. I think we'll get it at some point in our show. If we don't, Burns and Gamble will have it before they go off the air into the pregame show. Who exactly is going to go down and who is going to come up? The numbers aren't convincing for anyone right now. If you look at the last 15 days, which spans 13 games for the Diamondbacks, Ryan Waldschmidt had 42 at-bats. He had 9 hits, included 3 doubles, no homer, just 1 RBI. And the damning stat for him, 17 strikeouts and just 1 walk. That, to me,
that might be your guy.
John, is your, like, oh, the league has figured him out. They know what pitches he doesn't like, and he is really struggling with them right now. Again, that's 17 strikeouts and just 42 at-bats. So nearly every 2 at-bats he's striking out right now. Tommy Troy, 7 for 38, so he's hitting 184, a little bit worse than Waldschmidt. No doubles, no triples, just 1 home run. So 1 extra base hit, 2 between those 2 guys alone. The split's a little bit better. 10 strikeouts, 6 walks for him. And then Jorge Barrosa, who I think is going to be the guy if they're okay with DFAing him because he's out of options right now. He's 2 for 14, no walks, 4 strikeouts. He has got no extra base hits as well. And I emphasize the extra base hit numbers there, the doubles, triples, homers. They need thump somewhere in this lineup, and something I think I'm going to continue to talk about on our airwaves over the summer is this is congratulations, you played yourself, the whole meme, because the Diamondbacks for years and years, and continue to do this, they are enamored with small, contact-heavy hitters. They love these guys. They absolutely love them. And guess what? I freaking love when they're awesome because Corbin Carroll is an unbelievable baseball player, but you're going to have to get slugs somewhere in your lineup right now. And these guys, whether it's someone like Lawler, who's a little bit bigger and a little bit more athletic, but he's not going to bring power and slug to your lineup. You look at Troy, who just came up, Waldschmidt, who just came up. You go to Barrosa, who has been up since last year. Even you go to their recent picks like Slade Caldwell is this same type of prospect as well. They're going to need to find power somewhere in their lineup. And again, like it can't be put on Lawler. It needs to be Gurriel coming back. It needs to be Arenado getting back on track. It needs to be Ketel freaking Marte, who over that 15-day stretch is hitting 125 with a 477 OPS right now. It's not nearly good enough from him or this team right now.
Well, over the last couple of years, and you had this on social media yesterday, their runners in scoring position, and it's been atrocious. At the beginning of the year, they were actually one of the better teams in the league. But the biggest problem offensively is they're really athletic. So you've got to decide on one thing. You're not going to hit home runs. The last couple of years, the Diamondbacks have been over 200 home runs, and we know why they're not anymore. Now they're 26th, then they have 60 home runs, and they're on pace for, I think it's 143. So where do you make up that? Well, you can't. Okay, well, you're an athletic lineup like you just talked about, and you're a bunch of gap hitters, but nobody steals bases anymore. Nobody hits and runs anymore. So it's an offense that is screaming for something as far as generating runs because they don't hit home runs. But they're a line drive hitting athletic offense that doesn't move runners, that doesn't steal because nobody does that anymore. So how do you score runs? And, oh, by the way, you don't hit with runners in scoring position. How do you score?
Again, the question for where Jordan Lawler will slot in the lineup if he is indeed playing tonight, who's going up, who's going down. We should have that news at some point on our show. If not, stay tuned for Burns and Gambo afterwards. Tonight is the night. You're gosh darn right in the words of Dexter Morgan. Tonight is the night. USA versus Paraguay kicks off at 6 p.m. and Arizona Sports is watching it live at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get down there and cheer on the old US of A. Text CUP to 620-620. Again, that's text CUP to 620-620 for info and to grab your table that is powered by Michelob Ultra. John teased it earlier. The four of us are going to go around the bend here, around the horn, if you will, and give our percentage chances at each Cardinals quarterback to start in week one. That's next. Kellen and John filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Who is Soulja Boy, and what in the heck is that dance?
Who's Soulja Boy?
You! Soulja Boy, tell. Hey, I got this new damn.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks look like they could use a shakeup, and one is coming with Jordan Lawler's return. The Cardinals signed tight end Kenny Yeboah and released linebacker Steven Dix Jr. And the Diamondbacks offense again quiet as the Marlins secured the sweep. Those are your top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Jamal, I'm surprised you got this in your bag. You're young. You're a young pup.
Oh, this was easily one of the first dances I learned when I was growing up.
Oh yeah, so you were like a perfect, like the Fortnite kids of this generation. You were the Dem franchise boys, Soulja Boy.
100,000,000%.
You got the lean with it, rock with it in your back pocket too.
Kidding me?
Yeah, that's middle school, high school
100%.
dance.
Age. Those homecoming dances, seventh, 8th grade. Oh my,
it was popping.
Oh boy,
it was popping.
To say the least.
There was a lot going on there. Hey, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke, Kelvin, John, filling in. John had this great idea for us to kind of go around and break down the quarterback race competition for the Arizona Cardinals in a unique way, and we're going to toss around everyone. Jamal and Jesse are going to get in on the act. I will as well. And basically what we are going to be doing, we talked about this with Tyler Drake earlier, you can play along and come up with your own numbers at home as well, is we are going to go through the percentage chance we believe each quarterback on the Arizona Cardinals roster has at starting in week one. We're talking about week one specifically. So if you believe that it is indeed an open competition, then your answer would be 33% Brissett, 33% Minshew, 33% Beck, and go on. We're going to go around the horn here, and then we'll kind of take breaks here or there to talk about what everyone's kind of got going on. John, you start first. What do you got over there?
All right. So Tyler came in earlier, and he gave Brissett a 50% chance. First of all, I don't think anything's going to happen with Brissett because they don't have to do anything. But I put him at 50%, but I think this will surprise you because all these nice things have been said about Carson Beck. Russell Wilson, there's been, third rounders who have started, and I don't see the reason why you would sit him if this is a true competition. And I really do think it's a true competition. So I put Brissett at 50. I put Beck at 40.
Whoa!
I don't see the point in starting Minshew at all. I think that Beck should be able to beat out Minshew. And I like Minshew. It's not that. It's just he's not a starting quarterback in the league. So I put him at 10%. So I got 50% Brissett, 40% Beck, 10% Minshew.
Wow, I wasn't sure if anyone was going to put Beck second or first. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see if anyone else is going to join John on this daring adventure. Jamal, go ahead with the Merc shirt on, by the way. We're bouncing back a little bit.
Use tires.
It was a rough start
to the year. No more use tires, bro.
Yeah, last night wasn't great.
We're doing everything we can. Jamal, what do you got?
I think John Lund stole, my paper.
No, I didn't. I came in there last segment, but I didn't stare at yourself. I was just trying to get a little bit warm.
Yeah, but I also have 50-40-10 in terms of Brissett, Beck at 40, and Minshew. Because I'm with John though. That Minshew was brought in to be a backup. No matter what. I don't think you start Minshew week 1. I think you either start Brissett, the guy that you went with last year, who looked pretty good. Obviously, only won one game, but got the best out of Michael Wilson, out of Trey McBride, or you start with the third-round rookie that you drafted this year that you don't know what you have, and so you don't know what you could get from him. So if he loses a bunch, okay, you draft your quarterback next year in the first round. But if he wins, okay, maybe you can be a franchise guy. And Minshew's that in between that there's no point of actually throwing him out there if you don't need to.
Maybe it isn't related to the point that you two are inconsequentially sort of making, like inadvertently is the word I'm looking for here. Do you believe, because I think some of the conversation has been that like Brissett and Minshew aren't all that different of quarterbacks in terms of their skill. So you both believe that like Brissett is a much better quarterback than Gardner Minshew.
I do.
Yeah, I think he's been able to prove it. And by the way, the reason I'm saying Beck is, inexperience. These young quarterbacks come in inexperienced out of college. This guy's played in every game you can play in at a high level with Georgia and Miami. Played in 44 games. We all know the whole Bill Parcells thing. He won 37 of them. He's not going to be intimidated by any of these kind of situations. I'm not saying he's going to be great going into Seattle or the Rams or something like that, but he's got a ton of experience, and I expect him to show it in camp.
Jesse, go ahead.
So I have 40% for Brissett, 40% for Minshew, and 20% for Beck. And I think it'll be Brissett if they get the contract thing worked out. If not, it will be Minshew. But then I give a 20% number, which I actually think is pretty high for Carson Beck, just because I could also see him coming in and, knocking the coach's socks off, and he starts week 1. So, yeah, 40-40-20 for me.
Fellas, I saved myself for last for a reason. I don't need 3 numbers. I don't need 2 numbers. It's Jacoby Brissett 100%. I believe that he is without a doubt going to be the starting quarterback in week 1, and there are a couple of reasons why. One, we do this hold-out-hold-in thing all the time. It eventually gets done. We rarely see it get to that point where it doesn't get done. And in the event that it even doesn't get done, I still think Jacoby Brissett will not be that type of quote-unquote teammate because he sees himself as one of the leaders of the team. Everyone talked about it. Like the Kyler picture went down. The Jacoby Brissett picture in the facility went up. And 2, and this is really my biggest point here is for all of the chance that you can give Carson Beck to start week 1, and it might be on Carson Beck himself. I'm saying 100% because I believe even if Carson Beck looks like he'll be the best quarterback for you by the end of the season, or perhaps is the most skilled out of the 3 of them right away, LaFleur needs to establish what he does offensively, and he needs to get his principles down, what he runs, where he likes to run it. If this was a year 2 or year 3 thing in a certain system, I would give Beck more of a shot. I would give Minshew more of a shot, but I believe he by far needs it to be Brissett so he can get everything in order with what he wants to accomplish offensively, show how it is done from a veteran standpoint, from a I have this many starts standpoint at a certain level like Brissett does. And then we'll see Beck eventually week 7, week 8, week 9. But I without a doubt think that Brissett is going to be the start of week 1. I'm not buying all this back and forth. I legitimately think there are negotiations going on, but someone will bend, and then I think it'll be Brissett week 1.
I have some issues with that just because because Jacoby Brissett, not that much leverage and doesn't have an agent, I think those 2 things could prevent him from even being here. Like, I think they could end up moving off of him.
So you believe that he would do that to his teammates? I do not believe that he would do that to. Like, I think there's no chance he's not here by the middle of preseason to get going.
Okay, but if he's here by the middle of preseason, have the guys just, gotten on board with Carson Beck, with Gardner Minshew, who they already seem to be liking a lot? That's where I'm hesitant to just say that, oh, Jacoby can just walk back in here mid camp and take the job over again.
How many new guys is Jacoby winning over, though? He's already won over. He's winning over. You're talking about the locker room itself. Most of that locker room is returning players. No, hasn't he won them over from last year already?
Yeah, but he can also lose the locker room.
Okay.
I don't think it's a democracy, though. Yeah. I think that the one guy who's going to make that decision is going to be LaFleur because you hired him, and I think you've got to let him make the decision. And that's not why I'm saying I think Beck has such an opportunity. I do believe him when he says it's a true competition. And if it's a true competition and Jacoby's not there, see, here's where the confusion comes in for me is the Cardinals should not, it would be a low for the organization to bow down to a guy who went 1-11 and is a career backup. Okay, fine, we'll give you money. Based on what? Like I'm not so much worried about the record itself. I'm just worried about the fact that if I look at it as a true competition, I like Jacoby Brissett. He's a nice guy, but I'm not giving him a dime if I'm the Cardinals. I can't. Like, what leverage does – if we're doing it because he's a nice guy, okay. But if we're doing it based on the facts of leverage, he has none.
I'll play devil's advocate to that as well because, number one, he's making less money than Jarrett Stidham. I think he could just basically show up and be like, I'm better than Jarrett Stidham, and they would – that's a good argument.
But in business, you have to have leverage. And he doesn't have any leverage.
And then
I believe he actually does. Sorry to cut you off, Jesse. I believe the leverage that he has is pointing to what Trey McBride and Michael Wilson did last year and being like, hey, these are your two most valuable weapons on offense. Trey is your best overall player. I got the best out of him. Hey, here's every time Trey McBride talked in the offseason and every time he brought up Jacoby every time he got the chance to talk. He wasn't even asked about Jacoby and brought him up. Jamal, I wanted to run something by you because I think Jesse's on a really good point that he was bringing up earlier. I didn't want to make it sound so because people can hear people disagree on the air and be like, oh, wow, he thinks that. Like, no, Jesse made a great point. Do you believe that it is going to be damaging to Jacoby if he doesn't show up at the start of training camp? Like, can he afford to hold in, whatever you want to call it, for a couple of weeks and still have the trust of the locker room as the leader of the team as the starting quarterback? Or do you believe he needs to be there right away?
I think he'll have the trust of the locker room. I don't know if he'll have the trust of LaFleur. And and the reason why I say that is because this is an entirely new system going from a defensive-minded head coach now to an offensive-minded head coach. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more terminology, a lot different, again, the way that they run things. And so I don't know if LaFleur is going to trust him enough if he's not there and present and learning the system and constantly studying the scheme that they're going to run, that he's going to be okay trusting him, throwing him out there week one. Hence the reason why I've kind of come along on the idea of Carson Beck starting week one. I think I'm rooting for that idea just because, again, and Kellen, you brought up the idea of Brissett getting the best out of Michael Wilson and Trey McBride. The only thing I would say to that is those are guys you are more likely planning to have for the years to come. Jacoby Brissett, if you win 2 or 3 games this season, you're going to move, or 4 even, whatever the case is, you're looking to move on and find your franchise quarterback next year. And so if you can use Carson Beck and get him and see what you have in him for the whole season, the ups and downs, the highs and lows, I think that's the biggest key for them. So again, Jacoby Brissett, he's probably going to start, but I really like Carson Beck.
That was fun. Head over to the Wolf and Luke social pages if you want to give in your own percentage splits. I'm sure we'll have a video clip up of that at some point. You can let us know who you think was the most wrong and why. And make sure to be really mean because that is the point of the internet, of course.
Yes.
How do the Arizona Diamondbacks get going in Cincinnati? We'll ask Diamondbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson next. It's Kellen and John filling in on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service, and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15, with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Friday, June 19th D-backs home game versus Minnesota, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
Hello, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke. And as you heard from the sounder, Jody Jackson is joining us from Cincinnati. Hi, Jody. Hello. It's great to see you.
I saw you dancing there, Kellen. You know, this is what you see on the video stream. So
yeah, usually when you see me at my station as a beat reporter, I'm just kind of like sitting like this, like at my laptop or whatever. But for the shows, I dance. I dance a little bit. I dance. I'm a good dancer, like sitting down in a chair. Get me on my feet, problems. But down here, I'm in a good rhythm.
chair dancer. Yeah, that didn't come out right.
It was fair.
It happens.
It was fair. It came with a slight criticism, and it's fair. You haven't even seen me dance on my feet, and you would criticize me if you saw that. Believe me. Right now, with our baseball team, what are you seeing in terms of the struggles? Because it seems like you could, unfortunately, right now, point at a couple of different directions.
Yeah, well, I might be in the minority, but I'm less worried about the offense as much as it's been bad. I mean, they just haven't scored. To be shut out twice in a row, is just terrible, and 2 for 30 with runners in scoring position. I'm also worried a little bit about the starting pitching, I guess, is where I'm going with this. Not necessarily tonight, because Eduardo Rodriguez is on the mound, and Soroka tomorrow. Those two guys are looking good, but they're here in Cincinnati, and they're down and out. I guess if you're Cincinnati, you're saying hold my beer, though, because they have also lost 10 of their last 13.
True.
I saw some numbers on them with runners in scoring position. They are 17 for 111, which is like 150 batting average. So these are mirroring each other, these clubs, with the offense right now. But I look at it and I say, for the Diamondbacks, it seems like it'll turn. They rolled into Miami and they had won 7. Honestly, the other day when we finished the game, the first night, I guess that was Monday, and I had become so used to doing a player interview in Miami, like it's just clockwork, right? They had won 7 in a row there, and it was like, wow, it's weird to lose a game here. It just felt odd. But the Marlins, they threw together some pretty good pitching. I will say this, baseball is a funny game. I mean, they had some hitters that were rolling in, like you look at the averages and they were barely batting, 200, and some of those guys did damage and some of those guys turned it around against the Diamondbacks. So you have to hope that the Diamondbacks are going to turn it around as well with the cast of characters they currently have. Jordan Lawler is coming today. But again, he's coming back off an injury. He was batting 214, I think, in the rehab stint, very small sample. But, I think will he help? I hope so. I hope he'll give a shot in the arm to the club. But I also know baseball is just weird, and hopefully they can put up big numbers in this ballpark, because it's certainly possible. I think they just have to let go of that Marlins series and move on today.
Well, Jody, and you mentioned it's kind of like the Spider-Man meme. I mean, like you said, 3 and 10, they're outscored by a lot of the same runs. And if you were going to play the Reds, now's the time. You don't get Chase Burns. Ellie De La Cruz is out. Their bullpen is an absolute mess. They're starting pitching like the Diamondbacks have a couple of guys in pitching in this series with ERAs over 5. You miss Hunter. Hunter Green is still out. It's a really good time to get well, and the good news is the Diamondbacks have played well against sub-500 teams, and now the Reds are that. So it would seem like if you're going to play the Reds, now would be a perfect time.
I think you nailed it, John. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not seeing, Chase Burns is like nasty. I mean, and yeah, I mean, they have Eugenio Suarez, who is extremely hard to root against. He's like the best guy ever. And, tonight it'll be, Erod and Suarez, facing each other. That'll be interesting. But, and then to your point, John, though, they're also facing a lefty tonight, which they've crushed left-handed pitching. And so Nick Lodolo, I mean, how how's he going to do tonight? He's been up and down like a lot of the D-backs pitchers, but Corbin Carroll, we know the numbers are ridiculous against lefties. And so hopefully that shows up as a good matchup, because with the Marlins, it was 3 righties. It was kind of a patchwork. Credit to the Marlins. I mean, they were patching together their starting pitching, and they did it very, very well. So, but yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, this Reds team was really good out of the gate. I remember thinking, wow, they're really going to be a force in the Central, and they have not just struggled once, but I think twice they've had like dips. Like this is their second kind of dip this season. So, but Terry Francona, very good manager. It'll be a battle, but yeah, it does look like a team. I used the term on paper the other night for one of the matchups with the Marlins, and that didn't go well. So I won't say on paper, but I will say that they're not getting the strongest version of the Reds for sure.
Diamondbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Jody, we've got Erod, we've got Soroka going the next 2 days. This has not just been a flash in the pan for them. They've been consistently great all year. What have you seen from the two of them that has allowed for them to remain so steady throughout the year right now?
Yeah, it's just Erod's been on most of the time. I've only seen him kind of grind through an outing. One was in Baltimore earlier in the year. His last outing against the Nats wasn't that bad. There just wasn't that much offense there. He's still looking for win number 100. If that comes tonight, that'll be really cool for him. And he would be the 9th Venezuelan-born pitcher to do that. And so I'm hoping and rooting for him to do that. I mean, against the Dodgers, he was incredible. I know you guys saw that. And after the game, he said, his fastball has been in I don't remember even the time frame he gave. I took it to mean ever. It looked really good. He can get it up to 94, 95 when he wants to. That's not something that any of us really saw coming for Erod this year, just the way that he's had outings like that where he looked so good and had the Dodgers under control. So yeah, and then Soroka and for Erod, yeah, it's a good fastball, locating, changeup. He's been mixing in a few other pitches as well, curveball here and there, but he's just been so good with command of the ball. And then Soroka, the same thing. I mean, he has been excellent. That slurve is a devastating pitch. There have been a few outings where he doesn't have it right out of the gate in the game, and then he kind of just steadies himself, and he's able to, I've never seen a game where he didn't have it for multiple innings. It's like he sort of gets a feel for it, and then it's just as devastating as it always is. So, I love that for the Diamondbacks right now. They need it. Like, there's no sugarcoating this. This is a big series. You're in the stretch where you have Marlins, Reds, you come home, you'll have Angels, Twins, and they should do well. They should not have gotten swept by the Marlins. And they did. So this is really big, and to have these guys starting it out for them, these two pitchers, it's huge.
Jody, you mentioned Jordan Lawler coming back, and a couple of the young guys who gave him a spark for a minute. Waldschmidt, who's really struggling, he's striking out a ton. Tommy Troy right now, Barossa. Any kind of thought on of those three guys? I would imagine one of those guys is going to be out, right?
Well, and Groover, I think the move, just based on just from what I saw the other day, and this isn't a move that I saw yet, so I'm not sure, but it looked like Aramis Garcia may not be with the team. So that's, I think the move. Haven't seen anything yet today. But look, Tommy Troy, I've seen some pretty good at-bats from Tommy Troy. And Waldschmidt, yes, the strikeouts have become a problem. He looks a little, I thought Steve Berthiaume used a good term the other day, kind of in between. He looks a little in between right now. Some strikeouts looking, hitting, as we say, hitting's hard, and pitchers will pitch to you, and pitchers smell blood in the water if you're struggling. And that's why I think it's important for them to come out strong tonight early in the game, because I feel like you don't want that to feed on itself like it did in Miami. Groover's another guy. I forget who else you meant. Oh, Barossa. Mm-hmm. Barossa, such great defense, and he has won some games with them with defense. So, I mean, hopefully he provides some offense. But then again, with Lawler back, how's that going to look? I'm not sure. Groover, you've got a need at first base. So it'll be Vargas, Groover in there throughout this series, I imagine. And, I've seen Groover take some good at-bats too, but they are young. And I will venture to say it's not ideal to have that many young guys in the lineup right now, but you've got Lawler here, and he's a young guy, but you've got Gurriel coming back, I think, soon. I think he's close to ready. So I think that will help the lineup. But again, there's no magic bullet here that's going to be like, we're going to inject one guy and he's going to fix it all. So they've got to just try to get together as a group. And as Tori said yesterday, they've got to link up. And I think part of that is just not swinging for the fences, not acting like you can win it with one swing. Linking up to me means just go out, have a good at-bat, and see what happens.
Jody, you're the best. Thank you for joining the program.
Thanks, guys. Always
Thanks,
good
Jody.
to join you, and we'll see you next week.
Absolutely. Jody Jackson, Arizona Diamondbacks broadcaster, joining us for her weekly segment here on the Wolf and Luke Show. All right, everyone. I held the prep room hostage. I made it happen. I demanded a World Cup segment today with the U.S. men's national team in action tonight. We're going to talk about it next. This is Wolf and Luke. Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Get to Chase Field for the D-backs Twins game on Saturday, June 20th, and pick up the Gabriel Moreno soccer jersey, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets now at dbacks.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break. But good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
I want to know who my representing here tonight. Hold on.
Explain myself.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll get into the Diamondbacks weekend in Cincinnati. And, oh, by the way, Fix Back starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey there, Wolf and Luke. Kellen and John. That's the new version today. Kellen Olson and John Land filling in for Wolf and Luke. Wolf will be back on Monday. Didn't you know it? The biggest sports tournament in the world. That's right, the collective population of Earth. It's the FIFA World Cup. Mexico taking down South Africa 2-0 yesterday, and then South Korea picking up a late rally of a win over Czechia. Today, of course, is headlined by the start of play for both Canada up north, and then here in the United States, they will take on Paraguay in Group D play. That is at 6 o'clock if you want to tune in. And me as the soccer nut of the show, admittedly, I will keep things here pretty simple. And I think the main thing, John, to understand for the people listening who are more of casual soccer fans who will be tuning in to watch this team maybe for the first time since the last World Cup that they were in, is that we were told that this was the quote-unquote golden generation for the United States men's national team. And several different countries, this is not exclusive to the U.S., it is always anointed a golden generation for someone, and different international teams go through different phases. But this was supposed to be the one for the U.S. with stars like Christian Pulisic, like Weston McKennie, like Tyler Adams, who were in their early 20s at the times we were talking about that. And it's like, okay, now these guys are in their late 20s. Now they're in their early 30s. This is when they're going to be at their best at this point when you are hosting the World Cup as well. And when we were projecting this team out 4 years ago, 8 years ago, it's like, okay, now our team just isn't full of MLS guys. Like, we've got guys not only playing in the biggest leagues in Europe, we got them playing in the Champions League. Like, we got them starring in the Champions League in some senses as well. All of this comes together with Mauricio Pochettino, who comes in as the manager, by far the manager with the best resume of a person who has run this national team. It's not close. All of this, you can see, is coming together for this golden generation to thrive. You can sense the butt coming, but they're still the same. It looks like it'll be a round of 16 exit, which has been the case now for 3 of the last 4 World Cups. The other one that it didn't happen in is the one they didn't qualify for in 2018. The notable difference here I will mention is we're playing Mickey Mouse World Cup soccer this year, where it is easier to qualify. They've extended the tournament. More teams are in. And now when you get out of the group stage, you're in the round of 32. So the United States will have to win a match in the knockouts to get to the round of 16. But they are not amongst the elite, and they're not in like that sexy dark horse pick range either, John. They're just kind of okay, and it's really disappointing. We'll see if they prove me and their critics wrong, but right now, at least that's where we've got them.
Okay, I'm going to do this in a broad sense because I think I'm your typical soccer fan, which is when the World Cup comes around, I'm interested. I'm patriotic. I like this. I know that they're about 16th, like you just said, in the entire world, and what seems to happen every time there's a World Cup, especially if it's here, what do we have, 11 of the cities, I think, are U.S. cities, right? Mm-hmm. So everyone's going to be interested in this kind of thing. What I always think about the World Cup is we win a game we're not supposed to win. We might get close against somebody. Expectations rise a little bit. Then they let us down. Then everybody jumps on ESPN and goes crazy. And why do we suck? And then the casual soccer fan says, geez, by the process of elimination of just math, shouldn't we be better because we have so many people? I mean, isn't that generally every 4 years when we 100%. Do this? Isn't that the general thing that happens? We get hyped, we lose a game, everyone gets pissed, and we go, why aren't we better?
And then we tell you...
Isn't that basically it?
It's exactly how I feel. And, I have no faith in this team to do anything just based off of the past World Cups that I've watched where they've been okay, but it's like, why haven't they gone further? We're a really large country.
Right, we should be better.
We should be better. And like, how can the women's team be so good when the men's team is so bad? It's like, and I usually look more forward to the Women's World Cup because we got a good chance to win that one. And it's just to me, I'm just kind of ready to be disappointed and ready to just enjoy the World Cup, the whole event, and not just the United States.
What you guys are talking about, you're waiting for the moment when the hype reaches a crescendo, right? Like, let's say that they win their group, which very well could happen. They were very fortunate with their group draw, which you can infer based on the shadiness of FIFA.
Well, they got to keep us interested, right? I mean, the majority of the games are played here, so if you don't keep us interested, that's a problem.
Host, being how involved the president was, all that kind of stuff. We got a very fortunate draw. There are no giants in Group D. There is no France, no Spain, no Germany, no Portugal, no Argentina, nothing like that for the United States. We mentioned Paraguay, who they're playing tonight. The U.S. is a decidedly better team than Paraguay. It would not be shocking to see Paraguay win. It's on that level where either team could win, but the U.S. is decisively better. The game they absolutely have to win is a week from tonight against Australia, who is the worst team in this group by far. And because, again, of the Mickey Mouse levels of how they're doing qualifying now and how you advance, most of the teams that finish third in their group even advance. So you realistically just need to win one game, maybe draw another, and you're in. Turkey is the looming threat in the last game. They are seen as the ever so slight favorites of this group, but it is mostly due because they have 3 world-class young talents. And by young, I mean 20 and 21 years old. This is the experienced and best group, but to what you guys are talking about as well and how they've underachieved, you wonder if they can just grab the national
then
attention.
that's what they need to do. So that we can sound smart, because I'm going to watch this. I'm excited about it. It reminds me of the Olympics a little bit. Everybody gets patriotic about it. So what, in your mind, what's kind of our ceiling and what would be the very least so that everybody doesn't jump on ESPN and scream and yell and tell us that we suck?
The ceiling is the quarterfinals, and essentially how this will work is the U.S. should finish first or second in their group. I believe they should win their group. Will they win their group? I don't know. This team historically underachieves in the group stage as well, and it's so critically important because if you finish second or third in the group, now in the round of 32, you could be playing one of those big dogs right away. But if you take care of business in your group and then you win that round of 32 game, you're playing a pretty decent team in the round of 16. That is where like the big upset could happen. Everyone could be like, is this the US's year? And they beat one of those bigger teams. That's the ceiling. I got to say it. The floor is not making it out of the group stage. It can happen to anyone, even in these, to use the phrase again, Mickey Mouse qualifications that happen, because it used to just be the top 2 get in. That's it. Maybe a third team gets in every now and then. But most teams, it's 8 out of 12 of the groups where the third team gets in here as well. So they should do great. They do have a great team full of awesome personalities. The kit that I'm wearing for Tyler Adams is like a perfect representative of the team, in my opinion. He won't be their captain tonight. It should be Chris Richards or Tim Ream. Tim Ream actually got announced as the captain, but Tyler's everything that's right about the sport and the direction that it's going. Weston McKinney's been great in their midfield, and Malik Tillman's been great in their midfield as well. That's how far they're going to make it here, is because for the first time coming into a tournament since I've been alive, they have real talent and skill in the midfield. Like, you know how you watch Spain play and you watch the way they move the ball around and you're like, why can't we do that? It's because we just don't have the talent or the chemistry or the camaraderie or anything. We have the skill now to actually execute that type of high talent and skill within the team. It's just a matter if it can come together in an organized way, and injuries and Pochettino underwhelming has been a lot of the factors here as why. All right, I'm hungry. It's time to get our lunch.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Wait, because you did pound the table.
Can you tell I'm a little excited for tonight? I'm also hungry, though, and good thing it's time for Wolf and Down your lunch. Jesse will feed us. Kellen and John filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. When training camp starts, can they do a hold in? Can they show up and not do anything? Or is it,
sure,
if you show up, you can't do that kind of stuff anymore?
You can hold it. And then they say something like he dropped a weight on his toe and he can't practice.
Big hangnail.
Hurt his hand answering a phone. That one's been used.
He's got a boop boop.
Look, you want to get out of anything, 2 words, my friends. Explosive diarrhea.
No, there will be no follow-up questions.
No follow-up questions.
Nobody
begging you to stay.
Nope.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound. And, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
We know what's coming. The world's biggest soccer tournament. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. And from the opening stage to the final or the NBA finals, you can trade it all on Kalshi. Kalshi, it's the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Heck, the U.S. Open is coming. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Speaking of, USA or Mexico, which host nation will advance further? Both trading around 40%, which means $100 pays out $250. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app, use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, and get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15, with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his 14th start of the season for the D-backs, and Nick Lodolo will make his 7th start of the year for the Reds. According to our John Gambadoro, D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler will return from the 60-day injured list tonight. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, let's get caught up on the top stories. Jesse Morrison is here. Jesse, hello!
Hey, according to our John Gambadoro, Arizona Diamondbacks outfielder Jordan Lawler will make his return from the 60-day injured list tonight when the D-backs take on the Cincinnati Reds. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can find on our website at arizonasports.com. It asks, which Diamondbacks youngster do you feel best about for the rest of the season? Jordan Lawler, Ryan Waldschmidt, Tommy Troy, Lou James Groover, or Jose Fernandez, who isn't even with the Diamondbacks. He's currently in Reno.
What's your pick, John?
That's a really good question because we were just talking to Jody about how all these guys are struggling. I guess Waldschmidt, even though he strikes out every other at bat, but I think he can snap out of it. It's he gets off to a start, they adjust. Now it's his opportunity to adjust back. So I like what he brings to the table, though.
I agree.
Oh, really? Okay. I would have said Lawler, but I'll go Waldschmidt because you guys both voted for Waldschmidt.
That's not usual for you. You usually take the other side of it.
Yeah, I did take the other side.
Oh, did you say Lawler or did you say Waldschmidt?
Lawler. But
I thought you said
vote,
Waldschmidt. Sorry.
I will vote for Waldschmidt.
Oh,
because
I see.
both of
Okay.
You guys
all right,
did.
I was confused.
So Waldschmidt, 47%. Lawler, 33%. Tommy Troy, 12%. Fernandez, 6%. Lou James Groover, 1%. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp this week, and it is clear there is a quarterback competition. Here's head coach Mike LaFleur on Wednesday.
Not really concerned about QB1 right now. Concerned about these guys all reporting on July 22nd. Really more concerned about the next 40 days and what these guys are doing to, continue. Like, you can't take steps backwards. That's not the quarterback. That's all these guys. So literally my only focus right now is that we don't play again until September. It is June, whatever it is right now, 10th or whatnot. So not worried about that right now.
Who do you guys want to see the Cardinals start week 1? And who do you guys believe will start week 1?
I believe that they will start Jacoby Brissett week 1.
Okay.
That is where I land for sure. I think that's who I want to see start too. The only worry that I want to see as much of Beck as possible. The only worry for me is doing it too soon. And what I mean by that is if this is a disaster like 8 or 9 weeks in, or if Beck gets hurt too early, then you don't get enough of a glimpse of him, or you arrive at a point midway through the season where you're like, this guy doesn't have the goods, what do you do? And then you're just stuck with a half season of like irrelevancy and not even establishing anything for LaFleur's system, which is an important part of this, which is why I'm going with Jacoby.
By the way, off that quote, we could do a whole segment. First of all, he's lying through his teeth. Of course you care about QB1. It's everything. So that's not true. The second part is he said the 40 days, and I know we all know this, but I've covered NFL teams for a long time. These 40 days scare the hell out of coaches. Guys get DUIs, guys get out of shape, guys go on vacations. This 40 days, these guys get really nervous. Carson Beck, to answer your question in a long form. Carson
That's who you
Beck.
want to start or who you believe will start?
Both.
Okay. Wow. All right. The United States men's national team plays its first match in the World Cup tonight against Paraguay. What are your expectations for the Us Munt? That's what I call it. The Usmunt.
Well done. My expectations are round of 16, which means something a little bit different this time around compared to the 3 other tournaments in a row that they have done this at, which is winning a game in the knockout stages. It's been a while since they've been able to do that, and that is what I want to see them be able to do in this iteration, and I think just prove their quality, essentially, like where they're at. Like, let's say they get to the round of 16 and it's France or it's Brazil or it's Spain, and they're gonna get mollywopped. I want to see them hold their own. They did that against Belgium when they went out, I believe 2 World Cups ago, and that was the type of performance that gave encouragement, because if Chris Wondolowski didn't totally freaking blow it, they would have actually won that game instead. I want to see them more or less just hold their own, prove that they are on the upswing.
You brought up a great point before. The majority of the games are here. I think if you believe in conspiracy theories, I think they'll get to the 16. I think they almost have to, even though, look, we've seen there's a lot of people going to these games. The prices are really, really high. I think they're going to get to a certain point, and then it's going to be just like it always is, that we should have done more. Why aren't we better? And that seems to be the kind of the way that the World Cup always goes for the U.S.
Yeah, I think they either fail to make it out of the group stage or they make it to the round of 32. I have no faith in this team. That's
history.
My thing.
History tells you not to. Like you said, the women's team, we should have faith that they're not only going to do extremely well, that they're going to win the whole freaking thing, and then more often than not, they win the whole freaking thing.
And we should be really mad if what happens last time happened. Game 5 of the NBA Finals goes down tomorrow in San Antonio. Do the Spurs extend the series, or is it Knicks in 5?
Should I go?
Yeah, you go.
You were contemplating over there. I was watching you.
Thought of this yet? Which makes no sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Knicks in 5, and here's what's gonna happen: the Spurs are gonna get off to a big start. Everyone's gonna go crazy. They're gonna be up 15, and then in the fourth quarter, Jalen Brunson hits some shots. OG, they come back, and the Knicks in 5. I don't see how this young team can mentally get past what just happened to them.
Wow.
I agree. I think no, I disagree. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place right now. I think that the Spurs are going to win this game, and then I think it is going to turn into the situation we talk about all the time when a team's trying to come back from 3-0 or 3-1, which is all of a sudden now, if they lose game 6, it's back home at game 7. I think there is something to this with the inconsistencies that we've seen from the Knicks over the course of most of the game, but the more important inconsistencies have been at the end of the game, which is where the Spurs have shown it the most. But I think they're going to get this done at home.
Yeah, I've got Knicks in 6 at this point of the finals. I was Spurs in 7 going into the series, but right now I'm Knicks in 6. All right, guys.
That's it?
That's it.
I did a week of Bickley and Murata, and that's when they say you've been rebooted, and I was waiting for like the tagline there, but I guess you don't say it. You say you've been
lunched.
Fed. You've been like fed. I don't know.
Yeah, you've been fed.
Doesn't really have anything kind of going for it. What will be the biggest storylines when Arizona Cardinals training camp opens? The 4 of us will discuss and go around the room and come up with our own biggest storylines for training camp. That's Kellen and John filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Soccer fans, watch Mexico take on South Korea on June 18th at CAZ Sports Bar at Casino, Arizona. Get ready for an unforgettable matchday experience with a live DJ spitting the hits, exciting giveaways, promotions, and food and drink specials. Kickoff starts at 6 p.m., so arrive early to grab your seat before the action begins. Experience every thrilling moment on June 18th at Casino, Arizona. Uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How has Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the AZ and life in the NFL? We'll chat with the rookie quarterback on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Halfway point of the Wolf and Luke Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Wolf and Luke both out today. I'm Kellen Olson. Hello, joined by John Lund. John, say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Jesse and Jamal here as always. Hope you're having fun. We are the 4 of us together, like we did last hour, going to go through not so much a game per se, but like a discussion. And we do the old classic, age-old, what will be the 5 biggest storylines when training camp opens? Like you've heard this thing before. To spice it up a little bit, we have 4 of us here, and the 4 of us have concocted a list of 5 storylines. And essentially what we're going to do is I'm going to say one of mine, and John is going to say one of his, Jamal's going to say one of his, and Jesse's going to say one of his. We're going to have 4 left after that. And then I think what we'll do, we're going to have 4 on our list. We're going to have 1 left spot. And then all of us are going to bring up the other ones we have that didn't get picked, and we're going to decide what that 5th one should be. That makes sense to everyone? Everyone's nodding. It looks like I explained it well enough. Yeah, okay.
Very nice.
I'll say it. Quarterback competition. Yeah, like who starts at quarterback? Like where's Jacoby Brissett? Like all the quarterback stuff.
Yep.
We'll just loop into one thing. Someone had to say it. Someone had to be like boring. I'll be the boring person. I'll do the driving thing.
It was at the top of my list too.
So. Yeah, it's always going to be number one, right?
Has to be at the top of everyone's list when you have uncertainty at the quarterback position. What's number 2 for you, John?
I would say Jeremiah Love, because you don't learn anything in shorts. And so I want to see, like we're seeing all these, look how great he looks. I want to see him put on pads, and I want to see how he looks. He's 3rd overall pick. There's a controversy of whether they should have picked him there. I like the pick, but let's find out.
And I think, guys, like the usage as well is going to be something where we're not going to be able to figure out in preseason games or in camp. We're just going to have to kind of wait. But we can sit here and speculate. We were talking with Tyler Drake earlier. How many touches do you expect for him? Catches, handoffs, those types of things with Algier, with maybe Trey Benson and James Conner. Eventually, there's only going to be a certain amount of touches to go around for him. Jamal, what do you got?
Kellen, you mentioned the quarterback battle. I have the wide receiver 1 battle.
Ooh.
I think at the end of this season, one of these guys is going to get paid, and one of these guys may not be on this team anymore. And I think this year, and this is the season that gets decided. And so whoever decides to step up and become that wide receiver 1 is the one who gets paid.
And I think that is, again, like the quarterback competition that lumps in like Marv, year 3 expectations for him, all that kind of stuff, which direction that he goes. And you could just lump in, again, Michael Wilson, like how much of it was a real thing. I don't think an idiot at the time, but I'll call myself an idiot because I was wrong at the time, saying after Trey McBride's breakout year, I was like, well, let's see him do it again before and then he did it again. Now he's like maybe the best tight end in football. So that's the way that it works. All right, so far we've got obviously the quarterback competition, obviously Jeremiah Love, and then as Jamal phrased it, the wide receiver 1 battle. So Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson both lumped in there as well. Jesse, go ahead.
For me, it's health. Like who's out there, which of the injured guys from last season
Who comes to mind first when you bring it up?
Garrett Williams, I think. How quickly will he be back in camp? I think he's an extremely important part of this secondary, maybe the most important part of this secondary. So I think just seeing him back pretty early in camp would be great. And then also just monitoring, because I feel like this is always a big storyline in camp for every team, just monitoring what happens during camp. Does somebody suffer a big injury? Does Jeremiah Love stay healthy through camp? Because we've seen first-round picks for the Cardinals the past few years miss like the first half of the season, and we're so excited to see them play, and then they get hurt. So I think health for me is right up there with those storylines that you guys gave out.
Yeah, there's a number of different names, and then also you could just, since you put it so broadly, like avoiding injury at this point, right? Because they are one injury away from anyone on that offense. It just becomes much less dynamic, and even like the offensive line. Like if they lose an offensive line starter, now there are 2 big question marks instead of just one, and that's also penciling in other guys that we could probably be unsure of. So again, we've got quarterback competition, Jeremiah Love, Marvin Harrison Jr. / Michael Wilson, the wide receiver 1 battle, however you want to put it, and then injuries in general. So all of us have that 5th spot and something that we'll pitch for it. Mine would be, and what I have down is the offensive line and just how you want to, and Jesse's nodding along, Jamal's nodding along, we might all be on the same track here, how it gets back to what it should be. Because we forget 2 years ago, this was one of the best running attacks in football. Like it's a different system, it's different offensive linemen in that kind of way. But that was the identity of this team. They come out with New Orleans and Carolina on the roster, 2 of the worst rushing defenses in the league. It looks completely different. It looks completely concerning in so many different ways. And we get really shocked by that. We see certain guys drop off, certain guys regress. I think Paris Johnson Jr., if I go position by position, Paris Johnson Jr., he's been a fine left tackle.
I feel good about him.
I would like to feel better about him. And what I mean by that is I would like to see him perform like a top 10 pick. I would like to see him make a Pro Bowl. I would like to see him emerge as one of the best tackles in football because that is where you drafted him to do so. That left side, I assume, is going to be where Seumalo is. You can flip him or Basantas. The question with him is not production. He's been great 3 years in a row, age and where he's at, and if he drops off. Froholt was probably the most stable of the interior guys last year, but it was a regression from him. Basantas, we're all excited. He seems perfect. We'll see. Right tackle, I'm shrugging. No idea. I got no idea. We have names, Elijah Wilkinson, a few others come up to mind. We have no idea. Did you have any other storyline that you wanted to mention as a
I think just in general on the entire roster, and I think this is going to be what they're going to be graded on this year. I don't think they're going to be graded on wins and losses because they're not going to win very many games. How do there's so many guys on this team that are what ifs and who develops. So Walter Nolan, I think you guys just talked about a guy taking the next step, like you talked about Paris Johnson Jr. It's almost like when you're playing Madden and your guy goes from like into the 60s to the 70s. Now he's 70s into the 80s, 80s into the 90s. How are these guys? Nolan could take a big step forward. I think the corners could. Is Darius Robinson? Is this just what we've got? Obviously, a bunch of young players offensively. There's a bunch of guys on this team that just need to take a step up that will determine what their season is. That's like, look, you were picked really high. So it's time for you to step up, even when you're talking and at different levels. You talked about Paris Johnson Jr., from good to great. Some guys from to good. Some guys from good. All across the board, there are so many what ifs, especially, I think, defensively on this team, that will determine how successful this team will be.
Yeah, if you can go into next offseason and look at your defense with a lot of guys in Penn, like you have Will Johnson in Penn, you have Garrett Williams, Denzel Burke in Penn, you have Rabbit in Penn. How about one of the other edge rushers, whether it's Zaven Collins, Baron Browning, or Jordan Birch alongside Josh Sweat on the interior? Is Mac Wilson back? How does Cody Simon look if he's the one getting more opportunities? Maybe it's Jack Gibbons instead, and then obviously Darius Robinson, some of the other names. If you have a lot of those guys in Penn, then you can go spend $1 gazillion on a premium right tackle and then finish off your offense. If you do not do that and you have a defense with holes, and you've got to split up your money pretty evenly and address a lot of different things both in the draft and in free agency. Jamal, was there anything else you had now?
Well, the O-line was probably the biggest one. But I think outside of that, Mike LaFleur. And just him and how he runs a football team. Can he show signs this season that he can lead this team to any sort of success? Because if you ask me, and this might be an idiotic take as well, but I think Jonathan Gannon, I think he but I think he should have got one more year. Because, you bring in your own quarterback, you bring in your own guy, and you get to start over with that new franchise guy. But now that we're here, okay, was firing Jonathan Gannon the right decision? Is Mike LaFleur the guy that you wanted to bring in that can lead you to the promised land, or whatever the case may be? So Mike LaFleur is really the guy that I'm going to be looking at.
Jesse?
Yeah, I don't really have anything that you guys haven't mentioned so far. So for me, it's really the offensive line. Like, if Walter Nolan is hanging out in the backfield all of training camp and Jeremiah Love can't go anywhere, then I'm going to be very concerned that we're getting a Raiders situation from last year with Ashton Genty. So that is
like the success of the running game. So combining the Love point and the offensive line point together.
Combine those two together, the Love point and the offensive line. Like, I especially want to see them be able to run block well, because that was the big issue last year, is they just couldn't run the ball.
I think we've got all five of them. You were going to say something?
Well, the other thing, too, is I think is just kind of behind the scenes, and I don't know how this is going to work itself out, but you have a general manager who I think is on his last legs.
Yeah.
You have a brand new head coach. How are those guys going to mesh? I know the decision-making process is Monty's in terms of personnel, but how much power does LaFleur have? Because if I'm him, I'm not getting fired here in my first year. I mean, it's happened, but it's highly unlikely. So when I want to play Carson Beck, what's the dynamic? Can I say that, 'cause I'm in my first year, man, can we all be honest here? The most important thing for the Cardinals this year is Carson Beck something or not, because next year you're going to use that number one possibly or top 5 pick on a quarterback. You've got to decide what Carson Beck is. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made. Does Monty Austinfort want to win now, and Mike LaFleur thinks he has plenty of time to win? Like, what is that dynamic going to be like when you have people that are on different timelines?
By the way, I just saw Carson Beck walk by.
Where?
He was.
Did I miss it while I was yapping?
A couple rooms that way.
Oh, you got a better angle.
Yeah, I got a better
Cardinals Corner podcast.
Make sure you listen to him on Cardinals Corner and on Burns and Gambo today.
There you go. Tyler Drake, Lauren Colville on Cardinals Corner, and then he'll be with Burns and Gambo. Totally live, of course. They're not going to pre-record the interview. We don't do any of that. Everything is totally live. Jesse breaking the illusion. By the way, it files under the quarterback competition. Maybe it didn't come to mind because it's not here locally, but undeniably one of the top storylines is if Kyler wins the job and how he looks in Minnesota. Like, maybe that's more of a week one thing, more so, but like him winning the job over J.J. McCarthy, which he's going to, and we kind of all know what's happening there, except J.J. McCarthy. I think J.J. McCarthy is the only person.
That
Sorry,
I call him 9.
Yep.
I can just see
one
the
more
smile
time,
on your face.
I broke that
already.
up. Sorry, I broke that up for you, J.J. Go ahead one more time. What'd you say? What was that?
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
My fault. So 9 will lose his job. That was so funny where O'Connell couldn't even stop himself from calling him a former captain already. It's just like, ugh. It's tough over there. It's rough to say the least. That was fun, guys. How do the Diamondbacks get their starting pitching back on track? We'll discuss next. It's Kellen and John filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Can you imagine going through your whole life and your team doesn't win a championship?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can, yeah.
Look at who you're talking to. I'm sitting right here, Gambo.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how tough it would be to root for a team that never wins a No, I can't imagine what that's like. It must suck.
Yeah.
It must be awful. Sorry.
No, I get it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15 with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his 14th start of the season for the D-backs, and Nick Lodolo will make his 7th start of the year for the Reds. According to our John Gambadoro, D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler will return from the 60-day injured list tonight. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the United States men's national team plays its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Friday, June 19th D-backs game versus Minnesota, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Tight, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your fingers for me. Good, good, now we're making some progress. Come on, just tap, tap, tap your toes to the beat.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. We'll get into the Diamondbacks weekend in Cincinnati. And, oh, by the way, Vic's back starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I might age myself here. Jamal's definitely not old enough. Jesse, did you have a MySpace?
No, but my brother did.
Okay.
He said it was super toxic.
Jamal definitely didn't.
With the list.
Toxic?
Yeah.
Oh, the
social
top
media?
Yeah, the
Toxic?
top 8. Like, the top 8 was
this
bad.
Was crazy. John, did you know about MySpace?
Yeah.
And how it was about, you had to make, so I was in middle school when it first started catching on, and then in high school, you had your list of friends where it would show you, like, you have 195 friends, and there would be 8 people there. You picked who the 8 people were. So it was like this whole political thing at school where, oh my God, did you see that Sarah removed Cheryl from her top 8? It was just this whole thing about drama. I bring that up because that was my MySpace song. That Panic at the Disco song was my MySpace song for like a good 6 months. It had a really good hold on my profile page there. So shout out to the listeners who had their own MySpace song on their own MySpace page. Arizona Diamondbacks head into Cincinnati for a pretty critical 3 games, and in general, just a pretty critical 9 games here. They have lost 10 of their last 13 games. They're back down to 500, 34-34. They're facing a Reds team that has also lost 10 of their last 13. The Angels are one of the worst teams in baseball again. So are the Minnesota Twins. These 9 games are huge, and the Diamondbacks, probably, to be honest, are going to have to do it through their starting pitching. The good news for them is the 4:15 first pitch you can hear right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound for the Diamondbacks, as Jesse said. Michael Soroka going the next day. So the 2 best pitchers in the rotation coming up. But then you get to that turn where it is Gallen, Nelson, and Kelly. Kelly having the snag 2 starts ago. Gallen and Nelson really been struggling. Not about all year for Nelson, but about all year for Gallen. And so you're looking for solutions here, and we can sit here and kind of talk about exactly, John, like what should they do? And there are people listening that say, oh, just DFA Zach Gallen and insert pitcher here. Well, who is that pitcher? Is it Brandon Bott after pitching a little bit better in Reno over a couple of weeks portion time if he's able to do that? Is it Mitch Bratt? Is it someone else I'm not thinking of? Like, that's a solution that a fan would offer up. How does this get better for you to simplify it like that?
Well, you've got 2 guys. Here, the way rotation works is, and I know this is going to sound crazy, I'm not as worried about Zach Gallen. The reason I am not is because all across baseball, they're having the same conversation in every city. Our 5th starter sucks. That's everywhere. And the 4th starter is just okay. But what you do have to have, especially if you're the Diamondbacks, we've already established, they don't score runs. They don't hit home runs. They're not hitting with the runners in scoring position. So how do the Diamondbacks win? What's their formula? The problem is they've only got one: pitching and defense. They're a good defensive team, above average. They have a good bullpen, and they have to pitch. And then they have to get timely hitting, which they don't because they don't hit with the runners in scoring position. So the problem becomes, all right, tonight, Erod hopefully pitches well, you can win that game. Soroka pitches well, you can win that game. Now becomes the major problem. Your 5th starter in baseball stinks or is inconsistent. Your 3 has got to be solid, though. Their 3rd really hasn't. Like, who's their 3rd? Merrill Kelly at the beginning, oh, okay, he's injured now. But now he's inconsistent. And then Ryan Nelson, he'll show you a couple of games. You're like, man, this guy's going to be really good. But if you look at the numbers, he's right next to Zach Gallen as far as an ERA that's hovering at or above 5. So now you've got 2 solid starters, 2 inconsistent starters, and a terrible 5th starter when you win games with pitching and defense. That doesn't work.
Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the current state of the rotation.
I think we are definitely at a not performing. We're not executing. Obviously, I mean, losing 9 out of 12 is disgusting. It's unacceptable. I mean, allowing a ball to drop between 2 outfielders is unacceptable. Giving up 6 runs in the 4th inning is unacceptable. And the staff is capable of pulling off what they did during that stretch of just really good play. So we got to get back to that where we talked about passing the baton and making it contagious.
And that's where they kind of have to get back to what they were doing well, because I think that the most surprising thing about this team this season to me has been the highs and lows and the specific ways that they came. So the highs, for example, came from Ildemaro Vargas winning National League Player of the Month, Nolan Arenado looking like not vintage Nolan Arenado, but a above average offensive player, which will look like he was going to be the opposite for the Diamondbacks. That has regressed a little bit to that point. But whether it was Jose Fernandez, Ryan Walshman, Tommy Troy, this offense was finding ways to be productive and quite honestly be good. Those have gone away in the last 2 weeks, but on the low end, I just need can I get a 2-start run from Zach Gallen looking like old Zach Gallen? I'm not asking for the whole year. I'm not asking for a whole month. Can I just get back-to-back outings where he looks like Zach freaking Gallen? Can I get that for Merrill Kelly? I have once this year. Can I get more of it? And I think Ryan Nelson has been the closest of the 3 to his form in terms of a production standpoint. But I shared the stat yesterday, and I'll bring it up here again. The staggering thing for him has not only just been, again, I talked about overall numbers. I'm talking about like a couple of starts. We've seen a run for him, a couple of runs from him when he's been able to do that. But this year, of course, the ERA sits at 5.19. The staggering number, 2 years ago, 150 innings pitched, gave up 17 home runs. Last year, 154 innings, 17 home runs allowed. This year, 76 innings, again, 17 home runs allowed. He's on pace to give up double the amount of homers that he did last year. That's just not sustainable, and I just don't think the Diamondbacks can continue to do this where we've talked about it for 2 years in a row, where the pitching and defense team that is supposedly supposed to be pitching and defense is carried by its offense. Now that the offense isn't here to carry it, you have to rely on the pitching and defense. Jesse?
This is not breaking news because we had this yesterday. Gambo had this yesterday, but this is D-backs related as well.
Yeah, who got sent down?
So outfielder Jordan Lawler has been reinstated from the 60-day injured list. Mm-hmm. Catcher Aramis Garcia has been designated for assignment. So they are keeping a bajillion outfielders right now.
If you were listening to the show earlier, Jody Jackson alluded to that possibility as well, which just speaks to essentially more moves to come. But that is interesting. It does tell me, I think, let me know if you guys agree or disagree, but Jorge Barrosa, I think, is the guy that they would send down, but he's out of options. Right. So maybe they just want to not go the DFA route until they absolutely have to.
Plus, it just feels like, to me, it's a dartboard throw. Because what they're going to do, okay, if this guy's not going, this guy will go. This guy's not going, this guy will go. They're struggling so much offensively that they're trying to just find something. Okay, could Tommy Troy get going? Could Waldschmidt get out of this? I think they're trying to give themselves a ton of options.
I do think it's interesting that they said infielder/outfielder Jordan Lawler. My question is, will they play him a little bit in the infield maybe? Because
it's a dangerous thing where you're just reading into like one specific qualifier that represents the manager and general manager's philosophy on where he will be deployed. Because Jordan has spent time in the majors playing in the infield, I believe that's why he got the designation. But it is worth noting because we thought like, oh, he's not going to play at third anymore because Arenado's been fantastic, but he has dropped off considerably. Does he complete his trip all the way around the infield and end up at first base somehow because there's so much struggle over there and they want to find another outfield spot for Troy?
Or they could
for Gurriel,
or they could just have Cattell DH because they need to put Lawler in there at second just so that they have him in the lineup, or they could just have them kind of rotate between DH and second, both of them.
And that's where the guy we wanted to see for a long time was Adrian Del Castillo. That has not gone well at all. And the guy that no Diamondbacks fans want to see, which I mean no shade in that, and that sounds very personally insulting, but I don't mean anything by that. Just Pavin Smith, it has not gone well.
I would have rather had them keep Aramis Garcia on this team than Pavin Smith. Aramis Garcia hit a home run last week. It was a pretty nice home run.
I think I agree. I was pausing to think, and I was like, is it really that bad? I think it's really been that bad. for pavement. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. How much would a Giannis trade shake up the NBA, and how close is it to happening? I think it's a lot closer than you think. We'll have the latest updates here for you next. It's Wolf and Luke Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com or pick up the phone and call 855-TRAJAN-1. Maybe got some spring cleaning to do on the list? Well, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can actually help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details into one clear plan. Call today and let them help organize your wealth management strategy. 855-TRAJAN-1. Imagine talking to one team that knows your investments, ladies and gentlemen, your tax picture, and your estate plan. That's what you get when you deal with Trajan Wealth in their family office. One big picture view of your financial life under one roof. Start by going to TrajanWealth.com or pick up the phone and call 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How has Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the AZ and life in the NFL? We'll chat with the rookie quarterback on today's Bernsey and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals tomorrow night in San Antonio. The Spurs on the brink of elimination, down 3-1 to the New York Knicks after one of the best comebacks you'll see in sports, period, let alone the NBA Finals, playoffs, basketball, however you want to quantify. That's certainly the biggest story in the league and absolutely has to be right now. With that said, there's a pretty darn big one happening behind the scenes now, and it has for weeks and a few months and maybe even a few years now. And this is the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga, and it's going to come to an end, it sounds like, and it sounds like it's going to happen really soon, whether you look at the Athletics reporting or ESPN's reporting from all the excellent people there, whether it's Brian Windhorst at ESPN, Sam Amick, and Eric Nem over at the Athletic. The indication is that this has a chance of happening. A Giannis trade has a chance of happening even before the finals are done, and if the finals do end when they end, it could be pretty imminent. Milwaukee's own owner came out and said he wants to get this done before the draft, and it kind of jumps up on you out of nowhere, but the draft is a week from Tuesday, so we are getting there, and all of the noise now for several weeks and months now has been Giannis going to Miami. The Heat have been very aggressive in trying to get Antetokounmpo. They have a trade package. It isn't quite the most alluring in the world. It's Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and then it'll either be Pelle Larsson or Kasparas Jakučionis, plus there's draft capital. They can offer up to 3 first-round picks. Miami, according to The Athletic, is still seen as the front runner for Antetokounmpo. But the big difference here, John, is that there's time for other suitors to get involved. So Boston could up the offer. If they are even in this, they could up their offer. A team like Minnesota, who The Athletic is reporting does not want to give up Jaden McDaniels, does not even want to give up Joan Berenger, they could look at that and try to get something done there. Instead, it gives time for a team like Orlando to be like, maybe we do want to give up Paolo Banchero and really go for this right now. So it seems like, though, speaking of line in the sand moments from earlier in the show, Milwaukee's like, okay, we've got this offer from Miami. We like it. We're ready to take it. Does anyone else want to try and top this? If you don't, we're sending this guy to South Beach.
Yeah, look, I don't know what is in his mind. If it's, hey, I want to get back on top and win a championship, I think his best situation is Boston because you get it with Jason Tatum, and I don't know where Jaylen Brown would be rerouted to. I think Minnesota's on crack. That deal, even if you put in McDaniels into that kind of a deal, you're stagnant. If you're Minnesota, that's great that you think those players, but you're stagnant, and we're already starting to hear, and I believe this, there's so much misinformation in the NBA, I think, more than any other league. But I do believe that Anthony Edwards is going, okay, we do the same thing every year. Like, what are we going to do here? And so I think there's going to be pressure on Minnesota, just like there was in Milwaukee, to get something done to get the stagnation out of that. And look, give Milwaukee credit. They've tried everything. Just nothing worked. You know, they brought in Lillard. They brought in Turner. They tried to make him, but it just didn't work. So I think him going to Boston and rerouting, and then Milwaukee can get a bunch of picks. Everybody's looking to do the SGA thing. Much easier said than done. But my point is, you're not going to get SGA, but you can get a lot of the picks. And I think that would be the best route for Milwaukee. But as far as I'm concerned, I think that if Giannis would go to Boston, that would be the most intriguing.
Prior to this year, when Giannis only played 36 games, and this kind of funnels into some of the stuff we talked about with Myles Garrett, where like how often does a player of his caliber in his prime go on the move? Myles a little bit older in his early 30s, and that's right around where Giannis lands. With that said, the only reason he wasn't getting all these accolades this year is because he just wasn't quote-unquote healthy. But if you look at just the amount of stuff that he did, he, of course, won back-to-back MVPs in 2019 and 2020. Over that run, he had 4 straight years where he made first-team all-defense. And then if you run it through just first-team all-NBA, he was there for 7 straight seasons. There's only a certain amount of guys in the league, John, that have ever made first-team all-NBA 7 times in their career, and he did it 7 freaking years in a row. So this is a guy that moves mountains in terms of the landscape. I think what Suns fans are listening for right there, and rightfully so, is the Western Conference, and wondering if he is going to move west. Because if a team like Miami that's kind of toiling around 500, the playing line, whatever, that kind of team like the Suns are in their own position, if that team gets Giannis, all of a sudden that really hurts the Suns in the way to a lesser degree with Utah, how them getting Jaren Jackson Jr. hurt last year as well. It doesn't sound like anything like that is going on. Portland was the team that we heard rumblings about, but it seems like Giannis doesn't really want to go west, and if he would be going west, it would be to Minnesota, which is like in the middle of the country. It's more east than west if it is anywhere in the country right now. I'm totally with you on Boston because that's the one where, again, Giannis cares about championships. You look at what these teams are going to have to give up. It's Bam Adebayo, Giannis, and a bunch of dudes. Like that's really all it is. Like if they need 9 minutes off the bench, me or Jesse or Jamal or you could probably go out there and make a run for a rotation spot for Spo. Spo's done
Jamal really believes, by the way, that he could do that.
Jamal
I can see his smile.
He could do that.
You could do 9 minutes, right?
Like Drew Smith was getting minutes for them last year. You could get out there and give us Drew Smith minutes, buddy. I think you could do it.
I'm like the Draymond Green. Like, give me their best player, and I got 6 fouls and 2 technicals and 2 flagrants to work with. You know what I'm saying? I'll take them completely out of the game.
Yeah, you can run a little bit of Bismack Biyombo out there. Yeah. Just like Giannis will whisper in your ear and kind of give you a signal, and then you'll go low on Wemby in the finals. You'll hit him right there like that. Boston, I think, has the pieces, and even Minnesota is one where it's like, man, I understand why they would do it, but you're telling me that it's going to be like Rudy Gobert and Naz and Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle and Giannis. You're going to have to move some of those guys around. Like, what's even left on your roster after that? That's always the challenging things with these moves. The Suns, of course, are the team that comes to mind where you look at how much that they had to give up. It's such a premium to have quality, good, reliable wings. They gave up 3 in that deal to get the superstar, and it did not wind out working well for him as well. It's going to come down to what Giannis wants, and the twist in this story, I believe, John, was the run that the New York Knicks just went on, because it was reported back in February after the deadline, his preferred destination was New York. There was a lot of talk about direct flights to Greece and how he wants to be as close to his family as possible, and that is the best way for him to do it. The Knicks aren't moving anything now. Even if they blow a 3-1 lead, I don't see them making some sort of seismic move after what they accomplished and what they showed. So it kind of just leaves us shrugging and being like, is this going to be Miami? Then again, the dynamic of this, John, is so interesting because what have we watched Miami do for years and years? Here's our poo-poo platter for the star. Can we have the star, please? And it team's like, no, make your offer better. They're in the driver's seat right now, but it's going to be easy to top if teams want to.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not a great one. But again, Milwaukee, you lose leverage every time. They held on to Giannis too long, so they probably lost some leverage. And then you mentioned this. I think this draft, maybe it's not going to be LeBron at the top in 03, but I think it's as good of a draft as we've seen in a really long time. So anybody who wants to make moves, like the NBA doesn't want you trying to upstage the NBA Finals, so it's not going to happen at that point. But right after the NBA Finals, I expect a barrage of moves because teams want to get in a place where they can get any part of this draft. Now, if you want to get in the lottery, whatever, but let's say if you're Oklahoma City, they have 12 and 17. They don't need other young players. And so I think what you're going to see is a lot of moves happen really, really fast because if teams want to get into this, even if it's late lottery, even if it's early, a lot of these guys are going to be pushed back. There's a lot of impact guys in this draft.
How do our expectations for Mike LaFleur compare to other first-year head coaches for the Arizona Cardinals, and will he do better or worse than them? We'll discuss next. Kellen and John filling in for Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke, the local sports leader.
I'm like the Draymond Green.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for disc.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15, with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his 14th start of the season for the D-backs, and Nick Lodolo will make his 7th start of the year for the Reds. According to our John Gambadoro and now official, D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler is back from the 60-day injured list. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Soccer fans catch Mexico versus South Korea June 18th at 6 p.m. at CAZ Sports Bar at Casino Arizona. Enjoy a live DJ, food and drink specials, promotions, and more. Don't miss the action.
Hey, this is Jared, and on Monday we'll talk about what happened in Game 5 of the NBA Finals in San Antonio. And look, I'm not saying the crowd is a little different there and that people are dumber in Texas, but in the front row, the biggest celebrity is Taylor Not So Swift. Tune in on Monday at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
To the sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
Jesse and I having a fun moment there where we looked at each other quizzically and being like, what did he mean by that? And then the music started kicking and we were like, whatever, let's jam out. You know, it's Friday. Hey, it's Wolf and Luke. We're having fun. We being Jesse and Jamal are still here, never fear. Wolf and Luke out. Wolf will be back on Monday. I'm Kellen Olson. John Lund is alongside me. World Cup Day, of course, if you're watching us on the YouTube stream or on the ArizonaSports.com video stream, you'll see me. I got the Bournemouth kit. I'm representing Tyler Adams, one of the main midfield pieces for the United States, who take on Paraguay tonight at 6 p.m. Jesse, I loved their coverage. I was like, Rebecca Lowe, awesome. Thierry Henry, awesome. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, I didn't know he was doing this awesome. And Alexi.
Yeah, Alexi Lawless. You know, he's out there with
Can't be perfect.
worst takes. But no, I'm wearing this Diamondbacks USA shirt today because I'm number 1 supporting the Diamondbacks and number 2 supporting Team USA.
I hope there's a reason for us to wear it with pride to work on Monday. We'll see if they can get it done against Paraguay. They're favored. They should win that game. Speaking of wins, John Lund, you had the email, the idea in your email for show prep and just kind of analyzing this Mike LaFleur, not so much higher, but the expectations for his first year in a different way.
Well, I saw this online in the year 1 records for the following coaches: Jonathan Gannon, 4-13, Cliff Kingsbury, 5-10-1. Steve Wilkes, 3-13, Bruce Arians, 10-6, Ken Whisen at 8-8. And so, because we've had this conversation, in fact, we briefly had it a little bit earlier of what the expectations are going to be. And normally I'd say, obviously, wins and losses are how you're going to look at a coach. But then I started looking at the schedule again, and even if you gave the Cardinals every benefit of the doubt, so, for example, because there's so many games in which they're double-digit underdogs and all that kind of stuff. So if you just said, okay, they're going to beat the Chargers, the Giants, and then late in the season, you got a bunch of games they could win. Washington, I don't know about Philadelphia, the Jets, which could be for the number 1 pick, New Orleans, Vegas. Maybe at the end of the year, San Francisco has nothing to play for. You'd still be looking at about 6 wins tops, and that's giving them every benefit of the doubt. Because let's be honest, Seattle, the Rams, they got such a bad draw because last-place teams or near last-place teams, like the Giants get John Harbaugh, the Lions, who could go worst to first, Kansas City gets Mahomes back. Like all these games, because the schedule is supposed to benefit you if you're a bad team, they just got a really bad draw in addition to playing in the toughest conference in the NFL. So I don't know how they could even win 5 or 6 games. I think it's just really a stretch. So would you, if he won only 5 or 6 games, would people be screaming and yelling and he's not a good head coach?
I don't think so. And also for me specifically, sorry about that. I think specifically for me in terms of wins and losses and numbers like that, what I'm more so looking at from LaFleur, you brought up Kingsbury and it made me think of the same thought where I want to be reasonably confident that not only is the general manager the right person to pick the quarterback. Carson Beck seems like a lovely guy. He's going to be on Burns and Gambo here shortly on our program. He's going to be on the Cardinals Corner podcast featuring Tyler Drake and Lauren Koval later today. He did a little episode of Pulling Cards, too, if you're into the video feed and watching the extra Cardinals Corner content. That is one of them as well. But I just don't think that he's the guy, and I don't think he's going to prove to be the guy this year. So you're going to draft a quarterback in the top 5, maybe the top 10 if it goes well. I need to be confident that the GM is the right guy. I also need to be confident that the head coach is the right guy to mold this quarterback, develop this quarterback. Because look, just because he's an offensive mind, just because he comes from here, just because he's innovative in this way and that way, how much can we glean from this year that will tell us he is going to be the right guy to develop an Arch Manning, to develop a Dante Moore, to develop a Trinidad Chambliss, whoever it winds up being out of this draft class, Brendan Sorsby, whoever it may be, that they grab a quarterback. I need to know that from him, and that's not going to be defined to me by finishing 2-15 or 6-11 or 4-13. I don't really know. This did bring another thought to me, though, that was interesting that I thought I wanted to bounce off you is, like, what is the best case and worst case scenario for him from a wins total perspective? Like, what are you capping the ceiling and the floor at for LaFleur and how he could compare to those guys?
If I remember right, and my memory doesn't always serve, I've done too many things to damage my brain through the years, but I think I chose 2 or 3 wins, and I don't think I'm being overly harsh. I just think it's going to be really difficult given the schedule. 5 or 6 at the top, that would be benefit. That would be, hey, you beat the Jets, you beat the Raiders, you beat the Saints. The Giants weren't that good. You beat Dallas because you always seem to do that. Just giving them all the benefit of the doubt, and that doesn't generally work. So I think it's anywhere between 2 and 6, which, again, to go back to these numbers, Wilkes won 3, Gannon won 4 in his first year, and Kingsbury won 5. But I wouldn't necessarily, let's say he won 2, right, and they had the first pick in the draft. I wouldn't be screaming that he needs to be replaced, because I would say to myself, well, how did he develop his talent? I know that's a weird way to gauge whether a coach is successful, but there's so many ifs on this team. Let's say if Marv develops, Love develops, and somehow, just for the sake, and I agree with you, that Carson Beck develops 3 really good young talents, and maybe Darius Robinson all of a sudden has a good year too. Well, if they won 2 games and all those guys developed, maybe those 2 wouldn't go together. But I'm looking at it more of who's he developing versus how many games, because I think they got absolutely screwed and playing a really tough division as far as the schedule goes.
Jamal, this might be too pessimistic to think, but is LaFleur even going to have a season where we can properly evaluate him as a head coach? Like, how much are we really going to learn from him this year based on what I was talking about, just based on knowing that he's the guy for the future? Is he even in a position with a roster to be capable to do that as a head coach?
I mean, I think with LaFleur this season, you're looking for signs. You're like, okay, you know what? They played Seattle, but they played him really well and they played him really hard. They made him worry. Oh, okay. Marvin Harrison Jr. got 1,000 yards for the first time in his career with Mike LaFleur as the head coach. And you see Carson Beck, maybe he's able to make strides as well. I think you're looking for signs that this team can be good with the right team, with the right roster.
I think offense. I think really because he's an offensive guy. That's ultimately why I think Gannon's gone is, well, you're supposed to be a defensive guy, and they were embarrassed defensively. You got to go. If this offense, and I get it, that you got a young quarterback, we talked about the offensive line. If this offense isn't at least more fun to watch and this team isn't more entertaining and putting up some points, then we have a problem on our hands.
And Jesse, what I'm worried about is, how when we watched, I believe when it might have been the opposite, where Frank Vogel was the head coach of the Lakers and Jason Kidd was his associate head coach, and the head coach in waiting. I think the opposite is happening right now, where if this offense stinks, we're going to blame Nathaniel Hackett and just be like, fire Nathaniel Hackett, get him out of here.
I won't feel that way because LaFleur's going to be calling the plays.
So you feel like Hackett won't be a fall guy in some senses if this offense underachieves? That's what I'm worried about.
You can't do that when he's not even calling the plays. What would happen is they would go to Hackett calling the plays, and then if that doesn't work, then it's, this is Hackett's fault. That's what I think. They would switch who's calling the plays before they do anything.
Like what happened in Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had that going on with their defense. Was it their defense or their offense?
I think it was their offense because
it kept going to the different coordinators.
Yeah. I think it was their offense.
Correct. Should the Suns trade up in the NBA draft? I seem to believe that they will, and I'll tell you exactly why they will do so. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If I were to say I've got 100 Diamondback fans in the room right now, and I said, you're going to make one significant trade at the deadline.
I would lean towards a bat. But I have a problem with my pitching right now, too, because my number 5 guy can't get anybody out.
You just might have finite resources when it comes to addressing all. You got to hope you're still in it at the deadline.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Diamondbacks offense find life in their series in Cincinnati? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson, John Lund filling in. Wolf back on Monday. I'll be there with him filling in for Luke over those 3 days as well. We've had a really fun show so far. We've gone just about everywhere. Little Cardinals, little D-backs, little NBA. What we haven't talked about yet is the Phoenix Suns. That's a basketball team I cover. I don't know if you heard that before. I do that from time to time. And the NBA draft, a week from Tuesday, the 2-day format. So round 1 on Tuesday, round 2 on Wednesday. And something that John Gambadoro has been hinting at, of course, if you're a dedicated listener of our airwaves and on Burns and Gambo, Gambo will always give you those nuggets. And something that he's been talking about the last week or two is the possibility of the Suns trading up. Now, the Suns only have one pick. They're pick number 47. Historically, John, that is not the place to find rotation players. Now, you can find them in the second round anywhere, to be clear. They found Toumani Camara a couple years ago. I understand that. But once you get in the 30s, your odds dramatically increase to find that type of guy. The issue is always with the trade. Can you find the right team? Can you find the right amount of stuff to get into the trade? And what I'll have on that and what I wrote about on ArizonaSports.com is it's pretty easy because we've seen the Suns do it 3 times in the last 2 years. What they have been able to do is take future second-round picks and deal those in exchange for a current one. They've done it, again, 3 times in the last 2 years in order to move up into that type of position. They did it to move up for Kobe Brea. They did it to just move into the second round with all the picks that they used to get Rasheer Fleming. And then when they moved up for Oso Ighodaro the previous year as well, they have 2 future seconds next. They have 2 future seconds in this draft that they can trade. Their own in 2029 and their own in 2033. And the wild card here is that most of these types of picks include cash. They include like, okay, we'll give you $3 million in this other pick. How's that sound? And they usually get the deal done for a pick in the mid to late 30s. The Suns couldn't include cash in deals before because of those dreaded second aprons. They're now out of them. So they're going to have over $8 million at their expenses. And we know Matt Ishbia, he's not afraid to spend his own money in that kind of way. So I'm totally with Gambo just from like a logical perspective, not so much from the reporting perspective, because if the Suns want a guy, they're going to go get him because they have the ammo to go get it done.
Well, and, by the way, for those who kind of don't know, it's nice to have the second-round picks because you have more versatility. You got to guarantee first-round picks, and I don't know how much they're already kind of strapped as far as the roster is concerned, so I understand why they're trying to do it. Plus, this is a really good draft, so you might get guys who have first-round talent who get pushed into the second round, so I understand that would be the logic behind them coming into the second round. But my bigger question, and you know the Suns a heck of a lot better than I do, as we're hearing all these other teams jockeying for position and trying to improve themselves. And look, I understand because this is being talked about a lot. Well, San Antonio and Oklahoma City are just going to run the West, so you don't even have to worry about it. That's not how teams think. They don't think in terms of like, well, they're going to dominate forever. We might as well just sit around and wait until these guys get done with their run. My question to you is this, we're talking about moving up in the second round. Is this as aggressive as they're going to be? Because Book is off limits, we hear. I read this morning where they don't want to move Jalen Green. Like, what is their strategy in this offseason in terms of trying to improve this team in a loaded West?
I do not want them to be complacent. And I don't mean that in a way where they do this huge headline-grabbing move and they try and win a championship this year. It's not what I'm saying at all. What I want them to do is shake up the roster a little bit. And, of course, it has to do with trading either Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green because they're not going to trade Devin Booker. So instead it comes down to one of those two guys because I believe at its core that trio of scorers, ball handlers, offensive options, however you want to characterize them or format them, it's not good enough. It doesn't work together. There's too much of a tunnel vision aspect to those two guys to have the two of them together on the team. It forces Booker into this point guard role where he's trying to be like Nash and make his teammates better when he should just be focused on himself. I think that has partially to do with why we saw him not at his level last year. They need to shake that part of it up. They need to get bigger. They need to get more athletic, and they can't just do that by making one move. They have to make a couple of moves as well. Like I would think in this type of situation, you would trade one of Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen because they're so duplicative. And right now, the other issue is like, okay, we want Rasheer Fleming to play. Well, whose minutes is he taking? We had all these questions before even Rasheer Fleming was in the freaking rotation because they had too many of these guys already. What happened is there were so many injuries, we didn't have to sit here and be like, okay, is Royce really only going to play 12 minutes? It didn't really get to that point until the end of the year, and that is when we saw in the playoffs, especially certain playing time drop for other guys. You need to clean up the roster a little bit in those ways and be aggressive. Do I expect them to do that? No. I think that they are going to sit on their hands and look at continuity, and I understand where they're coming from for doing that and trying to build up in Jordan now with year two, and more so just get a full look at what this actually is because Jalen Green was put in such an impossible position to join this team midway through the year and try and succeed in the ways that he did. But you need to shake it up. As far as what has to do with the draft, that's where it gets more difficult because trading into the first round, like not having a first round pick and getting into the first round is very difficult. I will say around those mid to late 20s portions, you get teams that have multiple picks. Dallas is one of those teams. They have a multiple pick at 30. But what happens is in the first round, you have guaranteed contracts. So guys are guaranteed contracts for 2 years, and then there's team options in the third and the fourth year that come up at a later date. But there are going to be teams that pick in the mid to late 20s that look at a guy and say, I don't want to give any of these prospects 2 years guaranteed. I don't want to take up a roster spot for 2 years that I need to use somewhere else where I don't believe in any of these kids to hold that roster spot for 2 years. That's where a team like the Suns can call and be like, hello, I'd love to give Cole Pete 2 years. I'd love to give Isaiah Evans 2 years on our team. Some of those names, if you're interested, you can head to ArizonaSports.com. I looked at 6 guys that I believe the Suns should target if they get up into the first round. But they need like that level of talent coming in as well, whether it comes from another NBA team or from the draft as well. Just taking a kid at 33 and then making maybe one other minor move, like a sign and trade Mark Williams maybe, I don't think that's going to be enough for them to really improve this year. I really don't think so.
Two things. Were you biased? Because you did a wonderful tease there, but were you biased and put Koa Pete on that 6?
No.
I
fortunately have to my record the DeAndre and Luka Doncic saga, where if there was ever a time for my U of A bias to show up, it would have been saying DeAndre Ayton should be the guy. I was a Luka Doncic guy. Now, it does come up with bias just because I've seen Koa Pete play every basketball game he's played in Tucson, so I have a really good idea of the type of player that he is. But no, you could bring up Henry Vasar being on that list too, another former Wildcat. But no, just knowledge and familiarity, but I appreciate the nod.
I'm just double-checking on that. I don't want to give away the whole article. I want people to go read it.
Thank you.
The other thing about it, though, is, like you said, you don't want to guarantee the 2, but one thing you mentioned in there with the Suns, redundancy, and there's a lot of that. And so, Allen is going to be hard to trade because I think he's with all the injuries and all those kind of things and the amount of money he makes. But one of the things they have to do is they have to eliminate some redundancy. And I'm not saying that the West is already won by Oklahoma City and San Antonio, because I don't believe that. Things can change in a heartbeat in that regard. But I think what they have to do is they have to clear some of the roster and clarify, because if you're going to play Rasheer Fleming, which I'm totally behind, then you've got to clear some of these guys and get some of the space and then get some assets for the future, because guys just sitting around, or youth to have youth sitting around, is no good. You did that last year. That's great. But what fans are going to expect now is, hey, you surprised us. Now the expectation level rises, so you can't stay stagnant. I think that you've got to make some sort of moves. I'm not saying, look, every fan wants to hear that they're going to sign, that they're going to go after Antetokounmpo or Jaylen Brown, or they're going to get not. That's probably not going to happen. In fact, it's not going to happen. But what you can do as a team is you can eliminate some of the redundancy and then get future assets for that, so you can get better in the future.
To outline that thought a little bit, let's look at guys who are going to play 30-plus minutes a game on this roster. Devin Booker, check. On the perimeter, I should phrase it as. Devin Booker, check. Dylan Brooks, check. Jalen Green, check. By the math and how this works with 5 positions on the floor that you fill for 48 minutes, you can do the math in your head there. You're looking at a certain amount, like around 200 minutes that you're looking to fill for these 4 positions that you're doing. Half of them are just about gone from those 3 guys. The guys that are going to earn serious concrete playing time, like we're talking 20 to 25 minutes a game. I think Colin Gillespie's on there, assuming he's back, which I think he will be. Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen. That's 6 names right there. That's a lot of minutes I've already taken up. I haven't even mentioned Jordan Goodwin yet, who has to play.
Right.
He was like their culture driver last year, if anyone is. I haven't even mentioned Rasheer Fleming yet, who I think has to play.
Right. I think he has to have a regular role.
I haven't even mentioned Ryan Dunn, who knows what his role will be in year 3 as well. And they have the same thing going on in their center rotation right now. Again, I think they're going to look at like the lack of, not the lack of continuity, but the continuity that they're going to have. Plus, like the change is going to be getting Fleming playing time, getting Malawach playing time. But that is going to come at a disservice of someone else unless they make sure that isn't the case. I hate to say this because I think Oso Godaro is great on the Suns, and I think that they should keep him, and they're very good at utilizing what he does well. But if you re-sign Mark Williams, then I don't really see the reason to keep Oso here. Even if you're playing 3 centers at the same time, you could say, oh, well, if Mark gets hurt. If Mark gets hurt, like that's just not the way to view it, where you're keeping a guy around just for injury insurance on a 15-man roster. It's not really something that you can do. These conversations, of course, will intensify over the next week and a half, so make sure to keep an eye on our show, on Burns and Gambo, as well on the Empire of the Suns podcast, ArizonaSports.com. Plenty of draft coverage and off-season coverage coming as well. July just around the corner. Should the Diamondbacks sell at the deadline? John Lund is ready to put his flag down and say that they should. We're going to hear his case. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen and John filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-7986. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-7986. 800-404-7986. That's 800-404-7986.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from being swept by the Miami Marlins tonight at the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 4:15, with pregame coverage starting at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his 14th start of the season for the D-backs, and Nick Lodolo will make his 7th start of the year for the Reds. D-backs outfielder Jordan Lawler has been reinstated from the 60-day injured list for tonight's game. In a corresponding move, the Snakes designated catcher Aramis Garcia for assignment. For more on Lawler's return, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the United States men's national team will play its first match of the World Cup today against Paraguay. Kickoff from Inglewood, California is at 6. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Diamondbacks offense find life in their series in Cincinnati? We'll ask the manager, Tori Lavello, at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It's a jam-packed portion of the Burns and Gambo show. You're going to get a shorter show with the Reds D-backs coverage beginning at 3:30. So you'll get Tori Lavello, you'll get Carson Beck. How is that for a headlining group of guests? Hello, it's the Wolf and Luke program. Kellen Olson and John Lund here filling in for Wolf and Luke. Wolf will be back on Monday for my World Cup heads out there. They're taking a hydration break, everyone, right now. I would read the score in front of me right now, but we're in commercial during the hydration break, which, again, it's a hydration break, not a commercial break. They're making sure everyone gets hydrated while they show commercials. They just care about hydration so much.
Yeah, definitely hydration.
That's definitely why they care.
I've always wondered, actually, how they really make money on soccer broadcasts, because they kind of don't go to commercial very much.
So they create ways to go to commercial.
I mean, I understand it. I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, and they do so because they are a powerhouse internationally, at least. Like here locally, maybe it's a little bit more of a challenge with like the commercials and things like that compared to other sports for sure. But I think they make it back with the amount of viewership.
No team needs to take a hydration break more in soccer in probably the world, maybe outside of some of the teams in the Middle East, than Phoenix Rising FC.
Oh, you're not kidding, dude. It's absurd. Like they legitimately need like a lot of them. Like not just like a couple.
I went to the match on Wednesday actually, and it was they had some. I think they took a hydration break in the first half, and it was hot. It was even after the sun went down, it was hot.
Even today, like we got a little bit of rain earlier today. Like it's still 101 out.
No, shout out to those guys doing it out there for like $30,000 in Phoenix.
Oh man, Group B action going on right now. Canada hosting in Toronto right now, trailing Bosnia and Herzegovina. Right now in Group B, it looks like it could be between Canada and Switzerland. Maybe Bosnia and Herzegovina has a little run in them to make a run at this group, and they certainly do right now because they lead 1-0 in the 71st minute at the, again, critical hydration break that they also show commercials during. A fun little nugget here that's going on with Canada is that they have never won a game. They have never drawn a game at the World Cup before. This is by far their best chance to produce points in the group stage, let alone advance in the group stage. But so far, it's not looking good for them. The good news for them, Qatar is in their group, and Qatar is somehow in this tournament for, I'm sure, perfectly legitimate reasons. John Lund, hey, let's talk about other things. Let's talk about our baseball team. We were exchanging prep emails as we always do, and you were rather definitive in declaring here are the reasons why I believe the Diamondbacks need to sell, and what Jesse proposed, and I totally agreed with, and I think it's a great idea, is for you to make that case to us, and then we'll kind of like discuss it sort of as we go along, because yes, John realizes it's mid-June. There's a lot of baseball left before the trade deadline. There's still 6 weeks to go.
Yes.
How did I not do that in the show before?
Nice
I used to do it like 5 or 6 times a show. That's pretty incredible because you did it a lot last summer. I remember last summer when I was filling it in June. And now you don't do it when I pause? Like you're freaking
very nice. Well, he said
me.
You didn't say middle of June.
Yeah.
John, make your case.
All right, here's the thing. Just give me 90 seconds, and then I know that Jesse wants to retort, and we'll get into all this. And I realize, too, like you said, a long time to the deadline, but there's some underlying analytics, and I don't want to go too overboard because then everybody's eyes will roll back in their head because there's too many numbers. But they're 34 and 34. They have a run differential, which some people think is a big deal, of minus 24. That's not great, but it's not horrible. The problem for them is, and people know this, but I'm going to take this even deeper, 23 and 11 against under 500, which the Reds are, 11 and 23 over 500. So obviously a stark difference, but here's the biggest thing. Versus the worst teams in baseball, so this is the Giants, Rockies, Tigers, Mets, they're 18 and 4. Against the rest of baseball, they're 16 and 30. So that tells you they're not a very good baseball team. That's what it comes down to. And then the one thing you have to ask yourself is, well, if you think they're going to be better than what their 500 record is right now, what are they good at? Okay, they don't score runs. They're one of the worst teams there. They don't hit home runs. They only have 60. They're way under the pace of they've been the last couple of years. We just talked about the inconsistency of the pitching. They're relying on a ton of young players, which is not a really good recipe for success. But if you drill down on this thing, again, without giving you too many numbers, their hitting numbers are fairly atrocious. Their ERA, even though they've gone through stretches this year of being pretty good, their overall ERA is 19th. Their starters are at 4.39, which is 16th. The relievers, who have been good, are at 17th. What they do really well, their runners in scoring position used to be good, now it's terrible. What they do well is defensive efficiency, they're 7th, and errors, they have the 3rd least. So they play really good defense. Outside of that, there's not a metric that the Diamondbacks have that is above average. In fact, they're all either average or below average. But again, I'll go back to they beat bad teams, they don't beat good teams, to the tune of 16-30 outside of the worst teams in baseball. All those metrics tell you that they're just not very good. And if they then look at, do they have valuable players? Of course they do. They have guys like Erod. They have Soroka. They can rebuild this system. As of this morning, they have a 29% chance to make the playoffs. The one argument, and I'll throw this out and then I'm done. I realize in 2023 they won 84. You just have to get in is the biggest argument for the D-backs. You just have to get in. Because in 2023 they did, and they got to the World Series. I totally acknowledge that. But every underlying metric tells you right now the Diamondbacks aren't good. Okay, that's it.
It was a great argument. Jesse just immediately with the but. Like I could sense.
No, that's cool. We got into this before the show,
okay,
just like
Jesse,
this. So I'm good with it.
Jesse, but.
It's a great argument. I understand where you're coming from, but you have to be very mid nowadays to be in content, or you don't have to be, but you can be very mid and still compete for a playoff spot in 2026 Major League Baseball. The Padres, who I think all of us can agree aren't very good, they currently occupy a playoff spot at 35-32.
How about the team above them, leading the National League wildcard race right now, the Cardinals?
The Cardinals, yeah, they don't. Do they do anything exceptionally well? No. And so if you go out and add somebody like a Yordan Alvarez or, make a big trade at the trade deadline, then you do have something that you do elite, or you have an elite player at least. And then you can, sneak into the playoffs, and then who knows what happens? You can just get hot. So nobody should be mortgaging their current in baseball anymore, because you can get in, you can be in the hunt till pretty much the very end with a pretty mid team. The Mets, everybody has talked about how bad the Mets are this year. They're still 5.5 back at 30-38. So yeah, it's nothing that the D-backs have done this year makes me think, they've got to tear this down and completely change.
I'm not saying they tear it down. I'm not suggesting that. But what I am suggesting is, if just making the playoffs, I get it, 2023 happened. That's not the rule. That's the exception. What you want to do is, you're in this division with the Dodgers. At some point, you'd rather not be a wild card, and you like to compete there. And maybe this lockout is going to help you do that. But I just think that if you look at what the value they have on this team, there's some valuable players. I'm not saying you trade Corbin Carroll. I'm not saying you trade Marte. I'm not saying any of that. But what would Erod get you? What would Soroka, who's on a 2-year deal, but it's very reasonable, what would he get you? There's some pieces on this team.
Losses and bad attendance?
Well, yeah, but what do you want to do? Do you want to slide into the playoffs and barely make it, or do you want to make your team better? To me, your goal is to win championships. And the only way to do that, we're seeing, and by the deadline we'll know this because everybody's looked at the schedule. By the time they're going to play the Dodgers again, they're going to play the Padres, they're going to play the Brewers. Like, there's a bunch of teams they're playing that right before the All-Star break, we're going to know what this team is. But the underlying analytics are telling you this team isn't good.
Jesse, you think there's going to be a dramatic drop-off in attendance if they sell at the deadline, as opposed to what the attendance will be or is right now when they're a middling 500 team? I don't think there's that much of a difference.
I mean, weekend games I go to are usually pretty crowded. 30,000 plus. I don't think you're getting that if they are just awful, because you weren't getting that really in 2021 when they were awful.
Kind of sort of depends on when you do it. Now, to your point, Jesse, and where I'll side with you is on this argument is that, or where I'll side with John, by using Jesse's point, is that there are 9 teams right now within 5.5 games of each other of the National League wildcard race. So you have to sit there and confidently say the Diamondbacks will be one of the 3 best teams among those 9 teams in the next couple of months. I just don't have that level of faith.
For me, it's, that I call them 9.
You never miss that one. Never.
It's unbelievable that the accuracy that he finds with that specific part of the program. John, go ahead.
And the other part of it is, and this is where you'd have to, the front office would know this. what is the worth of, like, these are one-year guys, right? Vargas got off to the great start, Sewald, Clark, Gallen has no value whatsoever. Would you want to get rid of Erod's 2 years and $40 million left? Kelly has 18 the rest of this year, $22 million next. I mean, because the thing is not only would you, it's about what you think is going to happen, but it's also about what value do you have on your roster and what do you want to do? Because here's the other underlying thing. This team isn't going to be able to sign big-name free agents because Corbin Burns is sitting on the sidelines going, I'm not going to opt out this year. So they go out and they do that. What can this team do financially to get better? You might want to move some of these contracts because you know Burns is going to be hanging around. And I love Erod in the season he's had, but I look at players a lot of times as stocks. Is he ever going to have higher trade value than he has now? I get it, but he's not going to continue to be this good. And you could get rid of that contract and you could probably get a lot of value back in return. I know that's not probably a popular thought, but I look at him as a stock that you could get. Like, what better pitcher? Is Skubal going to be on the market? Maybe he is, maybe he's not. Detroit's saying no. He'd be one of the top 2 or 3 starters on the market, and you could probably get a lot for him.
Tonight is the night. USA versus Paraguay kicks off at 6 p.m. at Arizona Sports. And Arizona Sports is watching it live at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get down there and cheer on the U.S. of A. Text CUP to 620-620 for info. Again, text CUP to 620-620 for info, and grab your table. That is powered by Michelob Ultra. Coming up next, we're going to make picks for Game 5, winners who needs to step up in our finals MVP through 4 games. That's next here on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Diamondbacks offense find life in their series in Cincinnati? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Let's wrap up a 4-hour radio show, shall we? Hello, Kellen Olson filling in on Wolf and Luke alongside John Lund. Wolf will be back on Monday for the World Cup enthusiasts in the car, out and about. Maybe you don't have the game on per se. Canada and Bosnia and Herzegovina. 1-1 in the 85th minute, a late equalizer for Canada, who are on their way to registering their first points, I believe, in the history of their performance at the World Cup, a tournament that has been notoriously dominated by the same 6-12 countries. And there are many countries in their programs or soccer programs like Canada who can't even really break in. As one of the host nations, they get in. This is arguably, I think inarguably, their most talented squad that they've ever had, and they are on their way to points. Could even win their group. We'll keep you updated on that in the last couple of minutes. Of course, USA versus Paraguay tonight at 6 o'clock. I've got my Tyler Adams Bournemouth kit on. I am ready to go. Not as ready to go, though, for Game 5 tomorrow of the NBA Finals. San Antonio Spurs, New York Knicks, 3-1 lead for the Knicks. To discuss the game further and kind of round it out, the four of us are going to kind of go around the table a little bit. We're going to have three main items here for us to talk about, gentlemen. We will have, who's going to win the game. That's pretty important. Who needs to step up? Now, I think this is focused on San Antonio, but you can look at the Knicks side perhaps and pick someone out as well. And then who would be your finals MVP pick if the Knicks win tomorrow? We'll start there because I think it's the most open-ended one, or closed one, I should phrase it as, because I think there's only really 2 or 3 candidates that stick out. I'll start first. I think as of right now, and this is not just because of the tip-in, I think OG Anunoby has been their best player through 4 games. There are some people here who I think are going to be talking soon who believe that the just best player, best team, Jalen Brunson should get, and I understand that argument. And it's kind of Andre Iguodala over Steph Curry. It's given that vibe a little bit, but I am going to go right now with OG Anunoby as my finals pick. What say you, or finals MVP pick, excuse me, John?
The exact thing you said right there I have in my notes, which is it reminds me of what Iguodala did. Even though Curry was the best player, Iguodala was the most indispensable warrior when they won their first championship. Anunoby's tip-in is the thing that everybody's going to remember from this whole thing. And while Jalen Brunson, they wouldn't be here, I get it without him, he hasn't been maybe as efficient. And then Karl Anthony Towns was going to be the MVP early in this, but the last couple of games he hasn't been very good. Anunoby couldn't miss. He was hitting all the threes to get him back in the game. He's been tremendous defensively at times, actually on a number of different players on the Spurs. But the tip-in is going to be the thing that is indelible and etched into everybody's mind. So I think he's the MVP.
Jamal?
I think for the finals MVP voting, I think what happens a lot of the time is what goes into the voting is what happens throughout the entire playoffs instead of just the NBA finals. And I think that's kind of the way a lot of the voters think. And because of that, I think Jalen Brunson will win it because, Kellen, I believe you mentioned they wouldn't be there without Jalen Brunson, and he is their best player.
I just said that.
Oh, John said that. That was John that said that. That was awkward. It was 50-50.
I don't care. I really don't care. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I literally said it probably 3 seconds ago. But it's okay. Continue on. I understand.
I don't remember what I had.
It's okay. It's all right.
Other than
no, we're fine. It's okay. I just feel bad for your tires. But anyway,
I digress. Buy a new tire, Jamal. Or someone give Jamal a new tire. We said at the start of the show, we're at the end of the show. If someone wants to give Jamal a new tire, please give it to him. Sometimes Gambo says things aloud and they arrive. Can we just get a tire to arrive at the front door?
Are you really using used tires? I heard you're using used tires. Is this true?
It's tough out here for Jamal.
Okay, we
got to
get you some
help,
tires.
Jesse,
we got to get you some tires.
Finals
okay,
MVP pick.
Yeah, I got to go Jalen Brunson. I know the OG argument's a solid one. Even the Karl Anthony Towns one is a solid one. But, I mean, Jalen Brunson's just been so clutch. And, I mean, like, yeah, OG made the final shot, but Brunson kind of got them there. So, yeah, I would go Brunson.
Pretty broad question here to follow up, John. Who needs to step up in Game 5? Now, a lot of attention on the Spurs. You can name a player on the Knicks as well. Who are you going with and why?
I just think that for most of the series, it's been as Towns went, so went the Knicks, and then Wemby. I mean, Wemby's the obvious one because at times he can be really good. At times he can be inconsistent. But too many times he's floating offensively. He's settling on perimeter shots. So, look, if this has been the entire playoffs, if Wemby plays for 4 quarters, the Spurs are not beatable. But too many times he'll play for a half or a quarter or some possessions. So he's the answer to me.
Jamal?
Oh, sorry.
Wow, Rick.
So rude.
No,
tried to take the wheel.
They've gotten along remarkably well today.
Slapped his hand off. No, sir.
I'm going to go Mikal Bridges, my second favorite player.
Oh, look at that.
And I think he can be that X factor for them tomorrow night because we know how well he shot in the playoffs. And with all the attention that's going to be on Brunson, that's going to be on OG now that he's shooting the ball lights out, he's one of those guys that can get hot and get hot quickly. And if he can be that, third or fourth guy that can come in and step in and drop his occasional 20 points, I think they can help him finish off the series tomorrow.
Jesse?
Can you quickly give me the question again that you asked?
Who do you think needs to step up the most in Game 5? Can be from either team.
Okay. I just want to make sure it was.
Jamal said Mikal Bridges.
It's got to
be Wemby.
It's got to be Wemby. I'm with John here. Like, he's got to have one of those all-time games, 45-10, where he's like gonna, put his stamp really on this series and say, we're not going down without a fight.
I think those are the two best answers on each team. And I think that those are ultimately the choices that you should come up with. With that said, I'm going to go a little bit off the grid, but it warrants mentioning on the Spurs side. Keldon Johnson won 6th Man of the Year, and he has 15 points in 4 games.
He's been terrible.
He's had 8 minutes, 16, 17, 18, so he hasn't been out there too much, but he hasn't been out there because he's not scoring, and that's what he's out there to do and what he provides. All right, quickly, Jamal, winner of Game 5 and why?
San Antonio Spurs, for the reason that Rick and John Lund mentioned. Wemby's going to be amazing. Wemby's going to have one of those games, and he's going to take the series back to New York.
Jesse?
I agree. Big game from Wemby. They're going back to New York, and then it'll be Knicks in 6.
I've got the Spurs because I think we haven't had the cat dump foul game yet. It's here. It's going to be this game, 100%, especially with the whistle we're expecting. I think it's going to be this one. I think the Spurs win and extend the series. John?
What do they do on NFL Network? They act like the lone wolf thing, and they go, ow! I got the Knicks in 5.
There you go.
I think mentally the Spurs are going to be great at some point, but mentally I think they're fried. I just don't think they can come back from that. Half the crowd's going to be Knicks fans anyway, and I just think this weekend the Knicks are going to take this home, and then we have to deal with all the obnoxious New York fans. And I get it. Nobody around here wants the Spurs to win, but it's going to be unbearable. It is going to be unbearable.
I'm actually happy for them. They've been through so much for so long, and they've been so passionate for so long. Like that game, man, when they were down 22 and making all that noise, it sounded like they were down 7. Like they were totally in that game for sure. It's been so much fun, John. Thank you for tagging along.
It was
for
awesome,
these
man.
4 hours. Again, Kellen Olson, John Lund signing off for Wolf and Luke. Wolf will be back on Monday. Stay tuned for Burns and Gamble coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important. The golf game. Right. As we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks look to end their current 3-game losing streak this evening. They're in Cincinnati taking on the Reds. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks made official. They activated Jordan Lawler off of the injured list. In his place, catcher Aramis Garcia has been designated for assignment. They needed to clear a 40-man spot in order to bring Lawler back. It's a battle of lefties on the mound today. You've got Eduardo Rodriguez for Arizona and Nick Lodolo for Cincinnati. First pitch is at 4:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Be sure to tune in today at 3 on the dot, because Burns and Gambo are going to be sitting down with Cardinals rookie QB Carson Beck to talk about adjusting to life in the NFL and to Arizona, because everybody needs to adjust when they move here. me. And the United States men's national team begins their World Cup trek this evening in Inglewood, California. They begin group play against Paraguay in SoFi Stadium. Good injury news. Top defender Chris Richards will be available for tonight's contest, so a big boost for the USA's defensive line. Match will begin at 6. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years? That's old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text GALAXY to 620-620 to learn more. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing? Happy Friday.
USA today. USA against Paraguay, right?
Yes.
Today, USA and Paraguay. Okay.
I thought you were talking about the newspaper. I'm like, the USA Today newspaper?
No. USA
Team
soccer
USA today.
Let's go. Let's get a win.
6 o'clock tonight.
Mitch has his USA shirt on right now.
Yes, he does.
He's ready to go.
He's ready.
Do you believe in miracles? I still think it's a great commercial. I think it's a great commercial. None of you guys have seen it. It's on all the time. Two guys at a bar, and they're showing USA, like all these people celebrating USA winning the World Cup and dancing in the streets and on cars and everything. And the guy goes, "Wait, you think the USA is going to win the World Cup?" And Mike Erosioni chimes in. He's like, sitting at the other end of the bar. He's like, "Why? You don't believe in miracles?" And then he walks out.
It's clever.
Cool. I'm like, okay, it's cool.
Very clever.
It's cool.
I like we talked about this a little bit yesterday. You're the most soccer forward person on this show because your daughter played, but I don't think in general we're a very soccer forward show. I'll be curious to see if the World Cup being here like sparks, because I don't usually watch a lot of World Cup. I just don't.
If they can advance, it'll be exciting.
Yeah.
They got to get out of the knockout round, right? They got to advance.
Yeah. So tonight's 6 o'clock. Got a busy sports day. Got a lot going on. We got a shorter show because the Diamondbacks are in Cincinnati.
Good night, everybody.
Not quite, but close. Torrey Lovello is going to join us at 2:30. Carson Beck is going to join us at 3 o'clock. The rookie quarterback from the Arizona Cardinals. In studio, I might add. But we got some news out of the Diamondbacks. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Well, we knew from yesterday that Jordan Lawler was coming. You had reported that in the middle of the show. We played the breaking news sounder and all that stuff.
Yes, we broke a little news yesterday.
What we didn't know was what the corresponding move was, and there was some curiosity about the corresponding move because I think a lot of people were wondering, is today Pavin Smith Day? Today is today is not Pavin Smith Day.
No, Lauren's opening up the windows.
Is that what?
Look to your left. Yes.
Because it's a cloudy, overcast
Nothing makes me
day.
happy than cloudy, overcast days because we get to get these ridiculous shades up.
Yeah. So,
thank you.
I'm like, you're like thumbs upping Pavin Smith. No, okay.
No, I'm thumbs upping Lauren.
Aramis Garcia was the move.
I had somebody tell me yesterday he didn't get on the plane, that he was not on the plane. So I went and I told Alex Wine, I'm like, oh, he's not on the plane. So it's probably going to be him. But then somebody said he has family in Miami. So I didn't want to go with it because I just didn't know for sure. But I knew Jordan Lawler was coming up today. So we reported that. We broke that news. And then I was told that Garcia was not on the plane. But then somebody said he has family in Miami, so maybe he was just staying with his family and he was going to meet them. And so I didn't know for sure. But I had a feeling that it was probably going to be Aramis Garcia, the backup catcher. So now your backup catcher is Adrian Del Castillo. Mm-hmm. So he's your backup catcher at this point. They're not going to have the three. But there are a lot of other roster moves coming down the pipe real soon. So they've got to figure this out. Where Tyler Locklear and A.J. Puck. And so there are other roster moves that are available. Now, Garcia opens up a spot on the 40-man roster, and they need those because they got to figure this out. Like, Barossa doesn't have options. You couldn't option him down. Lou James Groover has options, but they like him. They want to take more of a look at him. I like him, too. He's got great bat speed. He's got a good swing. I'd like to see more of him. But the move is Lawler is here, and Garcia is now designated for assignment.
Yeah, they're going to need to clear up space on the 40-man when A.J. Puck is back, when Carlos Santana is back. I'm assuming when Max Kepler is no longer suspended, he might come up. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is coming up real quick. I mean, I really think.
I think it's easy.
Okay, tell me.
I think you designate for assignment Pavin Smith.
Okay, but that's one move.
Okay.
They have a lot more moves.
I think you designate for assignment Jorge Barrosa.
Okay, that's two. Who else?
So that takes care of
Santana
Locklear
and
Gurriel. Santana?
Is Locklear before Santana? You keep talking about Locklear. Locklear's not even on my radar right now.
Okay, Santana for Pavin.
Okay.
Gurriel for Barrosa.
A.J. Puck for?
It's a good question. I might make a trade.
Okay.
I mean, I have 7 good relievers.
It's a wild card spot there.
I might make a trade.
That's a random pull.
Well, I can't. I mean, unless I'm designated for assignment, Zach Gallen.
No, well, who's your fifth starter?
I don't know. Brandon Pfaadt.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
No. He threw 3 innings the other day. He's not ready.
Puck comes back. I probably. I don't want to get rid of Garcia. I like Garcia's pitch well.
But and I'm not trying to make an example of you struggling to find an answer, but that's the point. That it's incumbent on they're going to have to, because I'm looking at the bullpen right now.
And they've got 7 guys pitching well.
It's not Sewald. It's not Clark. It's not Murillo. It's not Ginkel. It's not Loaisaga. It's not Ryan Thompson. It's Dre Jameson. Dre Jameson goes back down.
Yeah,
AJ Puck
but
comes up. That's the move.
Dre looked good the other day.
He did, but that's the move.
That's the move.
Because
so Dre goes down, Puck comes
Garcia,
up. Yep.
It's not Thompson.
Yep. So it's Dre.
That's the move right there. But I think, okay, your moves, though, you DFA Pavin, you DFA Jorge Barrosa. But with the guys that you've called up, now here's what you've created if you're the Diamondbacks. You've got young players, Ryan Waldschmidt and Tommy Troy and James Groover, who need to play every day.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to play every day? Or are they only going to play part of the time because you're reincorporating the guys who were out? Because I think that's also part of this equation. It's not just so much a who gets called up, who gets sent down, who's in, who's out. It's also you have to figure out, and Waldschmidt, Troy, and Groover have to earn the right to be able to play every day at the major league level, which means they've got about a week, maybe even less, to prove their worth at the major league level and what they're going to bring. Because if they don't, I think you're going to want them to play every day, and you're not going to want them to sporadically. They're not going to get better playing sporadically. Do you agree with that?
So if James Groover continue, if he plays well,
yes.
If he plays well, well then designate for assignment Santana.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, but that doesn't solve.
I don't need him. You're back. Hey, we activate you. We designate you,
and then you could say the same thing for Gurriel as the DH if you want to, and say, okay, he's in and Pavin Smith is out. Mm-hmm. But you still have to figure out your outfield issue. You still, these young guys.
And Kepler's going to come up eventually to give them the left-handed bat that Pavin's not.
100%.
I agree with you. If Tommy Troy, so if Lawler's in center, you've got room for Waldschmidt to play left. And he could split that with Gurriel. You don't. If you get rid of Pavin, you don't have a left-handed DH bat unless it's Adrian Del Castillo as the designated hitter on games that he's not catching. So I understand what you're saying. I mean, the logical move would be: is there any spot for Tommy Troy? And there probably is not any room for Tommy Troy. If they determine that, then you send him back to the minors and you get him some at bats and you make him a September call-up again.
Yeah, it's
not easy. I get it.
The young guys have a window here, and it's a very small window for them to prove that they should be getting everyday major league at-bats, because there are guys who are coming who are going to take everyday major league at-bats away from them. And I just don't think you can have them. Now, the other part of this equation is Lawler. He's hitting 6th tonight, and given their offensive struggles, 2 for 30 with runners in scoring position, 3 for their last 42, 9 for their last 92, I think if you go back and really look at it, there's a lot of pressure from the jump on Jordan Lawler to contribute right away. A lot of pressure. And it's not fair, but it's also, tough. They need a spark right away out of Jordan Lawler. Let's see if he can give it to him. Let's see if his presence here can make a difference.
This was a big year for him no matter what. Before the injury, this was a big year. High-rated prospect or a semi-bust? Like, what are you? And so this is a big year altogether. He's got to get his career back on track. You know, and I understand this is tough for him. It's a tough spot for him to be in. Like, the weight of the world is on you to carry a team that's not doing well offensively. But just play within yourself and prove that you deserve to be an everyday player. Alec Thomas is gone. Jake McCarthy is gone. There's a spot for you in center field. Go take it.
Yeah, but I think it goes bigger than that. I think it's bigger than that. I think it's you've got a team that's really struggling for some offensive spark, and you're looking for Jordan Lawler to give it.
I am.
You know, and I think it's bigger than proving why you belong over Alec Thomas. This is proving that you can help this team get out of this funk and do it immediately.
And if he can't,
right away.
If he can't, you've got trouble.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Josh Sweat trade speculation was put to bed last night. But if the speculation wakes up again, could he go back to where his career started? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
I've been on with you for almost 30 years now. I don't waste your time. I only tell you about good products that I use, and one of them is M-Drive. I've been taking M-Drive every day for over 10 years, and it helps me a lot with my training. I mean, I go at it just about every day at the gym. I try to be the best I can be. I don't want age to beat me, so I'll fight it for as long as I can. The owner, Gary Kehoe, right here in Phoenix. Gary built a lot of great companies. He spent years building supplements for Fortune 500 companies. Then he decided to build one for himself, and he started M-Drive almost 20 years ago, and over 1 million men use M-Drive. Over 1 million. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. You could go to mdriveformen.com. Pick the one that's right for you. Boost and Burn if you want to lose a few pounds. M-Drive Elite if you're really going at it every day and you just want that extra giddy up. It's a great product, all natural. Boost your natural testosterone. Helps you with endurance, stamina, recovery. Use Gambo for 20% off your first order at mdriveformen.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. A look at the perfect world for the Cardinals' run game in 2026 and beyond. The Arizona Diamondbacks get outfielder Jordan Lawler back from the injured list. And the Diamondbacks look like they could use a shakeup. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Who's doing this?
I got it.
Take it away, Mitch.
It's not good news, guys. I'll just preface that now.
What team?
The Diamondbacks. Nick Picoro with AZ Central just posted like a minute ago. AJ Puck has had his rehab paused due to left shoulder discomfort. He will undergo an MRI. And Picoro goes on to say another blow for a rehabbing Diamondbacks pitcher following the Burns setback earlier this month, close quote.
Wow. That is exactly what I was going to say. There is starting to be some news trickling in about AJ Puck. We just had a detailed conversation about roster moves, roster decisions, and what you would do. Specifically, we were talking about AJ Puck.
If only we could ask somebody here very soon the current status of AJ Puck.
If only Torey Lovello was joining us at 2:30. Oh, wait. He is. Torey Lovello at 2:30 to talk about AJ Puck. See,
I'm sacrificing. What do we have
to sacrifice?
Yeah.
Like you're going to break something or something that's alive?
I think we have to sacrifice something. Like, this is ridiculous. Like,
I think you just want to break something. Oh, you're really gonna break something. Uh-oh.
Be careful what you choose. No, come on.
Come on. That's bad juju if you're going to go break into Zach Gallen bobblehead. Don't do it.
Can you at least break something less valuable to us here at the station, please?
Yeah. I mean,
if anything.
You don't want to break the Zach Allen bobblehead. All right, you got to sacrifice something.
I don't know if that's.
I don't have a sheep here or a lamb.
Thank God for
this.
That.
This isn't the biblical ages either. What are we talking about?
Thank God for that. No, nobody. I'm pretty sure if you sacrificed a sheep or a lamb, you've got a meeting with HR within hours, within minutes. I'm pretty sure you're meeting with very important people about basically the end of your career.
I wouldn't be the only person
that he led with sheep and then decided to go to baby. Let's do lamb.
The way Gambo's brain works sometimes. Oh, AJ Puck has had his return delayed. Let's go kill something.
I wouldn't be the only person that had sheep in an office.
How does your brain make that leap? How do you go from AJ Puck is out to let's kill something?
I'm at least searching for answers. How snake bitten is this organization?
I mean,
how snake bitten? You sign the best free agent pitcher that you probably have been able to get since Randy Johnson. And he misses he's never been injured. He's never injured. You get him, he misses 2 years.
Yeah.
You get AJ Puck, dominant reliever. He gets injured. He misses an entire season and probably this season too. Come on.
I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to paint a happy face on this. I swear I'm not. But I also think I need to say this too. At least, knock on wood, the Diamondbacks bullpen has been performing at a level where you're not, we haven't been counting down the minutes waiting for AJ Puck to come back. You know what I mean? The performance of the unit as a whole has allowed you to go, okay, hey, the unit's doing pretty well and they're getting the job done and they're very mostly trustworthy. If this were, the Corbin Burns situation is completely different. God, they needed Corbin Burns back in the worst way, right? I mean, they really did. I mean, that one's just different. You've got 3 starters who have ERAs over 5. Zach Gallen, every single time he goes out there, it's just a mediocre performance. The Corbin Burns one, I thought, was more of a kick to the you-know-where than the A.J. Puck one because the need there was so much greater. The need in this circumstance, yes,
they were both so close to being back.
I know.
And Puck had the brace, sir, the brace thing. He didn't even have the full surgery. His was the easier one. You were supposed to be able to come back easier because it was just a brace.
And this isn't his elbow. This is his shoulder. Shoulder discomfort. So
and with Burns, it was his. It was the opposite, right?
It was his. He had elbow surgery. He had
and his was shoulder.
Was his shoulder discomfort?
Yeah,
yes, it was.
I think it was shoulder.
It was like a muscle in the back. Yeah,
right. So like these guys are dealing with shoulder issues now, coming back.
So there's one less decision you have to deal with now. And we'll talk with Torey about this coming up in 9 minutes and get the latest on it from him and from his perspective on it. But AJ Puck ain't walking. So for all the guys who are walking through that door, Jordan Lawler walked through it today. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is close. Carlos Santana might be close. Tyler Locklear might be close. AJ Puck is not walking through that door. We'll get more details when it comes to our conversation with Torey Lovullo coming up at 2:30. In the meantime, we got Carson Beck coming up in studio at 3 o'clock. The Arizona Cardinals are done with mandatory minicamp. The rookies are still around getting some work done. They did accomplish some things, and we'll go through a list of some of the things the Cardinals were able to do over the course of their OTAs and their minicamp. But first, there was and still is some speculation about Josh Sweat and his future. There was a story from Jason La Canfora in which he quoted anonymously a general manager in the National Football League who said to him that when it's all said and done, he thinks Josh Sweat is going back to Philadelphia. He's going to be an Eagle again, that they'll make some sort of an offer for him, and that he didn't have details. It was just an anonymously quoted general manager, but that Josh Sweat would end up back in Philadelphia.
I think the NFL trade deadline is going to be very active for the Arizona Cardinals because by the time that comes, what we all believe is that they'll be out of it. And if they still have James Conner and they still have Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew and Josh Sweat, they could be a very interesting team at the trade deadline. They really could.
Yes.
The Proctor injury yesterday that we found out about a couple days ago, Caleb Proctor, the 4th-round pick, that doesn't help a whole lot for their defensive tackle issues. But you're going to get to a point when the trade deadline comes, and I don't think you're going to see anything happen before that. Josh Sweat has not asked for a trade. All indications are that he just didn't show up to the voluntaries, but he showed up for the mandatory. I know he worked out on the side and stuff like that. But I think it's going to be more trade deadline, because what week is that? That is, let me see if I can find out. NFL, I think that's after like 7 or 8 games.
I can't recall when it is in the NFL because it's usually such a non-event in the NFL.
But it might not be.
It might not be this
So
year.
it's Tuesday, November 4th.
Okay.
So Tuesday, November 4th. If Love and Algier are getting all the carries and Connor's not happy, you move them. If you're ready to move on from Brissett to Minshew and somebody wants Brissett as their backup, you move him. If Josh Sweat is having a good year and somebody's one pass rusher away from being a team that can contend, you move him.
Yeah, but do you?
I do.
You have no other pass rushers.
Well, you gotta hope that some of these guys develop.
Okay,
you gotta hope that Birch develops.
You can't do it unless somebody else does.
I agree.
I agree. Like the other positions you're talking about, you've got the kind of depth where you go, okay, well, we've got these other guys, so we can go ahead and trade.
Like trading Eduardo Rodriguez. You can't trade Eduardo Rodriguez. You don't have any starters.
You couldn't trade Josh Sweat unless you had
the other guys develop.
At least 2 of the other guys start to pop and show you something. You couldn't even consider it. He's the only one. They've got lots of running backs. They've got lots of quarterbacks. They're all, kind of the same guy, but they've got lots of quarterbacks.
He's also got a 4-year contract. I think it becomes difficult to trade him because of the amount of time on the Connor's easy to trade.
Yeah.
Brissett's easy to trade. Sweat's difficult to trade because it's a 4-year deal.
Plus, I think I don't know, maybe I'm wrong to put my faith in what Mike LaFleur said the other day, but Mike LaFleur really made it sound like this is not a contract issue with Josh Sweat, that this was he works out with his own guys. He doesn't show up to OTAs. That's what he's about. And I wasn't going to throw him on the practice field when he hasn't been a part of what we've been doing for the last 3 weeks. He called it negligence. That would be negligence on my part to throw it. And I want to believe him. I want to believe that, I saw Sweat. I saw a video of him at OTAs. He looked happy. He looked smiling. He was chatting with Monty. It didn't look or feel like there was a problem. So I don't want to go creating one where there isn't one. If Josh Sweat isn't unhappy and Josh Sweat doesn't want out and Josh Sweat hasn't asked for a trade,
you've got him for 3 more years.
Then let's not talk about trading him because he's the only one you've got at that position who's worth a darn right now. You know, it's let's not go creating problems where problems don't exist as long as there isn't a problem with Josh Sweat.
You've got him under contract for 26. There is an potential out in 2027. And then he's on the contract in 2028. So he's under contract for until he's 32 years old.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Jordan Lawler is back, but more bad news for the organization to deal with when it comes to a pitcher. We'll get the latest. Manager Torey Lovello set to join us live from the Natty next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
What McBride did, nationally speaking, may have been clouded by a 3-14 season.
It does suck that the Cardinals have been so irrelevant as a team that he does not get any national recognition.
You could say that the word arguable.
You could say that?
I couldn't say it, but somebody else possibly could. You could say that the word arguably shouldn't even be. How do you say it?
Arguably. Sorry, it's your I can't even.
Start the segment. Start the segment over.
Start this segment over.
Now you get. Now it's contagious.
Bickley and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the great people at the Lund Mortgage team, and they are helping people every single day when it comes to mortgage needs. And listen, I can tell you how many times I've spoken to people think they need 20% down to buy a house. Guess what? You don't. Or they think their credit's not good enough, but they don't actually know what good enough actually means. Here's the deal. Many first-time home buyers are out there just guessing. And guessing is what keeps people renting for another 5 years, putting money in other people's pockets and not building any equity in something that's yours. Call the Lund Mortgage team today to get pre-qualified for free. It's free to get pre-qualified. You'll get an answer in just a few hours, and you'll walk away knowing exactly what type of house you can afford and what programs you qualify for. There's FHA, there's VA, there's down payment assistance, there's probably a program built for someone exactly like you. So call the Lund Mortgage team where you're going to get great pricing, trustworthy pricing at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks. Because baseball isn't just a sport, it's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks look to end their current 3-game losing streak this evening. They're in Cincinnati to face the Reds. We've got some injury updates for you. Prior to the game, Diamondbacks announced they've activated Jordan Lawler off of the injured list. In his place, catcher Aramis Garcia has been designated for assignment. And then we learned of this injury news, courtesy of AZ Central's Nick Picoro. He reports that left-hander A.J. Puck has had his rehab paused due to left shoulder discomfort. He's set to undergo an MRI for more information. On the mound tonight, it's a battle of lefties. Eduardo Rodriguez goes for Arizona, and Nick Lodolo goes for Cincinnati. First pitch is at 4:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Hey, be sure to tune in at 3 o'clock today because Burns and Gambo are going to sit down with Cards rookie quarterback Carson Beck to talk about adjusting to life in the NFL and adjusting to life in Arizona because the weather gets all over the place. We know how it is. And the United States men's national team begins their World Cup trek this evening in Inglewood. They begin group play against Paraguay in SoFi Stadium. Good injury news as top defender Chris Richards is available for tonight's contest. The match will begin at 6. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
As always, we appreciate Torey Lovello coming on every Friday. We are especially grateful when he comes on so close to first pitch because they're in Cincinnati taking on the Reds today for 4:15 first pitch, and I know he's kind of scrambling with a lot of stuff to do. So with that in mind, let's turn our attention to the manager of the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello, who joins us from the Great American Ballpark here on Burns and Gambo. How you doing, Skip? Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, you bet, guys. How are you?
Best baseball team I ever saw, the 75-76 Reds. Bench, Morgan, Perez, Rose, Geronimo, Foster. They didn't have a great pitching staff, but that's the best, Dave Concepcion, that's the best team I've ever seen in my life.
I can't agree with you more, right? The Big Red Machine led by Sparky Anderson. I remember having this conversation with Dave Dombrowski about the best team ever, and I told him that would be my vote. And he said if that were a baseball team today, they would be a $700 million team. The superstars they had, it would be unbelievable to have all those guys on one team.
Yeah,
I agree.
All right, let's talk about some of the news. I'll start with the Jordan Lawler move. He is up. I reported that yesterday that he's up with the team. You got him batting 6th in the lineup. You've got an offense that is really, really struggling right now. How much pressure is on him to try to ignite this offense?
Well, yeah, we're grinding right now, right? It hasn't been going so good for us. And, he's had 8 rehab games. His timing was good. And everything we remember about him, he can come in here and impact this lineup. But I don't want him to come in here with a savior mentality. We have 13 saviors in there. We got 13 really good offensive players. And when we link up, we do our job, build innings, we're going to be just fine. It's been very lean over the past 10 days, no doubt about it. I think we got to, eliminate the chase, have an all-field approach, not be afraid to hit with one strike, be able to do damage in different zones at different times, and be a very dynamic have a very dynamic offensive identity. When we do that, we're going to be just fine.
If he picks up where he left off, and granted, that was a real small sample size. It was only 6 games before he got hurt. Could you envision moving him up fairly quickly if you felt like he was picking up right where he left off?
Yeah, of course. I got to be situationally smart. I think that's what I've learned about over the past, 10 years. I remember in the old days, I would stay with one lineup and I'd fight tooth and nail to keep it 1 through 9. But I think this is a game now where you got to evolve. And I want to just be smart. I want to be versatile with lineup construction. And by all means, he's hitting seventh tonight. If we get him on a heater for the next 6 or 7 games, or next month, of course I would be foolish if I didn't migrate him north. But we're going to let him get some footing here. Like I said, I don't want anybody to feel like they're a savior. I want it to be a group of guys that do it together.
The news that came down about 10 minutes before we had you on, AJ Puck, there's going to be a pause now in his rehab. Tell us the latest from your perspective on what's going on with your lefty reliever, Skip.
Yeah, that just came across my desk about half hour ago. The medical team came in, sat down. We meet with them a couple times a day, and then this was the bomb that was dropped. And I appreciate AJ for speaking up. That's really, really important. Some athletes really trying to get back and force their way into the big league setting to help the big league team win, and that's how he's wired. I know he wants to be here. The fact that he's able to pull back and say that he felt a little bit of shoulder discomfort, to me, in my opinion, is what being a D-back is all about. So we're just going to pull back on this. It's left shoulder discomfort. We're not exactly sure the extent of it. We're going to get some MRIs, and we're going to get the diagnosis as soon as possible. When it's a complete diagnosis, I'll let you guys know. But, being pulled back, it's not going to be a couple days. It's going to be a couple weeks at least. So on the low side, we want him back as soon as possible. We got to be sure he's perfectly healthy.
I kind of joked around with you the last time, and you were like, Mike, Gambo says we need a bat because you've had to pinch hit Barossa and Del Castillo, and they're just not hitting. Barossa's not hitting. Pavin Smith, I can't watch any more at bats with Pavin. It's either a weak ground out to second or a strikeout. What's your frustration level with what you have available to you right now? You've got 5 or 6 guys. I know Garcia's gone now, but he was one of those guys that just are not hitting and contributing to your offense.
Yeah, it's a all-out assault, 13 position players on one pitcher per night, and then whatever they hand off the bullpen that is going to go out there and help us score some runs. And yeah, of course, Pavin is not himself right now. We clipped his rehab a little bit early so we could get him here. We could get a left-handed bat in here and balance things out again with a very heavy right-handed hitting team. And his timing is just not there, but he's working his buns off to make that happen. And at the end of the day, Pavin's going to hit. It's just not there right now. The timing's off, and he's going to find his way with every at bat that he gets. He's going to be that much closer. So I'd love to have guys loaded up on the bench, but it's just where we're at right now. We have Gurriel that's injured, and he's going to be coming back, and we're getting Jordan Lawler back. We're going to start to layer in some guys that if guys aren't doing it here, we're going to have some flexibility to make some moves. And, that's up to Mike and whatever he sees. And he sees a lot through my eyes and conversations that we have, and I'm appreciative of that. He just wants to put the best 13 guys here so we can go on that assault and just make good things happen every single night.
All right, I'll ask you another one of the questions, and I said it to you last week too. Can you afford to have Zach Gallen go out there and take the ball every 5th day and pitch 4 or 5 innings and give up 5 or 6 runs? There's not a lot of options right now, but this is an ongoing struggle. This dates back to last year with Zach Gallen not getting right. Are you seeing any signs or indications that he could get out of this?
Well, it is a thing. I'm not going to sit here and deny it. He's grinding. He'd be the first to tell you that it's as frustrating. He's as frustrated as he's ever been. He can't get the success or get the feel that he's had in the past. But I believe in Zach Gallen. I think he's going to turn this around. I know that he's a very important piece of this starting rotation. We don't have a lot of options in back of the group that's here right now, but Zach is Zach, and when he gets the feel, you just get out of his way, and he gets things moving in a really good direction. So that's all we got to do. That's all I can do right now is just coach him as hard as I possibly can, and coach the coaches as hard as I possibly can who are coaching him, and make those demands that it's got to change. And when it does, he's going to help us win some games.
He was never Skeens or Schoolbull, right? The fastball was never like that, but he was able to beat guys because of his fastball command. What are you seeing with the fastball command that's just not there from previous years?
Well, it's been about a year and a half, in my opinion, where he's been missing with his fastball. It's been balls that are thrown in the middle of the plate, which has led to home runs. He's given up more home runs than I think he's ever thought he would. So it's about limiting the slug. I think he's so good at hitting lines and working edges, and that's where he's got to get his focus. He's got to get his focus on working counts, getting count leverage, and then finishing off the hitter with real good stuff. He's got a 3 or 4 pitch mix. He can throw any pitch at any time. So don't get predictable, which I think he's working every single day to not be predictable, and then find his way to hitting lines and edges and get these hitters off balance and challenge them in the right place at the right time.
You talk about Torey Lovello joining us here on Burns and Gambo. You talk about migrating guys up and down the lineup. With the struggles that you've had, have you given how much thought, let me phrase it that way, have you given to something drastic when it comes to your lineup? Not having Cattell batting leadoff, moving Perdomo back up, moving guys around. What I know you're tinkering and you're thinking, are you close to making any moves like that if you don't start to see success anytime soon, Torey?
Yeah, I've had suggestions from my family to pull a lineup out of a hat, right? Let's try that one day. What do you think about that? I don't know that answer. I know the best players hit at the top. I want them to come up the most and impact the game. So, that's the reason why Carroll's at the top, Moreno's at the top, Marte's been emerging. He's at the top. Beyond that and back of that, I might juggle some things around. I juggled Perdomo because I wanted to let him get some footing. I just try to be as creative as possible. Like I said, I can't be a dope and just stick to 1 through 9 like I used to many years ago. I gotta be flexible. So I'm always on a search. I'm asking a lot of questions about it, talking to hitting coaches. When the change needs to happen, I will make sure that I get it done.
How, with guys coming that we've talked about, how incumbent is it on the younger players? Waldy's in your lineup tonight. Groover's in your lineup tonight, to make their presence felt and to contribute so they can continue to be in the lineup given that guys are coming?
Yeah, it's funny is I barked at those guys yesterday, that big group that's here, the Groover, Troy, Waldschmidt, and even Barossa, and Del Castillo about, you guys are here to help us win baseball games. You're not just here to shake hands, kiss babies, and be a Sunday helper. You're here to go out there and make good things happen because you're a good baseball player who's earned this promotion. And when you've been trained, when you step into this environment, the day you arrive, you are expected to be an impact player based on what you've been given us through your development in the minor leagues. So I don't want anybody to come here and think somebody else is going to do it. It's my turn. It's my time. I'm going to go up there. I'm going to take care of my business the best way I know how.
All right, leave me with this. Aramis Garcia is gone, designated for assignment. Your backup catcher is Adrian Del Castillo. How do you plan to incorporate, him as far as your catching situation now, having 2 guys instead of 3?
Well, yeah, he's going to be the backup catcher. It's going to be him and Moreno, and I'm going to be looking at, the best opportunities to get Del in there. We got a left situation here with a day game in Cincinnati, so he'll probably catch against the righty tomorrow and have Moreno back in there on day 3. So I just got to be creative. But he's going to play, and I need to get Del some reps. The at-bats have come to a halt here since Pavin came back, but I want to be creative as possible to get his bat in the lineup and get him as hot as possible.
Thanks, Skip. As always, we appreciate the time. Best of luck this weekend, okay?
Okay, boys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thanks.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks, our guest. Half-Day Club is back. Lower-level D-backs tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Catch D-backs Angels on June 17th, D-backs A's on July 22nd, or what the heck, just do both. Text the word HALF to 620-620 for details. Game 5 of the NBA Finals tomorrow. Will there be a Game 6, or does New York wrap this puppy up? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
It's just something you don't see a lot these days out of financial institutions, out of banks, out of the level of customer service that Global Credit Union reaches when you become a member of Global Credit Union. You just don't see a lot at banks these days. And what I'm talking specifically about, 24/7, 365, live U.S.-based customer support. Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter what time of day. You've got a question about your checking account. You have a question about your savings accounts, your loans, your car loan, whatever the case may be. No matter when it is that you pick up the phone and call, you're going to speak to a live U.S.-based customer support representative so you can get the answers you need to quiet the voices in your head going on about what's going on with your money. That's what you just don't get a lot of these days, but you get at Global Credit Union. That and a commitment to saving you money through fewer fees, no fees, better rates, all the things. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com.
Lifeguard Imaging saves lives every single day with scans. And right now, you can have a complete heart scan for you and someone you love for $69 total. $69. Savings of well over $1,000. You can get that right now for $69. Take Chris. He is 44 years old. Healthy, active, no symptoms. Got a full body scan at Lifeguard Imaging. Found early stage pancreatic cancer. One of the deadliest cancers there is, but they caught it early enough that he's now cancer-free. That's what the scans can do. Now, a lot of insurance companies aren't going to go let you go get a scan done because it's, unless you have like some symptoms, you can't tell. So a lot of people are being proactive these days, getting the scan done from Lifeguard Imaging and saving lives. They're saving their lives. Get the heart scan right now at Lifeguard Imaging by texting SCAN to 620-620, $69 for a scan to see if your heart's good, to see if you could have a heart attack or you could have a stroke and if you have any heart disease. All you have to do is text SCAN to 620-620 and I'll get you all the information.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
And it can be found at ArizonaSports.com. Here is Lauren on this shorter edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Carson Beck's scheduled to join us in about 11 minutes here in studio for a conversation with the rookie quarterback out of Miami. But in the meantime, we have a poll question up at ArizonaSports.com. What are we asking the folks today, Lauren?
It's a poll question about the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're asking which Diamondbacks youngster do you feel the best about for the rest of the season? Is it Lawler, Waldschmidt, Troy, Grover, or Fernandez?
Waldschmidt.
Oh, if we're including Lawler in this conversation,
We are.
Jordan Lawler.
Waldschmidt.
Okay. More than Lawler, huh?
Yeah, I said Waldschmidt twice. You want to go
He
a third
doubled
time?
down on
Waldschmidt. How many times do you want me to say it?
Whoa. We opened the windows for you and everything, and somebody's in a mood over there.
Oh,
I think
not good.
I think it
Can't
is
be
the
moody.
windows being open. It's inspired a new Gambo.
I feel it's my responsibility to point out when Gambo's in a mood.
Oh,
so
boy,
okay.
Whoa. It's happening.
Whoa.
Darn.
Whoa. Kidding. What are the results of the poll?
I will say, for all the crap you've just given him, Waldschmidt's in
leading.
the lead.
Yeah, how about that? Take that.
Take that. Take that, talk show host boy.
Yeah, well, Waldschmidt's leading the way with 45% of the vote. 34% going with Lawler, 12% going with Troy, 9% going with Fernandez, and 1% going with
All right,
there you go.
Waldschmidt has hit a little bit of a wall lately. Maybe the same thing will happen to Lawler, but I feel like his at-bats have become a little repetitive and a little strikeout.
Yeah, he's batting 267. This month he's batting 226. You're right. It's gone down a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like it's hit the wall a little bit. So again, Troy Lavello, if you missed our conversation with him, he told us moments ago AJ Puck will be pulled back from his rehab for a couple of weeks at least. Mitch, you have it. Please play it for me.
I appreciate AJ for speaking up. That's really, really important. Some athletes really trying to get back and force their way into the big league setting to help the big league team win, and that's how he's wired. I know he wants to be here. The fact that he's able to pull back and say that he felt a little bit of shoulder discomfort, to me, in my opinion, is what being a D-back is all about. So we're just going to pull back on this. It's left shoulder discomfort. We're not exactly sure the extent of it. We're going to get some MRIs, and we're going to get the diagnosis as soon as possible. When it's a complete diagnosis, I'll let you guys know. But, being pulled back, it's not going to be a couple days. It's going to be a couple weeks at least. So on the low side, we want him back as soon as possible. We got to be sure he's perfectly healthy.
Yeah, it sucks. The Burns setback, the AJ Puck setback. It's terrible news for a team. Look, you would like to get AJ back. Their bullpen's been great, but you'd like to get him back. He's a flamethrower when he's from the left hand side. Their bullpen is the least of their problems right now. The number one problem they have is their offense. They have no offense. The number two problem they have is starting pitching because they've got a couple of guys that are just not going very well, especially Zach Allen. It's not the bullpen, but it would have added to the strength.
Sure.
Of the bullpen if he would have been able to come back.
No, it doesn't mean you don't want him back. And I think it's just that, like you say, it's a continuation of a larger trend of just when you thought you were about to get Corbin Burns back, you have the rug pulled out from underneath you. Just when you thought you were about to get AJ Puck back,
right,
you have the rug pulled out from, that goes beyond positional value or what you're good at or what you're not good at. Man, two major pieces that you were this close to getting back. And now you're not. NBA Finals Game 5 is tomorrow in San Antonio. Will the Knicks wrap it up? Will the Spurs force a Game 6? Do the Knicks fans get to celebrate at Madison Square Garden? Or will the ones who traveled to San Antonio get to celebrate tomorrow night the championship?
Well, know this. Only one team has won a finals after being down 3-1. That was the 16 Cavs that did it. So teams are 37-1 when leading 3-1 in the finals. The Spurs are going to point to, they've had double-digit leads in every single game. They're going to point to, we are making mistakes and that they're correctable. We should be able to figure this stuff out. And they're going to have the one game at a time mantra. Win this one at home, then go to the Garden with everything on the line. If you could find a way to win that one, you get everything at home for Game 7. We'll see. This is, to me, by far, this is not over. Like, this is not over yet. The Knicks have to win one more game. The Spurs, like, if you said to most people, who do you think is the better team? I think people would say the Spurs, but the Knicks have just found this ability late in games to just take it from them. I'm going to take it from you.
Yeah.
And it could be experience on the Knicks' part, the experience they have, or the lack of experience the Spurs have.
I think it's more that than anything else. I mean, the Spurs, for as great as they've played this series in stretches, I think their youth and their inexperience is showing up in these moments, at the end of these games when it matters the most, and that it's just as much them giving it away as it is the Knicks taking it away. I just don't know if anything's going to change that. I don't know if they're going to grow up overnight and fix everything that they're doing wrong in one game. They're doing a lot right, but I don't know if they're going to fix everything that's going wrong.
I would be concerned about Wemby's aggressiveness in this game, knowing that one more flagrant foul takes him out.
How has rookie quarterback Carson Beck adjusted to life in the NFL and in Arizona? He joins us in studio next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, and you can head to Sanderson Ford right now and get employee pricing. You pay what they pay. American value for American values. They've got it going on at Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. Check them out. Right now, you could get yourself into a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Almost $5,000 off the MSRP. Get it for $28,995. A brand new Bronco Sport, $28,995. Same thing for the Escape. Over $5,500 off the MSRP on the Escape 2025, just $28,995. How about this deal? A 2026 Ford F-150 STX, almost $5,000 off the MSRP, $41,995. It's yours. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online for more info at sandersonford.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. You don't have to leave your living room by going to LibertyGMCAZ.com. You do have to leave your living room, though, to get your car serviced when that little check engine light comes on, right? And it's time to get it fixed, and it's time to get whatever routine service you need to get done. Certainly consider Liberty GMC when it comes to getting service on your vehicle, because they have a service department that is absolutely second to none. And when it comes to convenience and when it comes to ease of service, Liberty GMC just does things that others don't. They've got a late night shift. You drop your car off by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next day. And right now, Liberty GMC Service Department is offering $25 off any service. That includes an oil change. Anything you need to get done, $25 off right now at Liberty GMC Service Department. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hope to end their current 3-game losing streak this evening. They're in Cincinnati taking on the Reds. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced that they've activated Jordan Lawler off of the injured list. In his place, catcher Aramis Garcia has been designated for assignment. We also learned, courtesy first of AZ Central's Nick Picoro, that left-hander A.J. Puck has had his rehab assignment paused due to left shoulder discomfort. He is set to undergo an MRI. For more information, manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo minutes ago that it's not going to be days, it is going to be weeks, likely, before we see Puck throw a baseball again. It's a battle of left-handers on the mound. Eduardo Rodriguez will go for Arizona. Nick Lodolo for Cincinnati. First pitch is at 4:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Cardinals rookie quarterback Carson Beck going to sit down in studio with Burns and Gambo and talk about adjusting to life in the NFL and adjusting to Arizona, because it does take some adjusting. And then the U.S. men's national team begins their World Cup trek this evening in Inglewood. They begin group play against Paraguay in SoFi Stadium. Good injury news, as top defender Chris Richards will be available for tonight's contest. Match will begin at 6. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text GALAXY to 620-620, NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mandatory minicamp wrapping up for the Arizona Cardinals earlier this week. The rookies are not done. They still have a little bit of work to do, and that includes the annual media tour that we get here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We've had rookies come in now 3 years in a row, where after minicamp is done, they come in here and say hi to us. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, the quarterback out of Miami, out of Georgia, and we're happy to welcome Carson Beck onto the show. You're on Burns and Gambo. Carson, nice to meet you in person. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for coming down and joining us in studio,
yes,
man.
Sir. It's good to be
All
here.
right, what's the biggest difference between workouts with a pro team and a college team?
The biggest difference?
Yeah.
I don't know, as far as like the work that you put in. You know, you work really hard in college. You work, again, really hard, you know, up here in the pros as well. But I think the biggest difference just overall is the playbook. You know, I think that's the biggest thing, just the volume, the verbiage, just everything that goes into it, all the detail behind it. I'd say that's the biggest difference.
Because you had to learn a new offense last year in Miami.
Yes, sir.
So it was a lot easier learning a college offense?
Yes. 100%. 100%, just as far as plays, formations, motions, checks, I mean, just all the above, protections. There's so much that goes into it. There's so much detail, which, again, I love for me. I mean, that's the side of the game that I love, the mental side, and being able to, you know, treat the game like a chess match, you know, beating your opponent before the snap.
Do you find yourself going home at night and just diving through the playbook to try to understand it more?
Yes, 100%. Especially the first couple of weeks when it's like, I remember we went there and it literally like day one, I mean, we'd had like 2 or 3 meetings and you're out there and it's like, okay, this. And it's like, okay, I got it. Boom, let's run the play. And it's like, okay, I need to get to a point where I just run up there and I know it like the back of my hand. You know, you're not out there thinking. It's natural. You're comfortable. So.
Give me a visual representation, because we're also on YouTube here. If a college playbook is this, an NFL playbook is this, is that about right? Like
100, yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
so I'm holding my left hand, I'm holding my fingers about a ½ inch apart. My right hand, I'm holding it about 3 or 4 inches apart.
Absolutely.
That's about the difference?
100%.
When do you feel like you know it? Or do you know that you don't and you still have a lot of work to do?
No, I mean, I know it 100%, but it's not about knowing it. Again, that's not the
feel it.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's the easy part, I think, is learning the plays, learning the the words, right? Now you got to get to a point where, okay, you hear Coach LaFleur in your headset, boom. Okay, now let's repeat the whole entire play call to your offense while fans are yelling. Then you have to go to the line, and now we have to execute it. Oh, wait, it's a different look. We need to check the play and get to a different play. Now we got to execute that play and make sure everybody's on the same page. So there's a lot that goes into it. And then also just being comfortable in the fact that, like, that's your process and you're not thinking at all while that's happening. Like, it's just natural. Like, that's the point that I want to get to. I'm not there yet. That takes time. That takes reps. That takes, again, that's the process of coming into this league, being a rookie and what that is. But that will come, with work.
Kurt Warner, who's a friend of the program, always used to tell me, like, when I got to the line of scrimmage and I knew where I was going with the ball, like, I knew once I read that defense, I had a really good idea of where I was going to go with the ball. Are you there? Or does that take a lot of time? What does that detail?
I think the game is very different now.
Yeah.
I think that when you look at defenses now, and I think that most quarterbacks would agree that you don't know what they're really doing.
They disguise it so well.
Yeah, when you walk up to the ball and you look at a defense, you really don't have any idea what they're going to do based off of just walking up to the line and looking. Now, you can have ideas based off of film study, based off of certain fronts that they're in and certain pressures that they have out of fronts. What coverages did they do out of these fronts? Like, you can have an idea, right? What down is it? What's the distance? What's the situation in the game? There's so many things that go into it, but you really don't know. So you can have an idea, but you don't ever want to know, and then you just react. You react, you trust your preparation, and then that's kind of how the game goes.
And if things break down, you just throw it to that Trey McBride guy. He's pretty good.
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
He's pretty talented.
And he likes a lot of country music, too. You like country music?
A little bit.
What do you listen to?
Mostly rap, to be honest.
Rap music, okay.
Yeah. I love Rod Wave. I know he's not really a rapper. It's more like R&B, a little bit of rap, but that's my guy.
Okay, it's not my alley or your alley. So
no, but
I remember the Sugar Hill Gang. That was the first rap song ever. Rapper's Delight.
I walk through lots of alleys, so it just depends. Carson Beck is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. So what's next for you now? Training camp starts 5 weeks, give or take. Mini camp is done. The rookies are still around a little bit. What do you do to prepare yourself for training? What have they asked you to do to prepare yourself for training camp?
Yeah. So again, I kind of have my team back in Jacksonville, where quarterback, coach, PT, the whole 9 yards of what that's going to look like. So I'll go home, spend some time with family and friends, but really that's a time to get ready for the season. So for the next 4 weeks or whatever that is, training, conditioning, throwing, right, getting prepared, to go into training camp. Because again, you get to training camp and it's 2 weeks and we're playing a game. So again, which is super exciting, but it's not the same as college. It's not the same where you have a month to prepare for that first game, but it's 2 weeks training camp and it's first preseason game like that. So again, just constantly, preparing myself for that and just being ready to, go compete in training camp.
Tell me about, and that's, you just touched on it, and that's where I want to go. Tell me about the competition mindset when you do get into training camp and how you put yourself in that space, because obviously we all know the situation that there is an opportunity here at quarterback. How do you put yourself in that competition mind space, and do you feel like you're already there when it comes to trying to establish yourself as the quarterback on this team?
Yeah, I think for me, like, as far as a competition mindset is competing against myself each and every day to be the best possible quarterback that I can be. Am I ready? What are my expectations each and every day of myself? Did I meet those expectations? Did I surpass those expectations, right? I hold myself to a high standard, and that's really what I mean, with this, competitive mindset heading into camp, heading into this season, is just trying to be the best version of myself, put my best foot forward, that, if my name is called, if the opportunity is presented, that, again, I'm going to be the best possible version of myself and the best possible quarterback, that this team might need. So, again, if that opportunity presents itself, I just need to make sure that I'm ready so that I can have success.
We know you're going to play this year. Have they told you that? Have they told you you're going to, you have to play. They have to see what they have in you. Have they told you you're going to play?
No. I mean, this is not a conversation that we've had. Again, if that opportunity presents itself, I need to make sure that obviously I'm ready, and I'm going to do everything that I can to continue to work to make sure that I'm in a position where I can have success.
Gardner's new to this offense, too. He just came over. Jacoby was in a hold-in situation. What's your relationship with those two guys? Have either one of them been able to help you a little bit so far?
So I've known Gardner for a little bit. Whenever he was down in Jacksonville, I think we threw once or twice together. So obviously we didn't really build a relationship back then, but we've been able to build a little relationship now. You can tell how much knowledge he has, the experiences that he's been able to have, have provided that knowledge and just that game experience, right? And being in these type of offenses with a lot of verbiage, checks, things of that sort. So you can tell how smart he is. He's also just a great guy. Jacoby, he just came back. So again, I literally just met him like 2 days ago.
Yeah. So he introduced himself?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. No, he seems like a great guy. Obviously, I haven't been able to spend a lot of time around him, but looking forward to building our relationship.
Talk about relationship building. Mike LaFleur, I think the other day, said about you that you're already starting to ask kind of next level questions when it comes to this offense and how it functions. So for you, have you been primarily dealing with him because he's the offensive minded head coach? Is it Nathaniel Hackett? Who's your kind of point person, and what relationships have you started to establish with them? Because obviously that's going to be a huge part of your development too.
Yeah, of course. I feel like I have so much knowledge at my disposal when it comes to Coach LaFleur, Coach Hackett, Coach Schaub, right? Coach Schaub did it. He did it. He was a quarterback. I don't know the exact amount of years that he was a quarterback. I know it was a long time.
Yeah.
But he did it. He's been in, the shoes that I am now, stepping into. So that's a guy that I've really been, trying to pick his mind apart and just see how he played the game, how he sees the game. Coach Hackett has been around a ton of successful quarterbacks, one being Aaron Rodgers, that, again, is a guy that I always looked up to my entire life. But again, he's super smart, super knowledgeable, a guy that I've spent a lot of time with as well, just going over our practice film, going over different game films, protection films. And then again, Coach LaFleur is the guy that's going to put it all together and just asking questions from all of them and learning as much as I possibly can about the offense.
Who are the quarterbacks that you loved watching growing up, playing the position?
Aaron Rodgers was the guy that I always watched growing up. Obviously, Tom Brady is another one, but Aaron Rodgers was always that guy for me. Again, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning. So again, those are all the guys that I grew up watching for sure.
Chase Basantis told us when he was in with us, he said, I got some teams circled, like some teams that passed me by, that I can't wait to play these guys. Do you have any of that? Do you look at the schedule and and see some teams that you thought you may go to and I want to make sure I show them that I can play in this league?
No, not really. Honestly, there's really no grudges being held. I'm thankful to be in Arizona. I'm grateful to be in Arizona, and my goal as a player, and always has been since I was young, is to win every game that you have. So that's the goal. That's the game plan. Whoever the opponent is, I'm going to do everything that I can to prepare and put my best foot forward to ultimately have success and win the football game, because that's what this game is about.
How about when you look at the schedule, any former teammates or friends that you're going to play? Because we had Trey Benson on a couple of years ago, and Jared first picked up the phone. I'm going to knock him out. Like, he was just going crazy. Because they were buddies, teammates in Florida State. Do you have any games that you're looking forward to? Are you going to play some friends or some former teammates?
Just looking at the schedule. Obviously, the Rams drafted C.J. Daniels, who was a wide receiver of mine at Miami, so that'll be cool, obviously, to go up against him. One of my good friends, Tate Ratledge, who plays right guard for the Lions, we get to play them this year, so I'm excited to see him as well. There's a couple other ones, but those are two that come to mind.
All right, well, Carson, welcome. I know you got a lot of work to do. We'll probably catch up with you at training camp, which starts, like I say, just a few weeks from now. But thanks for coming by. Thanks for the conversation. We appreciate it, and best of luck this season.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
You got it.
Thanks, Carson.
Carson Beck joining us here on Burns and Gambo. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Carson Beck joining us in studio. When we come back, we'll preview D-backs Reds Game 1, the opener of the series, next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
You know what you want in a financial advisor? You want a financial advisor that when that time comes that you eventually retire, they don't stop working with you. Because now you're not making any money. You're not really investing that much. You're starting to pull out of your investments. You want a financial advisor that's going to help you with your tax situation, that's going to help you take out the money the right way, have your money continue to grow for you a little bit, but not a guy that's going to walk away and say, oh, yeah, you're not earning that money anymore. I'm going to move on to somebody else. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. As a fiduciary, he always has your best interest in mind, whether that is while you're in your prime years of working and making money and investing, or it's when you start to take that money out to live the life that you want to live, that you work so hard for. You want your financial advisor to continue to work with you because there's still a lot of decisions that have to be made. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis, who I work with. You can give him a call at 602-877-PLAN and get that free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month, and our kickoff to summer savings event is underway at Liberty GMC. Whether you need a truck for work, weekend projects, or summer adventures, now is the time to buy. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months, or lease the 2026 Canyon for just $369 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. 4:15 first pitch. D-backs, the opener of a 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The World Cup opener for Team USA as they're taking on Paraguay tonight. That game starts at 6 o'clock, and that is what's on tonight.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs and the Reds. Time for a little D-backs on deck to get you ready for the game before we turn things over to the BP show. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the WindowDepot.com. A somewhat familiar pitching matchup for the opener of this series tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start. The lefty is 5-2 with a 2.52 ERA. Nick Lodolo, the lefty for Cincinnati, gets the start. He's 2-1 with a 5.51 ERA.
Yeah, allowed a season-high 9 hits in his last outing. Did not factor in the decision. 6-5 loss against St. Louis. Was in line for his third win, but he was the victim of a blown save in that one, too. So, this should be a good pitching matchup and one that favors the Arizona Diamondbacks.
This is the exact same matchup almost exactly a year ago to the day of the Diamondbacks opener in Cincinnati.
On June 6th.
On that ill-fated, rain-delayed game that cost the Diamondbacks Gabriel Moreno and Christian Mena and was an absolute turning point for the season last year. An absolute tragic turning point for the Arizona Diamondbacks by them being forced to play that game in those conditions and getting swept by the Reds that weekend.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. When you look back at that, you look at that one situation, and the game should have been called, and they should have stopped. They should have stopped the game, and they didn't, and they let it continue for another half inning, and it was just an absolute disaster and a huge mistake by the umpires in that one.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Obviously, the big injury news of the day, A.J. Puck's rehab has been paused due to discomfort in his shoulder, not his elbow, but his shoulder. Torey Lovello came on with us and said that they still need to do the MRIs, they still need to do the tests. He doesn't have a timeline, but he's not days away from resuming. It's at least weeks away from him resuming his throwing program.
Yeah, really, really big setback. That's terrible news. I'm sure that he'll check with his doctors, and you've got the Diamondbacks doctors, and I'll just try to come up with a plan with the shoulder. But that's tough because you didn't get Burns back, and now you're not going to get Puck back, and you're trying to get some of these reinforcements, and these are two really, really good pitches that would have really helped this team.
You do wonder if now we're talking about the All-Star break before A.J. Puck could come back, and if that's the best-case scenario for when A.J. Puck might. And I'm just speculating. I don't know the answer to that question, but his rehab has been paused due to left shoulder discomfort. Then, of course, the other news of the day, from an injury standpoint, Jordan Lawler has been activated off the 60-day IL. Garcia, the catcher, the third catcher on the roster, was DFA'd today to make room for Jordan Lawler. He's in the lineup. He's batting 7th tonight for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, good to get him in. We got Torey Lovello on, right? It's 1 through 13 guys. Like, they cannot rely on just him to carry this team. But he can help. He can help. He's been a top prospect in the organization for a long time. This is a big year from him. He really hasn't busted through yet. It's his opportunity. Take center field. Help this team contribute. If he plays well, like we mentioned with Lavelle, you can move him up in a lineup. But for now, he'll bat a little bit further down in the lineup.
He is in the lineup batting 7th tonight. He's playing in center, as you mentioned. Waldschmidt is still in left. He's batting 9th tonight. Groover is the DH. He is batting 8th. They've got Vargas at first. He's batting in the 5 hole tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day with a 34-34 record, 9.5 out of first place in the West behind the LA Dodgers. The Reds start the day 32-35, dead last in the NL Central. In the wild card standings, right now Arizona is a game and a half out of the last spot with 4 teams in front of them for that final wild card spot. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Reds are really struggling to score runs, too. Kind of like the D-backs. They are in a big funk offensively and really, truly struggling to score runs. One of the things that they're awfully good at, though, is the long ball. They get hit the long ball. They've homered 63 times over their last 44 games, 7th most in the majors. And the guy leading the way is their rookie, Sal Stewart. Team leading 13 home runs this season, are the most by a Reds rookie through the club's first 67 games since Hall of Famer Frank Robinson in 1956. His 18 career home runs are the most through his first 84 games since Aristide Aquino in 2018. This kid's got some pop to his bat, so I'm going to say him batting third in the lineup. The key to the game for Rodriguez is to keep him in the ballpark.
That is going to do it for us here on Burns and Gambo. Steve Zinsmeister is standing by with the D-Backs BP show. We'll see you Monday, straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-Backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Summer's heating up. Good thing Sonic Refreshers now come frozen. Blended icy cold with real fruit and green tea, they're the coolest way to refresh this summer. Try them in 4 delicious frozen flavors: strawberry passion fruit, watermelon peach, mango peach, or berry citrus. You deserve it. Found parking in the shade? Sip to that with new frozen Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Each refresher contains approximately 45 milligrams of caffeine. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. We've got classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Celebrate Father's Day at the D-backs game on Sunday, June 21st. The first 15,000 dads to the game will get a Father's Day polo. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball. Brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort has one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Join and get up to $25 in free play. Visit saltriverrewards.com to get started. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. By Jeep. Hurry in for the Jeep declaration of deals. Jeep, there's only one. And by Morgan & Morgan. D-backs BP Show.
The Snakes are on to the Queen City. Welcome to the D-backs BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks visit the Cincinnati Reds for a weekend 3-game set. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Ali Narini. There's a lot to go over on today's show. We've got a player coming off the IL after 2 months on the shelf. What kind of boost can he be for the Diamondbacks? Also, we've got another injury setback to talk about for the Diamondbacks. So we'll get to it all. I promise you. Stay tuned for the full show and the full injury report coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But after getting swept in Miami, the D-backs have a really nice opportunity in front of them this weekend. The Cincinnati Reds have also lost 10 of their last 13 games, just like the Diamondbacks, including 4 straight series losses. So perhaps this is a great chance for the D-backs to pull off a couple of wins, collect themselves, and get this train back on the tracks before they return home next week. Now, I still have nightmares about the last time the D-backs played in Cincinnati. Friday, June 6th, 2025. You might remember it almost exactly a year ago. The D-backs winning the series opener after 5 innings, and it's a total downpour. Rain everywhere, dangerous field conditions, and the umpires, they let the teams back out on the field for the 6th. The rain kept coming. Cristian Mena and Gabby Moreno. Cristian Mena hit Gabby Moreno on the hand with a wild pitch. Gabby went on to miss 9 weeks after that. Mena still has not pitched in the big leagues since then. And oh yeah, the Reds tied up that game, postponed to the next day. They go on to sweep the Diamondbacks. Just a horrible memory for me from 2025. Today, the exact same pitching matchup on the mound as that day, and I do regret to inform you, there's a non-zero chance of rain in Cincinnati this weekend. So hopefully we see a much different outcome this time around as the Diamondbacks head to Cincinnati. All right, they're getting some reinforcements back today, and coming up, we'll go out to Cincinnati, where I'll be joined by D-backs insider Nick Picoro from the Arizona Republic. We'll talk about all that straight ahead on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
Every team needs a closer, someone you trust when the game's on the line. At Morgan & Morgan, we've got a deep bullpen and winning streak, because when a case gets tough, you want someone ready to close. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Arizona Lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Avnet is your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are a global technology distributor and solutions provider headquartered right here in the Valley. We help businesses all over the world source the right technology components and manage the logistics to get their products to market. The components we distribute are likely in the products you use and depend on every day, from your car to your household appliances. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
Hi, fans. This is Dave Pasch, sports broadcaster, journalist, and longtime Arizona resident.
Dignity Health knows the importance of a healthy, active lifestyle. We want to get you back on your feet quickly so you can return to play, whether you're a weekend warrior or an elite athlete. If you're ready to feel the glory, not the pain, find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/AZOrtho. Dignity Health, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Is your AC ready for summer? Emergency Air, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, truly cleans your system while the other guys just check a box. Their techs spend up to 2 hours deep cleaning, basically refurbishing your unit. They guarantee it won't break down this summer or the service is free. First-time customers get this service for just $39. Visit emergencyair.com to book with the trusted team that keeps the D-backs cool and knocks it out of the park.
Emergency Air. The difference is we care.
With the Caesars Sportsbook app, you can bet while all the Diamondbacks action is in full swing. Parlay your favorite player props, home run hitters, and more with same-game parlays. Or select from today's pre-built parlays with quick picks. Plus, bet every inning live in the app. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Caesars Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks fans, Uber Eats has your game day covered. The best Phoenix restaurants like Cali Tacos, Barrows, and Salad and Go delivered right to you. Each time the D-backs hit a double at home, you get $15 off your order of $30 or more. That's right. 2 bases for us, 1 sweet deal for you. Score game day deals like this and more only on Uber Eats. Order now. Terms apply. See app for details.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-backs BP Show.
After getting swept in Miami by the Marlins, the Diamondbacks are now on to Cincinnati, where the Reds await them for a 3-game series this weekend. And joining me now from the Queen City is Nick Pecoro, D-backs insider for the Arizona Republic. Nick, good to see you as always. Thanks for doing this. Let's start with today's news. Jordan Lawlar going to be back with the Diamondbacks, activated off the injured list today. I know that it's probably not fair to put all of that pressure on him to be the offensive savior for this team right now, but how much of an impact do you think he can have on this squad now that he's back?
Yeah, well, I mean, if he swings at anything like he did in spring training in that first week of the season, you know, it'll be a welcome addition to this lineup. I mean, these guys are struggling right now. It just feels like there are a lot of young guys kind of scuffling at the same time, you know, but Lawlar is another young guy himself. So, you know, I don't think we should put too much on him as far as expectations go. But it did look like that first week of the season, he was really starting to feel comfortable and kind of carrying over the success that he'd had, not just in spring training, but maybe all of September of last year, where he just kind of finally started to look comfortable at the big league level. And that's kind of how he looked that first week.
How do you think Lawlar's presence will impact playing time in the outfield? I mean, you've got Carroll, Lawlar, Waldschmidt, Troy, Gurriel coming back soon. Even if one of those guys gets removed from that equation, that's still a lot of mouths to feed. How does the playing time get divvied up?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they're going to be riding some hot hands if they can find a hot hand, that is. I think Lawlar probably gets the bulk of the time in center field for now. And then, you know, it's not like they have an established DH at the moment. So there's at bats to be had there as well. Certainly when Gurriel comes back probably next week, that's when it's going to be, you know, the most pressing. We're going to have to figure out not just how the playing time goes, but how he gets on the roster, because you've got to figure someone's going to have to go from that Troy, Waldschmidt, Barossa group. We'll have to monitor that. We'll see what happens here in these few days here in Cincinnati if anybody gets going at the plate.
That's the thing. I would think priority number one for the Diamondbacks right now is to generate more offense in whatever way they can after getting shut out the past 2 days. Who are some of the guys in the lineup that you're specifically keeping a close eye on to see if they can jumpstart this offense right now?
Look, everything always has sort of revolved around the guys at the top, right? I mean, it's kind of always revolved around Cattell and Corbin, Gabby and Perdomo. But beyond that, look, you got to see better results from Pavin Smith. I think that's a guy that you can kind of target, especially when you're looking at a lineup that does have a fair amount of young hitters, cycling through at least the bottom third. They need to get better results from that guy. And he also has the ability to give them some tough at bats and see pitches in a way that other guys in that lineup don't always do. But it is a guy that aggregate 2024, 2025 was really good against right-handed pitching. We'll see if he can get back to being that.
I suppose there is a bit of thump missing in the Diamondbacks lineup as well. I mean, we knew this coming into the season with the construction of the lineup the way that it is. This team was meant to be able to operate and score runs without that necessarily. But I would think that it's probably something that the front office is desiring. I know we're a month and a half away from the trade deadline, Nick. I know that maybe Max Kepler works his way into the equation at some point, but that's got to be a high priority for them right now, is trying to find some more home runs, don't you think?
I would think, but look, I don't know that they're in a position where they can be all that picky about how they get offense, right? I mean, they just need guys getting on base. They need guys generating runs. They need guys advancing runners, all that stuff. I think they just need their offense to kind of click and connect as a whole more than anything. But look, you're not wrong. I mean, they haven't had a ton of over-the-fence power. I imagine that's why you've seen Gabby Moreno playing so regularly here, including, DHing that last day in Miami. He's finally started to show that power that we've seen spurts from him in the past. And Max Kepler could be that. I kind of look at that as like an opportunity at a very cheap audition before the trade deadline, right? Like, if he shows them something here in these next couple of weeks in the minors and looks like he can help, they find a way to get him on the roster, and if he does something, over those few weeks before the deadline, however long it'll be, a month or so, maybe that's one less hole they need to plug at the deadline. But I would think that so long as they're hanging in it, and if that remains an issue, that's going to be an area that they definitely target leading up to the, whatever it is, August 3rd deadline this year.
Nick, on paper, this is a series against another team that is struggling pretty mightily recently. And given the memory of what happened in Cincinnati for the Diamondbacks last year, how important is this series for the Diamondbacks?
You're right. This is another team kind of hanging around that 500 mark. They got to start winning some games. Like you can kind of explain away like, okay, well, you don't ever want to get swept, even if it is a good team like the Mariners, but you start losing series to, the Nationals and the Marlins, getting swept by the Marlins. Like, you can understand losing series, but you can't continue to get swept and continue to drop them over and over and over. So they got to get themselves back on track here. And like you said, yeah, this is another team that hasn't exactly been lighting the world on fire lately. So it's a good opportunity to get going.
Nick, as always, appreciate your time, man. Thanks so much for the insight. Enjoy the Queen City while you're there, my friend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
All right. That's Nick Pecoro, D-backs insider for the Arizona Republic, joining us here on the pregame show. When we come back, we'll take a look at the injury report for today's game on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
12 News is dedicated to the Arizona Diamondbacks, bringing you the Friday fun. Lead off with D-backs on deck to get you ready for the first pitch. Then, tune in to watch select Friday home games on 12 News. It's all followed by 12 News at 10 for the latest developments across the state. Stream D-backs on deck, then catch up on breaking news, weather, and exclusive content. All available anytime on 12+. It's baseball season in Arizona. 12 News, the official broadcast home of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
When you're at Chase Field, you know where to find the real win. At Pita Jungle Grill, serving up fresh Mediterranean favorites right inside the ballpark. Think bold flavors, warm pitas, and that perfect game day energy. And whether you're grabbing a gyro, a hummus trio, or those legendary wood-fired chicken wraps, there's only one way to make it better. With the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi. Because ballpark eats deserve Pepsi. Find Pita Jungle Grill on the main concourse at Chase Field. Available for a limited time only from June 15th to June 21st. And remember, food deserves Pepsi.
Hello, Arizona. Get ready to score an unbeatable deal from Daniel's Jewelers. To celebrate baseball in the Valley, Daniel's Jewelers is giving every fan 50% off a single retail price item. Don't miss out. Score your 50% off instantly. Treat yourself to stunning diamond and gold jewelry before this offer disappears. Lock in your 50% off coupon at danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Again, that's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. Own the dream with Daniel's Jewelers.
This is Dave Pash. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life and for my family. Planning ahead helps keep all of us healthy. Dignity Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So, keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/DHMG.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-Backs BP Show.
Let's take a look at the injury report, which is brought to you by DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Home for all of your back care needs. Go to sciatica.com and get back in the game with DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Well, Jordan Lawler is back with the Diamondbacks today. He suffered a fractured wrist back in the first week of the season. So this will be his first action in the big leagues in quite a while, but this lineup desperate for some production. He will be a welcome addition. Backup catcher Aramis Garcia was designated for assignment today to make room on the roster. D-backs reliever A.J. Puck has had a bit of a setback with his recovery. He's been shut down from throwing due to left shoulder discomfort. He's getting some new imaging done, and depending on the result of that imaging, it could be a couple of weeks before he gets back to throwing. So we'll wait and see what the latest tests show, but for now, he will not be pitching. On the bright side, this might be a pretty good time to be catching the Reds. They'll be without their star shortstop, Ellie De La Cruz, who strained his hamstring back on June 1st. He got some new imaging done today. Manager Terry Francona says he's about 90% healed, but it sounds like he will not be playing this weekend, and they're going to reevaluate his situation on Sunday. In just a moment, Chris Garagiola checks in with D-backs manager Torey Lovullo right here on the D-backs BP show, so stick around. More coming up next on the Morgan &